Chapter 1356. The next day. Xiao Yan's group, along with the head of the Luo clan Luo Cheng and a few elders, as well as Luo Jin and the rest, were all present on a distant mountain in the northeastern direction of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Let's stop here. With such a long distance, I believe that the Dui sect will not trouble themselves to send people to follow us. Luo Cheng smiled as he looked at Xiao Yan's group in front of him. He sighed softly and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan and the rest nodded. They cupped their hands towards the few people in front of them and said, "Thank you, Elder, for escorting us. Haha, given your current strength, it will naturally not be a problem for you to leave this place safely. We are only worried about that bastard Wu Du from the Dui sect. As long as he follows us, the rest of the journey will be much more stable." Luo Cheng laughed softly. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out an array disc from his storage ring. He handed it to Xiao Yan. "Take it. This is a rank 7 array disc. Consider it a token of appreciation from my Heavenly Cloud Villa. If you meet any danger, as long as you open it, although I don't dare to say that it will protect your life, no one below the Origin Venerate level will be able to easily break it. Even an Origin Venerate expert. In short, it is best to be more careful and try not to provoke that kind of expert." Luo Cheng suddenly paused halfway through his words. Only then did he change his words. Xiao Yan naturally understood Luo Cheng's meaning. He immediately smiled and nodded. After receiving the array disc from the other party's hand and keeping it properly, his gaze swept over everyone in front of him. After which, he led the two people beside him and respectfully bowed. Immediately, he turned around and walked towards the northeastern direction. Behind them, Luo Jin looked at the backs of the three people as they left. He could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He was just about to open his mouth to say something when Luo Ao by the side slapped his head and scolded with a smile. "You little brat, we are all in the middle region. It is not like we are going to part forever. Why are you acting so miserable?" Seeing this, the remaining people present could not resist laughing out loud. At the same time, the little fairy doctor, who was quietly lying in an ice coffin within a secret room within the Heavenly Cloud Villa, suddenly bent her ice-cold hands that were covered by a long dress in a manner that could not be detected. Within the interior of the secret room, threads of strange energy that could not be detected slowly gathered towards this ice-cold lovely body that had already lost its aura. This slow speed was such that even if Luo Xiong was here, he would not be able to detect it. In the blink of an eye, it had been over a month since Xiao Yan's group had left the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The size of the middle region had exceeded their imagination. Although they had traveled a great distance with the help of the teleportation formations in a couple of cities, the three of them were still quite a distance away from the Xiao clan at this moment. The Xiao clan is in the northeastern part of the central region. Based on our current speed, we will be able to reach the Xiao city where the Xiao clan is located in around a week's time. Bai Hua glanced at the map in her hand as a helpless expression appeared on her face. Even in this week's time, they still had to use the teleportation array twice to reach their destination. With such a long distance, even with his temperament, it was somewhat difficult for them to travel such a long distance. Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and shake his head in the face of this. Based on what he knew, other than the border region where the four large factions were located, there were large teleportation formations all over the middle region. These teleportation formations could easily teleport them to the city they wanted to go to. However, the problem they were currently facing was that based on the map, there were no cities with large teleportation formations around their current location. The closest large teleportation formation to them just so happened to be the main city of the Ouyang clan, St. Gold City. Being one of the three large clans in the middle region, the strength of the Ouyang clan naturally could not be underestimated. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, they could only eliminate this option. Hence, it was likely that they could only follow their current plan and travel for another week. Of course, it was still alright for Xiao Yan and Bai Hua. However, it was likely that Lian Er would have to suffer during this journey. "Lass, it has been hard on you during these few days. Once we reach the place, I will definitely let you have a good rest." Even the two of them were gradually unable to endure such a long journey, let alone Lian Er, whose cultivation had not even reached King Yuan's. Lian Er gently rubbed the latter's exquisite little head and nodded with some hidden bitterness. After which, she landed on Bai Hua's shoulder and pouted her little mouth. Her face was filled with laziness. Upon seeing this, the two of them could only smile tenderly. Soon after, they decided to temporarily rest in the mountain forest below. After which, the three of them leaped down. However, just as they moved, Xiao Yan suddenly stopped. He frowned and looked at a mountain forest not far away. His eyes were filled with surprise. "What's wrong? With Baihua's cultivation, she was naturally able to clearly sense that there were many people fighting in the mountain forest not far away. However, such things happened every moment in the continent. Hence, they naturally did not need to pay attention to it. However, since it was able to cause Xiao Yan to stop, it was likely that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Xiao Yan did not answer Baihua's question. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the mountain forest not far away. His spiritual strength involuntarily spread out. The situation of the battle was also reflected in his eyes. In the mountain forest, a group of middle-aged men wearing black brocade clothes were surrounding a few people wearing blue robes. Other than two middle-aged men, the rest of the people were of the younger generation. Hee, let's see where you can escape to. Among the black-clothed people, a middle-aged man with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks was standing in the air. He looked down at the group of people who were currently in a miserable state and laughed sinisterly. Every escape route had been sealed and the group of people had nowhere to retreat. Looking at the group of black-clothed people in front of them, the few young people in the group could not help but feel completely disheartened. They did not expect that they would actually face such a situation when they came out this time. Everyone, hold on a little longer. The news has already spread. As long as the reinforcements arrive, this group of bastards, together with the families behind them, will definitely pay the price. Among the few people, a young man with a stable aura clenched his teeth and encouraged the people behind him. Only then did he return his gaze back to the black-clothed people within his sight. His face was filled with cold, murderous intent. I'm afraid that you won't be able to wait until then. The strange laughter rang out once again. The aura of the group of black-clothed people also began to spread outwards, enveloping this part of the mountain forest. Waves of cold, murderous intent caused many young girls in the battle circle to cry out in alarm. Zhao Ming, if anything happens to us, your Zhao family will definitely pay the price. In the group of people, the young man who had spoken earlier coldly shouted once again. When the latter heard this, he immediately sneered and said with a cold smile, "You're still trying to stall for time at such a time? Attack, don't leave a single one alive." As his laughter rang out, the other black-clothed people in the surroundings immediately roared and released the powerful Genesis Chi in their bodies. The combined aura of more than a dozen Genesis King experts could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, the expressions of the people in the encirclement changed. The two middle-aged men in the lead exchanged a look and nodded in unison. With a thought, the remaining Genesis Chi in their bodies frantically gushed out without reservation. At the same time, the two men swiftly raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed seals. The seals linked together, and the power gathered in their palms rapidly grew stronger as the seals rapidly changed. It was the special seal that these two people had formed in their hands that caused Xiao Yan to raise his eyes. There was no other reason other than that the seal was the secret technique of the Gu clan that he had practiced, the God Seal skill. Chapter 1357. That is, the Emperor Seal Art? In the sky, Xiao Yan's expression abruptly changed as he involuntarily let out a cry of surprise. The Emperor Seal Art was a secret technique of the Gu clan that originated from the Do-Chi continent. Why would he see it here? Emperor Seal Art? By the side, the expression on Baihua's face involuntarily froze when she heard Xiao Yan's words. She quickly recovered and said with a surprised expression, "Isn't it a secret technique of the Gu clan? Isn't that the ancient race's Do technique? Why would it appear here? Could I have seen wrongly? It can't be wrong. The Emperor Seal Art they are using is exactly the same as the Emperor Seal Art that I practice. However, the Emperor Seal Art that they practice seems to be a little more special." Xiao Yan could not help but be a little surprised when he reached the end of his sentence. The Emperor Seal Art was a secret technique of the Do-Chi continent's Gu clan and was divided into 5 seals. However, from what he could sense, the two individuals using the Emperor Seal Art in the mountain forest seemed to have formed many more seals. Emperor Seal Art, Universe Seal. In the mountain forest, 2 middle-aged men roared in unison in the battle circle surrounded by a group of black-robed men. They formed a seal with their hands and pushed them forward. At the same time, the surging energy contained in their palms rapidly condensed into 2 giant Genesis Chi handprints in front of them, and ruthlessly blasted towards Zhao Ming and the others opposite them. Humph, Emperor Seal Art ha! A grave expression involuntarily appeared on Zhao Ming's face when he saw the enormous energy hand that was charging towards him. His Zhao clan was naturally well aware of the reputation of this God Seal skill. Their 2 clans had fought for so many years, and an unknown number of experts from their clans had died under this God Seal skill. Now that he had personally witnessed it today, he naturally did not dare to underestimate it. Attack together and finish them off. With a shout, Zhao Ming immediately waved his arm. He clenched his hand tightly and a silver spear that flickered with lightning landed in his hand. With a thought, surging Genesis Chi immediately poured into the spear before it was suddenly thrust forward. Thunder immediately rumbled in everyone's ears as numerous lightning snakes furiously charged towards the people in the middle. Heavenly lightning spear lightning snake dance. In the next moment, the attacks of a group of black-clothed men came crashing down from different directions. In the blink of an eye, the long spear in Zhao Ming's hand, as well as the attacks of the few people beside him, collided fiercely with the two huge handprints. As for the attacks of the others, they were naturally blocked by the young generation behind the two middle-aged men. Boom! A series of muffled explosions abruptly rang out. While energy swept across the mountain forest, the group of men in black outside were blasted back several dozen feet. The two middle-aged men's faces were deathly pale from the energy shockwaves. They had already experienced several battles, and coupled with the intense consumption earlier, there was very little Genesis Chi left in their bodies. Although this was the case, the fact that the two of them were able to push back the dozen or so black-clothed men was enough to see how powerful the handprints were. When the storm dissipated, a large area around the battle circle had been razed to the ground by the storm. Countless towering ancient trees were cut in half or even shattered into pieces. Even the ground had a thick layer of mud and sand lifted up, forming a huge pit where everyone was standing. It is indeed a secret technique of the ancient race. Its power is indeed extraordinary. This is only the 7th seal. If the two of you can use the 8th seal, the seals will be linked and it is said to be comparable to a Saint Class Do skill. The surprise in Zhao Mian's eyes grew as he gazed at the huge pit below his feet. At the same time, a strange splendor emerged in his eyes. If his Zhao clan could obtain the Emperor Seal art, he believed that their overall strength would definitely rise. Humph, if the two of us were able to use the 8th seal, do you think you would still be standing here? A middle-aged man took a step forward. His face was filled with disdain as he sneered in a low voice. Although I don't like to hear these words, you are right. I am indeed unable to withstand the 8th seal of the Emperor Seal art, but the two of you will similarly not have any possibility of increasing your strength, with the exception of the storage ring. Clean up the rest. Zhao Ming laughed coldly. When his voice sounded, the 10+ black-clothed people immediately responded. After which they once again charged forward. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of those young men and women. Seeing this, the expressions of the two middle-aged men changed. They hurriedly turned around and pounced towards those black-clothed people. If you want to save them, you should first take care of yourselves. However, it was at this moment that Zhao Ming's figure appeared in front of the two men like a ghost. With a flip of his hands, Genesis Chi surged from his palms as he slammed his palms into the two middle-aged men's chests. Ugh! Blood instantly sprayed out as the two figures were sent flying uncontrollably. They heavily smashed into the ground below. The Genesis Chi in their bodies had completely scattered, and their auras had fallen to rock bottom. They were clearly seriously injured. I'll let you see with your own eyes how your clansmen die. Zhao Ming looked down from above at the two men who were unable to move. He did not even turn his head as he listened to the muffled sounds of collisions behind him. The iciness from the corners of his mouth widened. It was only at a certain moment when several figures fell to the ground that he was astonished to find that they were all dressed in black. They had lost all signs of life the moment they hit the ground. From the looks of it, they had been killed with a single blow. What's going on? Zhao Ming's expression instantly changed drastically. As he turned around, he suddenly saw a face that was extremely close to him. Immediately, the pupils in his eyes shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His body had just retreated when a warm hand quietly landed on his throat. After which, with a gentle pinch, Zhao Ming's body was lifted up in an easy and natural manner. My lord, crack. However, just as Zhao Ming was about to beg for mercy, Xiao Yin gently swung his wrist in front of him. Zhao Ming's neck was broken. The life force that covered his eyes swiftly disappeared like floodwater. Xiao Yin carelessly tossed Zhao Ming's body aside. Only then did he turn around with a curious face and look at the group of young people. Only at this moment did this group of young people clearly see the appearance of the person who had attacked in front of them. Immediately, everyone felt even more shocked in their hearts. In terms of appearance alone, the Xiao Yin in front of them did not appear to be much different from them. However, he was able to kill over 10 Yuan King-class experts within a short couple of breaths. From what they knew, it was likely that only the heir of the Ouyang clan could be so powerful within the younger generation. Who are you people? Why do you have the Emperor Seal art? Xiao Yan's sudden question caused all the young people present to be stunned. They were even unable to recover. According to common sense, they should be the ones asking an outsider such a question. Cough cough. Sir, could it be that you are here for the Emperor Seal art of my Gu clan? At this moment, the two middle-aged men in the pit below finally supported each other and once again climbed up. When they heard Xiao Yan's words, their faces immediately revealed a cautious expression. From the looks of it, it was likely that they had not met any so-called good people. Hearing this, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and could not help but exclaim softly. Gu clan? Chapter 1358. All of you are members of the Gu clan? Xiao Yan's surprised voice reverberated in the air above the mountain forest. The emotions in his heart also began to fluctuate. Hearing this, the members of the Gu clan involuntarily curled their lips. The God Seal skill was a skill of the Gu clan that was not passed down to outsiders. Quite a number of people in the middle region knew about it. How could this be anything new? While they were thinking in this way, many of them looked at Xiao Yan as though they were looking at a fool. Xiao Yan ignored this. Instead, he descended into a short period of deep thought. Soon after, he understood that this was definitely left behind by an expert from the Gu clan after returning to the clan after coming to the Yuanwu continent. After all, even he was able to meet members of the Gu clan in this foreign world. As one of the 8 ancient clans of the Doqi continent, it was not impossible for the Gu clan to do the same. Thinking in this way, everything naturally made sense. On this continent, the only people who can grasp the God Seal skill are members of the Gu clan. Do you not believe me? On the ground below, the two middle-aged men exchanged glances with each other. Both of them felt doubtful about Xiao Yan's words. The latter seemed to be a little surprised by their identities. It is not that I do not believe you. It is just that I did not expect to see the God Seal skill here. Xiao Yan shook his head when he heard this. He laughed softly. After hesitating for a moment, his gaze once again looked at the two middle-aged men. Under the doubtful gazes of the two, he slowly raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous familiar seals were formed as his fingertips moved. When the two of them saw the familiar seals in Xiao Yan's hands, the expressions on their faces gradually solidified. This is, open mountain seal, overturn the sea, overturn the earth, cover the sky. Ancient God Seal. 5 special seals were formed in succession by Xiao Yan's hands. Waves of powerful energy also gathered in front of him. Finally, it turned into a huge golden handprint that was suspended in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. As the light on it flickered, an extremely terrifying energy aura spread out from it. The faces of all the members of the Gu clan present involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when this hand seal was formed. This was especially the case for the two middle-aged men. Their originally pale faces were so shocked by this hand seal that they were completely drained of blood. Both of their eyes stared at the action of Xiao Yan's hand. It was as though they were afraid that Xiao Yan would form the 6th seal. Fortunately, the seals on Xiao Yan's hands completely stopped at the 5th seal. Even so, their hearts were still incomparably shocked. Your Excellency, who exactly are you? How did you manage to grasp the ancient race's imperial seal art? The eyes of the two middle-aged men were extremely grave as they stared at Xiao Yan in the empty space. Under the deterrence of the handprint, even their voices were trembling. The 5th seal had been formed. If this black-robed young man was really aiming for the remaining 3 seals, the two of them would have already become his targets. Once the handprint landed, given their current condition, it was likely that they would not even have the possibility to block it. When he saw the grave expressions on the faces of the two, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He casually removed the handprint in front of him and said in an indifferent voice, Don't worry, I won't harm you. If I really had any plans, you wouldn't continue to stand here. As for this imperial seal technique, it was given to me by the most important person to me. Now that your troubles have been resolved, you can all leave. After saying these words, Xiao Yan's eyes carried a somewhat complicated expression as he turned around. He was about to walk towards the location of Baihua's group. However, just as he lifted his foot, his body suddenly paused in the next moment. The instant he turned his head, he met with a dense gaze. Looking over at the east of Xiao Yan, there was a handsome young man wearing white robes. He was staring at him with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes contained coldness, surprise and joy. In short, it was a complicated expression. Looking at the white-robed young man opposite him, the expression on Xiao Yan's face could not help but be slightly startled. Looking at the other party's somewhat familiar face, Xiao Yan's mind immediately began to swiftly search. Soon after, a pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly flashed. After which, he suddenly raised his head and stared at the white-robed young man. His tone was a little surprised as he said, "It's you." Haha, Xiao Yan. Back then, during the battle in the Northern Sea, I told you that we would meet again sooner or later. I never imagined that it would really come true today. Seeing that Xiao Yan had thought of him, the young man curled his lips and smiled. His body trembled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Xiao Yan. The two of them looked at each other, and the various events that had occurred back then once again appeared before their eyes. Shui Miao. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. The white-robed young man in front of him was the opponent that Xiao Yan had encountered when he had first arrived at Beihai College. He was also the publicly acknowledged #1 person in Beihai College, Shui Miao. After not seeing him for so many years, this fellow's strength was much stronger than before. Just from that attack just now, it was likely that Shui Miao's cultivation was not below the current him. He was also a genuine origin sect expert. Back then your cultivation was merely a Do-di. Now you have actually stepped into the origin sect. Shui Miao's eyes swept across Xiao Yan's body as he lowered his eyelids slightly. Although his tone was somewhat mocking, it was unable to completely conceal the astonishment in his heart. Ever since he had left Beihai College, he had directly returned to the central region and had been wholeheartedly training. Coupled with the many cultivation resources from his clan, he had only managed to attain the cultivation of a 4-star origin sect. However, he had never imagined that Xiao Yan would actually be able to reach such a level without the support of any faction. He could truly be described as terrifying. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner when he heard this. However, he did not say anything. It was also at this moment that the two middle-aged men below once again stepped into the air. They arrived beside Shui Miao and bowed respectfully. With the aid of medicinal pills, the injuries in their bodies had been temporarily suppressed. However, they could not help but feel somewhat astonished when they heard that Xiao Yan and Shui Miao were so familiar with each other. "Young Master Ouyang, do you know this person?" We don't just know each other. Back then I was defeated by him in Beihai College." Shui Miao smiled indifferently. He raised his chin and pointed at Xiao Yan as a stern expression once again surfaced in his eyes. The moment these words were spoken, the two middle-aged men and the rest of the younger generation of the ancient clan immediately inhaled a breath of cold air. Shock was revealed on their faces. They had long since heard about that battle. It was rumored that Shui Miao had been defeated by someone from the same generation, whose cultivation was much weaker than his. That battle back then had also stirred a commotion within their clan. It was unexpected that this was actually true. Immediately, shock involuntarily surged into the eyes of quite a number of people when they looked at Xiao Yan. At the same time, when Xiao Yan heard the middle-aged man's address of Shui Miao, he could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but ask with a surprised expression, "Ouyang? You're from the Ouyang clan." Shui Miao is my name in Beihai College. My real name is Ouyang Miao." Ouyang Miao nodded slightly and did not hide anything. However, Xiao Yan was quite surprised in his heart. After a slight hesitation he continued. "Then, young master, my father is the patriarch of the Ouyang clan." Chapter 1359. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly when Ouyang Miao said this. Although he already had a guess in his heart, he could not help but find it hard to believe when Ouyang Miao personally said it. "I still have to thank you for what happened just now." Although Ouyang Miao was a somewhat aloof person, he was still able to distinguish between people and matters. When he saw the black-clothed people below who had already lost their breath, he already understood what had happened just now. Immediately he cupped his hands together politely to Xiao Yan. Behind him, the two middle-aged men and the younger generation of the Gu clan hurriedly bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan when they saw this. "It's fine. I only acted because I saw the Emperor Seal technique. If you want to thank someone, you should thank the elder who created the Emperor Seal technique." Xiao Yan nodded his head and pursed his lips into a smile as he said. The expressions of the members of the Gu clan present were immediately startled when they heard this. Their hearts were a little stunned. However, they quickly recovered and smiled while feeling fortunate. After all, Xiao Yan also possessed the God Seal skill in his hand. Perhaps it was because of this relationship that he would intervene. Although Ouyang Miao was somewhat puzzled by this, the expression on his face became much warmer. Speaking of which, he and Xiao Yan could be considered old acquaintances. Although they were opponents, the friendship between them was not inferior to some friends. In addition, Xiao Yan had saved the Gu clan members. Naturally, his attitude had changed quite a bit. At this moment, Bai Hua and Lian also quickly flew over from afar. When the two of them saw that Xiao Yan had not returned for a long time, they discovered the strange situation with a glance. Immediately, the two of them could not help but become slightly nervous. Only when they arrived in front of everyone and saw the respectful attitude of the Gu clan members towards Xiao Yan did they slowly relax. It seems that you are not alone. Where are you going? Ouyang Miao's gaze paused on by Hua and Lian Er. A slight surprise flashed across his eyes. Soon after he asked Xiao Yan with a smile. The latter hesitated for a moment. In his heart he recalled that the Ouyang clan had a large teleportation array. Immediately he could not help but be tempted. Xiao Qing. Ouyang Miao's expression remained normal after hearing those words. On the other hand, the expressions of the people from the Gu clan changed instantly. They revealed expressions of surprise as they involuntarily looked at the corpses of the black-clothed people below. Their gazes swept back and forth between the two corpses as a ripple involuntarily rose in their hearts. If that's the case, it will take at least a week to reach Xiao City from here. How about this? There is a teleportation formation in the St. Gold City of the Ouyang family. Although it can't reach Xiao City directly, it can save you a lot of time. Why don't you go there? Ouyang Miao's gaze slowly swept across the three people in front of him before finally stopping on Xiao Yan. A glint flashed across his eyes as he spoke with a rather cordial smile. Although Xiao Yan spoke in this manner, he was able to clearly see the heated fighting intent in Ouyang Miao's eyes. His heart immediately felt a little fiery hot. His heart also possessed an endless curiosity toward this fellow in front of him. After not meeting for so many years, he did not know just what level Ouyang Miao had reached. Moreover, Xiao Yan's current cultivation had just broken through. It would be quite a good choice if he could find an opponent of similar strength to test himself at this moment. Moreover, if it were not for Brother Zhao's help today, I'm afraid that they would not have survived. We should express our gratitude. Moreover, you and I have known each other for many years. Brother Xiao. With a change in tone, Ouyang Miao's way of addressing Xiao Yan immediately changed. This also caused the distance between the two to become closer. Of course, Xiao Yan scoffed at the so-called old friendship in his words. Back then he had only fought with Ouyang Miao once in Beihai College. After that, they had never met again. How could there be any friendship between them? However, before Ouyang Miao could finish speaking, Ouyang Miao nodded with a smile and cupped his hands together. All right, since Brother Ouyang has invited me so kindly, I will not be polite. Suddenly the two people on the scene burst into laughter. However, it was unknown whether they were sincere or not. After laughing, Ouyang Miao seemed to have thought of something. He turned his gaze and looked at the corpses below. The expression on his face once again returned to its usual calm and arrogant state. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who these people are?" The expressions of the two middle-aged men from the Gu clan by the side were slightly startled. Their expressions were a little strange as they looked at Xiao Yan. Only then did they hurriedly reply respectfully. "Prince, they are from the Zhao clan of Liang City." Noticing the strange gazes in the eyes of the ancient clan members, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. Liang City, a subordinate of the Zhao clan. Over the years, the Zhao clan has become more and more arrogant. They actually dare to openly kill people from my Ouyang clan. A dark coldness immediately surfaced on Ouyang Miao's face when he heard this. He immediately inhaled a deep breath of air. The moment he turned his head, his gaze collided with Xiao Yan's. Immediately he involuntarily knit his brows. A doubt rose in his heart, but he did not say anything. When Ouyang Miao heard that the group of black-clothed people belonged to a subordinate force of the Zhao clan, a look of surprise flashed across his originally smiling face. He did not expect such a thing to happen before he had even arrived at the Zhao clan. It was no wonder that they had such a look in their eyes when they looked at him earlier. "Prince, the Zhao clan did not send more than 10 Source Kings to kill us on impulse. Perhaps this matter?" The two middle-aged men looked at Xiao Yan meaningfully. However, before they could finish their words, they were stopped by Ouyang Miao's gaze. He then reprimanded in a deep voice, "Enough. Since we know who did it, I will naturally seek an explanation from them. As for the rest, I will deal with it myself." Ouyang Miao naturally understood what they meant. Since the group of black-clothed people were from the Zhao clan and had been killed by Xiao Yan, who had the surname Xiao, there was no doubt that they had other intentions. However, Ouyang Miao was much clearer about the origins of Xiao Yan and the others. Naturally, he would not easily believe that they were from the Zhao clan. Moreover, as the prince of the Ouyang clan, he was naturally very clear about the outstanding talents of the younger generation in the three great clans. After so many years, he had never heard of Xiao Yan in the Zhao clan. "Brother Xiao, there is no need to worry. Let's go." Ouyang Miao courteously smiled. He made an inviting gesture toward Xiao Yan. Only then did the latter nod his head slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Bai Hua and Xiao Yan behind him. Immediately, the two of them flew side by side to the east. Chapter 1360. Half a day later, a huge city located at the end of the road gradually appeared in the vision of Xiao Yan and the others. High up in the sky, Xiao Yan and the others flew forward as they looked at the towering city wall in the distance. A look of amazement flashed in their eyes. St. Gold City was one of the largest cities in the central region. At the same time, it was also the city directly under the Ouyang clan, one of the three great clans of the central region. Due to these reasons, it was more prosperous than any other city. This holy gold city was indeed like its name. Its vast size did not cause the word holy to lose its luster. The ancient city wall that stretched to the end might be covered in moss, but one could still sense a deep and heavy aura that belonged to the ancient times. Some scars that were left on it added a legendary color to this enormous city. This was especially so when Xiao Yan's group saw a vast, enormous sword standing on an enormous open ground outside of the city before they even got close. A portion of the sword's body was inserted into the ground, revealing the upper half of the sword's body and its hilt. Only when they got closer did everyone gradually see that the sword's body had three large words that were engraved with a majestic sword aura. St. Gold City? We're here. Ouyang Miao laughed softly. He looked at the majestic sword that stood outside of the city. A respectful expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. This was especially the case when he noticed the solemn expression on the faces of Xiao Yan's group by the side. His heart involuntarily rejoiced. Eyeing the huge sword in front of him, Xiao Yan felt aghast in his heart. This was especially the case when he noticed the three big words that were filled with vigor on it. The seriousness on his face became even deeper. This sword, it's actually real. Although part of the giant sword was inserted into the ground, only the part that was exposed was still sharp. The dense luster made people feel a sense of fear. Coupled with the crisscrossing sword aura on it, its power was even more powerful. It was hard to imagine that if it was a person with a weak will, they would not even be able to enter the city gate of St. Gold City. This sword came from the Heavenly Cloud Villa, so it's naturally real. Moreover, its outer shape is completely based on the orchid sword. Furthermore, the three words on it were personally written by the sword saint. Its purpose is to suppress some people with evil intentions. Ouyang Miao raised his chin and smiled. Hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Yan and the others suddenly changed. Looking at the giant sword in front of them, they could not help but reveal a hint of surprise. Orchid sword saint. Ouyang Yu? When the orchid sword was mentioned, Xiao Yan immediately thought of the Heavenly Cloud Saint weapon list that he saw in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The orchid sword was ranked 7th on the list. Its owner was Ouyang Yu, who was known as the Orchid Sword Saint in the outside world. If he remembered correctly, Luo Jin had once said that Ouyang Yu was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Ouyang family. He did not expect to see the sword aura left behind by that expert when he first arrived in St. Gold City. Oh, it seems that Brother Xiao knows quite a bit about the central region. Seeing that Xiao Yan could actually name Ouyang Yu, Ouyang Miao could not help but be slightly surprised. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. I stayed in the Heavenly Cloud Villa for a period of time, so I have heard of this senior's name. Now that I see the sword aura on it, it is indeed extraordinary. With his extraordinary eyesight, Xiao Yan could naturally see that the sword mark on the huge sword had obviously existed for many years. However, even if it had been many years, the sword aura on it was still overbearing. This point was really shocking. When Ouyang Miao heard Xiao Yan's words, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart and said in surprise, Brother Xiao was in the Heavenly Cloud Villa before? In that case, could it be that the battle in the Heavenly Cloud Villa half a year ago was because of you? Ouyang Miao had naturally heard of the astonishing battle that took place in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. It was said that it was originally a battle between the Dui sect and the Heavenly Cloud Villa. However, in the end, the Cloud Celestial sect and the Ghost Slaughter sect were also involved. At the root of it, it was a group of people who came from the border of the continent and entered the Heavenly Cloud Villa to seek protection. At this moment, when Xiao Yan mentioned it, Ouyang Miao immediately thought of that matter. In this regard, Xiao Yan did not hide anything. This matter was too important to hide even if he wanted to. Since he had already made it clear, there was naturally no need to evade. With a few simple words, Xiao Yan covered up the battle. However, when he retracted his gaze, Ouyang Miao clearly saw the cold killing intent that flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. It was obvious that something big must have happened in the battle in the Heavenly Cloud Villa. Since Xiao Yan did not want to talk about it, Ouyang Miao naturally did not ask. Afterwards, Ouyang Miao briefly explained a few things about the huge sword. Xiao Yan and the others learned that this huge sword was forged by Sword Saint Yulan after she fought against 3 Source Venerables. On one hand it was to intimidate the crowd. On the other hand, it was naturally to use Sword Saint Yulan's name to strengthen the Ouyang clan. This was something that they had achieved. The current Ouyang clan had an unshakable position in the central region. Although the 3 great clans of the central region were equally famous, the Ouyang clan's foundation was undoubtedly the strongest amongst the 3. Unlike the other 2 clans that only protected their bloodline, the Ouyang clan wantonly recruited outsiders to strengthen their foundation. There was no lack of people with different surnames in the clan. In the central region, there were many small clans that were subordinate forces to the Ouyang clan. The Gu clan was one of them. Under such expansion, there was no doubt that the Ouyang clan's strength was enormous. What was even more surprising was that, despite such a strong expansion, there had never been any internal strife within the Ouyang clan. If the Ouyang clan's reputation outside was due to Sword Saint Yulan Ouyang Yu, then the Ouyang clan's internal stability was due to the Ouyang clan's leader. The people of the Gu clan left by themselves at the city gate. Xiao Yan and the other 2 followed Ouyang Miao and temporarily rested in one of the Ouyang clan's courtyards in the city. Their original plan was to use St. Gold City's transportation array to leave this place, but Ouyang Miao had kindly invited them so they couldn't refuse. Moreover, Lianer had been full of resentment for the past month. In order to let her have a good rest, the 3 of them had stayed. Of course, Xiao Yan also understood that Ouyang Miao's goal was to fight with him again. However, on the second day, Chapter 1361. The next day, when the first rays of the morning sun sprinkled down from the sky, St. Gold City, which had been silent for an entire night, was once again bustling with noise and excitement. Outside St. Gold City, countless people swarmed towards the city like ants. At the center of the city was a huge plaza, where 3 giant stone platforms had been built. Mysterious runes were carved into the stone platforms, forming 3 large-scale teleportation arrays. A Grade 7 large-scale teleportation array was vastly superior to the commonly seen Grade 5 teleportation arrays in terms of both number of people and distance. In the entire central region, only the subordinate cities of the central region's major factions or some provincial cities possessed Grade 7 teleportation arrays. The number of cities that possessed 3 Grade 7 teleportation arrays could be counted on one's fingers. Even among the 3 great clans, only the Ouyang clan possessed one. Moreover, the Ouyang clan had placed the teleportation array in one of their subordinate cities. Although the Ouyang clan's actions were extravagant, in the eyes of several factions, it was undoubtedly an arrogant or foolish act. After all, although placing a teleportation array in one subordinate city would bring about considerable economic benefits, it would also bring about a potential crisis. In the event of an enemy attack, the teleportation array would give the enemy the best method to deal with it, making it the easiest choice whether to advance or retreat. Fortunately, given the Ouyang clan's powerful foundation, such a thing was unlikely to happen. As the teleportation arrays were activated one after another, more and more experts from various factions gathered in the city. Naturally, their strength could not be underestimated. Compared to the Origin Kings who could dominate an area in the southern region, they were merely ordinary passers-by in Golden Saint City. There were also quite a number of Origin sect experts, and even Origin Venerate level experts. When the morning sun poured into his room, Xiao Yan, who was seated on his bed, slowly opened his eyes. After a night of recuperation, the exhaustion from a month of traveling had been swept away, and he was in peak condition. The Genesis Chi in his body flowed like a torrent, and a feeling of abundant power filled his limbs and bones. It was as if his body would transform into a human-shaped machine with the slightest movement, destroying everything in front of him. Phew! A fire glow suddenly flashed across Xiao Yan's calm dark black eyes. He seemed to have already predicted what would happen today. A fighting intent leaped within his heart. After so many years, he wondered just what level the current Ouyang Miao had reached. Jumping down from the bed, Xiao Yan slowly walked out of the room, only to see Bai Hua and Lian are already waiting in the courtyard. "Are you leaving or staying?" The moment Xiao Yan appeared, Bai Hua could feel the abundant Genesis Chi circulating in his body. Coupled with Ouyang Miao's attitude yesterday, she naturally knew what would happen today. Of course. But before that, let's greet the owner first. Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. There was some confidence in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Bai Hua smiled and nodded. She gently patted Lianer, who was lying lazily on the stone table, and lifted her up. After which, the 3 of them walked out of the manor. After leaving the manor, the trio saw Ouyang walking straight towards them. From the looks of it, he had also just arrived. Are the three of you leaving? Ouyang laughed heartily as he approached. Xiao Yan observed the aura in Ouyang body and found that he was also at his peak. Although the two did not speak, they already understood each other's intentions. We are indeed leaving, but it seems that Brother Ouyang hopes that I will stay. In my opinion, Brother Xiao may not be in a hurry to leave. The two of them looked at each other, and the look in their eyes became sharper and sharper. Even the space between them started to distort slightly. This scene also surprised the two guards in front of the courtyard. In front of the manor, Xiao Yan turned his head to glance at Bai Hua and nodded. The latter immediately understood and retreated a certain distance with Lian. Only then did Xiao Yan's gaze return to Ouyang. Flames surged in his eyes as he said in a chilling voice, "How do we fight? How do we fight?" "Haha, direct enough. Since that's the case, I won't hold you back. Same old rules, we'll decide the victor in 100 rounds. As his laughter faded, Ouyang stomped his foot on the ground and retreated a certain distance. As the battle intent on their faces intensified, the vigorous Genesis chi in their bodies began to rapidly circulate. The two of them might not have to use their full strength, but it was destined to be a hearty battle. However, just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, a faint chuckle suddenly interrupted the atmosphere. Brother Ouyang, it's been a while since we last met. Why are you suddenly in the mood to fight? Even if you want to fight, I should be your opponent. How can a mere two-star origin sect be worthy of fighting you?" The moment the chuckle was heard, the Xiao Yan duo immediately turned their gazes towards the source of the laughter. Xiao Yan frowned slightly, not very interested in Ouyang words. At this moment, a look of disgust appeared on Ouyang face, but it only lasted for an instant before he immediately withdrew it. The Genesis chi that had leaked out from his body was also completely withdrawn. The four of them expressionlessly looked towards one side of the street. Xiao Yan looked over and saw a young man in white robes smiling warmly at Ouyang. Although the young man's face was warm, his smile gave off a feminine aura no matter how one looked at it. Behind the young man in white stood three elders. As Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the trio, the expression in his eyes involuntarily widened a little. The auras of the two elders at the back were not any weaker than First Elder Luo Xiong of the Heavenly Cloud Villa. They were clearly two 8-star origin sect experts. As for the elder standing at the front, when his gaze landed on the latter, Xiao Yan's heart violently shuddered. Origin Sovereign. This old man's appearance was scattered. Both of his hands were inserted into his sleeves. At a glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary old man. However, with his powerful spiritual perception, Xiao Yan was able to sense that this old man was definitely an expert whose cultivation had reached the Yuanzun class. The appearance of the young man in white instantly broke the atmosphere. The two guards at the entrance wore rather unhappy expressions when they saw the group of four. It was obvious that the young man in white did not have much of an impression in their eyes. "By Ruoxuan, they are my guests. I hope that you can speak with some respect." Ouyang tone was a little heavy as he curled his lips. As he spoke, Ouyang walked over to Xiao Yan's side and reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful of this guy. Be careful of this guy. He's from the Bai clan. He's not a good person." The moment Ouyang said this, Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The one who could make Ouyang warn him in such a manner was naturally the Bai clan, which was also one of the three great clans. Xiao Yan's eyes were surprised as he looked at this group of people in front of him. His heart was filled with surprise. His aim for coming to the middle region was to head to the Xiao clan. It was unexpected that he had already met the members of these two large clans before he had even met the members of the Xiao clan. Moreover, according to what Luo Ao had said back then, the mysterious Jade ruler seemed to be in the Bai clan. It was also at this moment that a strange movement suddenly came from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Chapter 1362. Since you are Brother Ouyang's friend, I will take back my words. It is not that you are unworthy, but you don't have the strength. By Ruoxuan, this is my St. Gold City. Just as Bai Ruoxuan finished speaking, Ouyang's deep voice suddenly sounded. The former smiled mockingly at Xiao Yan, then turned to face Ouyang and said with a warm smile, "Brother Ouyang, don't be angry. Brother Ouyang, please don't be angry. I'm here to see my master. As long as you tell me where my master is, I'll leave right away." As Bai Ruoxuan said this, his eyes could not help but shake slightly. One of his hands slowly touched the storage ring, and the emotions in his heart fluctuated slightly. "Master? My second uncle never promised to take you as a disciple. I advise you to stop thinking about it." Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's face darkened as he said in a low voice. Slowly turning the storage ring on his finger, Bai Ruoxuan smiled as if he did not care. Soon after he laughed softly. Brother Ouyang, why do you say this? Although my master has no plans to take me as a disciple for the time being, I have already recognized this master. As the saying goes, where sincerity reaches, metal and stone will split. I believe that there will be such a day sooner or later. But at least it is not today. My second uncle is in seclusion recently. Please go back. Ouyang Miao turned his head to look at Xiao Yan by the side after saying those words. At this moment, the latter's hand was tightly holding the storage ring in his hand. His expression was somewhat unnatural as he looked at Bai Ruoxuan on the opposite side. He only felt that something within the storage ring appeared to be unable to control itself and wanted to charge out. Xiao Yan only forced a smile when he saw Ouyang Miao looking at him at this moment. Under Ouyang Miao's signal, the two of them and Bai Hua by the side walked to the other side of the street. Wait a moment. Just at this moment, Bai Ruoxuan's voice sounded again. Ouyang Miao's expression was impatient as he turned around and looked at the former. He frowned and said in a low voice, "What else do you want to do? I'm not willing. Are you going to force your way in?" "Ah, brother Ouyang, you've misunderstood. I'm not trying to force my way in. I merely want your friend to see something." Bai Ruoxuan laughed softly. Immediately, his hand, which was placed on his storage ring, slowly opened. While a thought passed through his mind, his right hand slowly clenched tightly at the empty space beside him. Almost at the same time, an enormous ruler, which was completely white like jade, slowly appeared in his right hand. From its appearance, it was actually exactly the same as the heavy Shen ruler. This is mysterious jade ruler. Ouyang Miao frowned tightly. He seemed to have some other impression of the enormous ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand. However, he was unable to recall it at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was beside him, was doing his best to control the storage ring in his hand. More accurately, he was controlling the heavy Shen ruler, which was trembling intensely within the storage ring at this moment. Ever since Bai Ruoxuan and the rest had arrived, Xiao Yan had clearly sensed that the heavy Shen ruler within the storage ring was trembling uncontrollably. That state was as though it was being pulled by something. Fortunately, with the isolation of the storage ring, Xiao Yan was able to barely suppress it. However, now that Bai Ruoxuan had taken out the mysterious jade ruler from his storage ring, the heavy Shen ruler within Xiao Yan's storage ring was naturally unable to be controlled. "Ah. This friend, since you have already been discovered, why do you need to purposely hide it? In this world, the only thing that can cause my mysterious jade ruler to act strangely is that thing." Bai Ruoxuan's face was filled with a cold smile as he stared at Xiao Yan opposite him. There was a glint in his eyes. If he was unable to determine where the strangeness of the mysterious jade ruler originated from earlier, at this moment he was certain that this feeling originated from Xiao Yan in front of him. Xiao Yan's heart was also filled with solemnity in this regard. He had actually met someone from the Bai clan in St. Gold City. Moreover, he did not expect that the other party was actually carrying the mysterious jade ruler. Additionally, there were a few people behind Bai Ruoxuan. Once his heavy Shen ruler was exposed in front of them, it was likely that the situation would become extremely disadvantageous for him. "Humph, are you still going to stubbornly resist? Since you're not willing, let me give you a hand." As an icy chuckle sounded, Bai Ruoxuan's foot stomped on the ground. Genesis chi gushed out from under his feet as he waved the white mysterious jade ruler in one hand. His figure shot towards Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of the latter in the blink of an eye. His face was filled with disdain as his ruler swung towards Xiao Yan's head. Beside Xiao Yan, Bai Hua and Ouyang Miao were just about to intervene when they were stopped by the two 8-star origin sect experts. They could only watch helplessly as the giant ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand smashed downwards. The biting cold wind pressure smashed onto Xiao Yan's face from all directions. However, his expression became calm instead. His hand, which was holding the storage ring, also slowly relaxed. In the next second, clang. As the deafening sound of metal clashing rang out, a buzzing sound immediately reverberated across the streets. The expressions of the two guards in front of the courtyard changed drastically as an invisible wave of energy violently unfurled between Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan like a hurricane. At this moment, when everyone raised their eyes and looked over, they saw that Xiao Yan was tightly holding an enormous, dark black ruler with one hand. With a tight frown, he had temporarily blocked the ruler that Bai Ruoxuan had thrown over. Anyone present who was observant would be able to discover that the enormous rulers in the hands of these two people were basically the same with the exception of the black and white color. Boom. Next, the two individuals each slammed their palms into the ruler in their hands. As the two forces collided once again, both figures were pushed back several steps. Only then did they swing their rulers at each other. Humph, it is indeed the heavy mysterious ruler. Bai Ruoxuan coldly snorted, but there was a victorious smile on his face. Xiaoyan was non-committal. His hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, trembled gently. Immediately, a bang sounded and a fierce flame lingered over the ruler's body. Immediately, the temperature of the area where everyone was located suddenly rose by quite a lot. Even the ground under their feet was grilled by this high temperature until it cracked. It's actually a heavenly flame. At this instant, the old man not far behind Bai Ruoxuan finally raised his head. His old face carried a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Xiaoyan. His old eyes slowly narrowed and only then did he speak. Young man, you are actually able to obtain the recognition of a heavenly flame. That is truly commendable. This old man will not interfere in this matter. As long as you hand over the heavy mysterious ruler in your hand, you can leave safely. Xiaoyan's gaze swept over the old man's body. As the seriousness in his eyes gradually increased, he withdrew his hand behind his back. His eyes stared intently at the old man as he slowly opened his mouth. As he spoke, a white jade array disc fell into his hand. What if I refuse? Chapter 1363. The old man's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan. He slowly lifted a hand, Genesis Qi gathering at his fingertips as he slowly said, "If you're unwilling then, Elder Rong, didn't you just say that you won't interfere? I'm afraid that it won't be good for you to do so." Right at that moment, Bai Ruoxuan looked to the old man with a face full of smiles. Although he was trying to dissuade the old man, there was a bit of fierceness in his eyes. Seeing that, the old man immediately understood what was going on. "Don't worry, I've always kept my word. Moreover, I won't do things like bullying the weak. At most, I'll keep this little friend here for now. You can naturally leave when you've thought things through." In the face of such threatening words, the expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily became gloomy. On the other side, the impatience on Ouyang Miao's face became even greater when he heard these words. "Bai Rong, you dare to block my guest?" Ouyang Miao was originally a proud and aloof person. Moreover, Xiaoyan was his guest and his opponent. Yet, this old man in front of him had so casually decided whether Xiaoyan should stay or leave. How could he endure this? There's no need to be angry. I'm just saying. As for what to do, it will naturally depend on this mister's intentions. Bai Rong softly chuckled when he heard this. He turned towards Xiaoyan, the threatening look in his eyes growing even more intense. Xiaoyan was non-committal. His hand, which was holding the heavy Shen ruler, tightened slightly. A thought passed through his mind and the flame that covered it immediately rose violently. The dense feeling deep within his pair of dark black eyes gradually became denser. He had never been threatened by anyone in his entire life. These words of this old man not only did not bring him any pressure, but instead only provoked his fury. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with anger. By the side, Bai Ruoxuan's gaze slowly swept across Xiaoyan and the rest, pausing on Ouyang Miao for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, he smiled in a feminine manner and said, We're all family. There's no need to ruin our relationship over such a small matter. You're not polite at all. When did my Ouyang clan become a family with your Bai clan? My second uncle is not your master, and St. Gold City is not a place where you can act as you please." With a cold snort, Ouyang Miao's expression darkened as a boundless energy aura instantly spread from his body. At the same time, water vapor rapidly condensed in the air around him, transforming into several water screens in the blink of an eye that protected Ouyang Miao. Although the 8-star source sect expert in front of Ouyang Miao was not afraid, he could not help but frown in the face of such an attitude from Ouyang Miao. In the entire middle region, Ouyang Miao could be considered an elite amongst the younger generation. Even his Bai clan's Bai Ruoxuan was slightly inferior to the former. Given this fellow's strength, even they had no choice but to treat him with caution. "Brother Ouyang Miao, there's no need to be angry. The 3 great clans are of the same breath and branch. Moreover, I'm also teacher's disciple. Let's just consider it my wishful thinking. Today's matter has nothing to do with the relationship between our clans. However, this friend, the heavy Shen Buster Sword and my mysterious Jade Buster Sword are originally one. I hope that you can part with it on account of Brother Ouyang Miao and give it to me." Bai Ruoxuan narrowed his eyes. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan and gave the latter a warm smile. Xiaoyan stared at Bai Ruoxuan in silence for a long time. A moment later he suddenly grinned and said, Since the three great clans are of the same breath and branch and the Bai clan and Ouyang clan have such a relationship, why don't you give me the mysterious Jade Buster sword on account of brother Ouyang Miao? Brat, how dare you? How can you casually touch something that belongs to the heir of my Bai clan? The other old man from the 8-star source sect by the side had a sunken expression. He stepped forward and a powerful aura immediately rushed toward Xiao Yan. Bus. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly as the aura surged towards him. He frowned as he let out a low shout in his heart. The Force Elephant skill was instantly unleashed, and with the strength of his powerful physical body, he was able to block the Elder's aura. Ouyang Miao became increasingly furious when he saw this. The Elder could not help but be surprised when he saw this scene. At the same time, Bai Ruoxuan's expression darkened. He looked at Ouyang Miao, who had an extremely ugly expression, and hesitated for a long time. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan again and said in a deep voice, "Since neither you nor I are willing to give it up, why don't we use the simplest method to solve this problem? Brat, if you have the guts, fight with me. If I win, you will give me the heavy Shen Buster sword. What if you lose?" Xiao Yan lifted his eyelids and stared at Bai Ruoxuan as he asked indifferently. Bai Ruoxuan was stunned when he heard this. He could not help but be surprised by Xiao Yan's decisiveness. Soon after, he could not help but laugh. When the two of them had exchanged blows earlier, they had clearly seen through each other's cultivation. Bai Ruoxuan was currently an initial 4-star source sect, and his cultivation was only slightly weaker than Ouyang Miao's. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was only a 2-star source sect. Even the slightest difference between origin sect experts was enough to determine the outcome of a battle, let alone the fact that there was a 2-star gap between him and Xiao Yan. Bai Ruoxuan truly could not imagine how he would lose with such a huge gap. Ha ha, although it is a little laughable, I cannot help but admire your courage. You actually dare to fantasize about the outcome at such a time. Since you want it, I will agree. If you defeat me, I, Bai Ruoxuan, will hand over the mysterious Jade Buster sword with both hands. Crown Prince, you can't? Elder Rong, you might be a little too careful. Could it be that you're worried that I can't deal with such trash? Before Bai Rong could finish speaking, Bai Ruoxuan's indifferent laughter immediately interrupted him. Although Bai Rong was slightly worried, he still took a deep breath in the end. He slowly nodded and did not say anything else. Afterwards, Bai Ruoxuan glanced at the other two 8-star source sect experts. The two of them exchanged glances before retreating, leaving the space for Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan. Outside the arena, Ouyang Miao and Bai Hua had also retreated. The three of them glanced at Xiao Yan, then looked at Bai Ruoxuan's confident appearance. They could not help but exchange glances as sneers flashed across the depths of their eyes. There was naturally no need to mention Xiao Yan's strength. During the Origin Emperor's time, he had severely injured a 4-star source sect expert, Tang Long. Now that he had stepped into the Origin sect realm, his battle prowess was naturally many times stronger than before. Ouyang Miao knew that Xiao Yan's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation, so he naturally would not treat the latter as an ordinary person. However, Bai Ruoxuan was currently acting so arrogantly. Once the two of them fought, Ouyang Miao would likely have to pay quite a price. Chapter 1364. As the crowd dispersed, the home ground was naturally handed over to Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan, who were currently staring at each other. The two individuals were currently wielding giant rulers, one black and one white, as if they were born to oppose each other. Bai Ruoxuan was a little taken aback when he saw that Xiao Yan was not the slightest bit afraid. His eyes filled with surprise at the former's mental fortitude. However, due to his powerful cultivation, he did not feel the slightest bit of worry. He wanted to let the black-robed, black ruler-wielding Xiao Yan understand that in the face of sufficient strength, pure willpower would not be able to create any miracles. Kid, I admire your temperament, but if you really dare to fight me, you will only be humiliating yourself in the end. As the heir of the Bai clan, one of the three great clans of the central region, Bai Ruoxuan had his own pride. Amongst the younger generation of the central region, the number of individuals who could match him could be counted on one's fingers. Hence, there was naturally no fear in his heart when facing an unknown brat. Xiao Yan paid no attention to Bai Ruoxuan's mocking. A fierce light pulsed in his eyes as the flames on the giant ruler in his hand grew increasingly stronger. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body converged into the giant ruler in his hand. Under the flames, the grooves on the giant ruler were filled with scarlet-red light. As they flowed, they became as hot as boiling lava. Bai Ruoxuan sneered when he saw Xiao Yan's reaction. His arm jerked, causing the white ruler in his hand to tremble. Boundless golden Genesis chi flowed on it, causing the surrounding space to distort and ripple. Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. With a cold shout, Bai Ruoxuan's foot slammed into the ground as his body shot forward like a cannonball. Golden light swirled around the giant white ruler in his hand, drawing a dazzling arc of light in the air. In the blink of an eye, his figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan, less than a foot away from the latter. So noisy! Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he eyed Bai Ruoxuan's figure, which had already come close to him. He glanced at the intense wind that the Xian jade ruler carried and shook his head at a steady pace. He allowed the enormous ruler to sweep over while his body merely took half a step to the right. Soon after, a fierce attack suddenly swept past. However, the shocking thing was that the enormous ruler, which was surrounded by a golden glow, actually whizzed past Xiao Yan's sleeves. Other than carrying a hurricane, it did not even touch Xiao Yan's sleeves from the beginning until the end. Such speed. The expression on Ouyang Miao's face instantly changed when he saw this scene, and he could not help but cry out in surprise. Even the two 8-star source sects and Bai Rong could not help but frown. Although Xiao Yan's movement seemed slow, compared to Bai Ruoxuan's ferocious attack, it was undoubtedly several times faster. Even a ghost would not believe that it was a coincidence that he was able to dodge Bai Ruoxuan's attack so accurately at such a short distance. At this moment, Bai Ruoxuan also revealed a look of surprise when he saw Xiao Yan dodge his attack so easily. His heart immediately sank, and at almost the same time that he swept past Xiao Yan's figure, he suddenly waved the mysterious jade ruler in his hand. The giant ruler's tip suddenly turned, and Bai Ruoxuan also turned his body in the air, swinging the ruler horizontally towards Xiao Yan once again. Xiao Yan's expression turned stern when he heard the sound of wind behind him. His body did not move at all, and without even turning his head, he swung the heavy dark ruler in his hand backwards. Soon after, the two giant rulers heavily collided. This is the first ruler. At the same time that the giant ruler was swung backwards, Xiao Yan's indifferent voice was transmitted into Bai Ruoxuan's ears. However, before the latter could hear anything, the two giant rulers had already collided. Clang! When the two collided, an ear-shaking, enormous sound of metal colliding immediately sounded. A circular invisible air wave also swept apart. The golden-colored flowing light on the Xian jade ruler also unleashed a powerful energy ripple at this moment, which violently struck the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little in the face of such a powerful energy attack. A thought passed through his heart and the enormous ruler that was wrapped by the flame immediately trembled. Soon after, a startling ruler glow suddenly charged up from the heavy Xian ruler and collided with the energy on the Xian jade ruler. Soon after, it forcefully exploded. Bang! At the same time that the explosion rang out, a storm swept out. Xiao Yan's figure did not move at all. When he looked at Bai Ruoxuan again, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. As the chill in his eyes surged, he directly charged into the center of the storm. A loud roar was emitted from his mouth, and golden light suddenly appeared on the giant ruler. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a giant golden dragon. With a low roar, it explosively shot towards Xiao Yan. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan slowly turned around. His gaze was calm as he looked at the giant white ruler that was furiously smashing down. He did not have the slightest intention of dodging. The giant ruler, which was covered in flames, was slanted towards the ground. As the flames rose, he suddenly waved the giant ruler, and a majestic ruler light also rushed out. The second ruler. The heavy ruler carried a ruler light as it ruthlessly streaked across the empty space. After which, it violently collided with the giant golden dragon, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The two collided and the two human figures were shaken until they took a couple of steps back. Bai Ruoxuan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him was actually able to unleash such a powerful energy. Even he was unable to obtain victory in one strike. Brat, I allowed you to luckily dodge my previous attack. Consider it my carelessness this time, but let's see how you will withstand my next attack. Bai Ruoxuan's body moved with a furious laugh. An afterimage remained where he was, and when he reappeared, he was already a short distance in front of Xiao Yan. Both of his hands tightly gripped the ruler's hilt as the Genesis Qi within his body continuously poured into it, causing waves of golden light to erupt from it like a small sun. Light of the sun. In the short span of a few breaths, the originally white ruler was already filled with a sacred golden light. The dazzling light illuminated the street, making it difficult to distinguish between heaven and earth. Wave after wave of powerful and terrifying energy spread from within. Is this an intent class Do skill? Seeing this, Xiaoyan finally slowly narrowed his eyes. The expression in his eyes became increasingly sharp. His hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, also tightened its grip. After which, the instant he raised his head, the enormous ruler in his hand also hacked down with a force from above. 3 feet. Ruler light shot out, but Xiaoyan did not pause. Instead, he continued to swing downwards, only stopping after the 9th swing. At almost the same time, Bai Rong's expression involuntarily changed. He took a step forward as the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. Chapter 1365. Light of the Sun. A dazzling light shone over this entire world. A frightening energy ripple was emitted from within the golden light. The Xian Jade ruler in Bai Ruoxuan's hand was violently hacked down at the same time Xiaoyan swung the 7 feet of the ruler. A golden-colored dazzling glow shot out from the enormous ruler. It soared with the wind and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 1,000-foot-long startling glow. It hacked down toward Xiaoyan with a momentum that seemed to split the sky. At the same time, the 7 ruler glows that had been shot out from the heavy Xian ruler merged into one. The flame soared, and it became just like an incomparable sail that stood between the sky and the ground. It abruptly met the golden-colored glow that was shooting over from the bottom. In the next instant, boundless auras erupted like a volcano from the point of collision, blotting out the sky and covering the land. Cracking noises rang out as countless cracks spread across the surrounding ground and buildings, before they were completely destroyed with a loud bang. The invisible space cracked and formed numerous narrow dark black crack lines under the collision of these two frightening energies. A monstrous energy wave spread over the sky. Although Xiaoyan was only 7 feet tall, the might of this 7 feet was far greater than in the past. Now that the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler had transformed into 9 feet, Xiaoyan was confident that he could completely block Bai Ruoxuan's attack even if he did not use his full strength. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion abruptly rang out at this moment. The battle between the two was completely destroyed at this moment, while the ground below was blasted into countless fragments that shot in all directions. Terrifying ripples from a punch swiftly spread at this moment, causing even Ouyang Miao and the rest, as well as the 2 elders from the 8-star origin sect, to involuntarily take a dozen steps back. They hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies, sealing off the area where the two had been. On the other side, Bai Rong's sinister eyes stared intently at the unmoving Xiaoyan. Killing intent surged in the depths of his eyes as the Genesis Qi in his body stealthily flowed to his palm. Swish! Within the battle circle, the energy storm had yet to completely dissipate. Just as everyone was feeling anxious, a violent sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out from within. Almost at the same time, Bai Rong's body, who was outside the battle circle, also trembled. Only a gradually blurred afterimage was left on his original spot. However, his body had already appeared beside Bai Ruoxuan. Just as he was about to raise his hand and throw a palm forward, his expression suddenly changed drastically. At the same time, his body turned around and violently threw a palm towards the empty space on the other side. Boom! 2 skinny palms came into contact with each other in the invisible empty space. Energy ripples spread out like a hurricane. At the same time, the energy ripples in the surroundings were completely swept away. At the same time, the low and deep sound of another fist landing on the body was also transmitted into Bai Rong's ears. After which, everyone present clearly saw a white figure fly out from the battle circle like a kite with a broken string. After which, it violently landed on the ground. It rubbed against the ground for dozens of meters before it slowly stabilized. If one looked again, this person was undoubtedly Bai Ruoxuan. At this moment, 3 human figures were standing in each direction in the empty space. Xiaoyan stood in the middle while 2 old men stood opposite each other. Their gazes were staring at Xiaoyan alone in the middle of the battleground. This was especially the case for Bai Rong at this moment. The expression on his old face was gloomy. He did not expect that there would actually be someone who would intervene on Xiaoyan's behalf. Moreover, from the looks of the other party's aura earlier, it was likely that the other party's cultivation was not inferior to his. Damn it! Bai Rong turned his head to look at Bai Ruoxuan, who was in the middle of the ruins and had almost fainted. The expression on Bai Rong's face was extremely ugly. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at Xiaoyan and laughed angrily. I never thought that you would have a helper. Hearing those words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He turned his head to look at the other side. At this moment, an old man wearing a purple robe with a face full of wrinkles was similarly standing in the air. However, looking at his expression that was filled with killing intent, Xiao Yan did not think that this fellow would be his helper. Helper? If you had not intervened to stop me, this brat would have already died under this venerable self's palm. Soon after, the old man in purple robes let out a hoarse and dark cold snort. Bai Rong's expression could not help but be slightly startled when he heard these words. From the other party's tone, it seemed that he had also come to kill Xiao Yan. Things had happened so suddenly that he had misunderstood the other party's intentions. Immediately, he heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. His gaze bypassed Xiao Yan and stared at the purple-robed elder. He raised his hand and cupped his fist together as he faintly smiled. So it was a misunderstanding. This old man has been overthinking things. In that case, please do as you wish. Bai Rong swiftly descended to Bai Ruoxuan's side after uttering those words. The two 8-star source Zong had already helped Bai Ruoxuan consume medicinal pills. Although Bai Ruoxuan's injuries were temporarily stabilized, the killing intent in Bai Rong's eyes became even denser when he saw the deep, scarlet fist imprint on Bai Ruoxuan's chest. He turned his head and looked at the solemn expression of Xiao Yan in the sky. If Bai Ruoxuan's injuries were not too serious, it was likely that he would have personally attacked. When he looked at the empty space again, the purple-robed elder who had suddenly appeared was currently looking at Xiao Yan with a face full of killing intent. A powerful aura continuously surged from his body, appearing rather shocking. Where did you provoke such an expert? Ouyang Yao's body rushed forward and appeared beside Xiao Yan. He had quite a good understanding of the Bai clan, but he had never seen this purple-robed person in front of him. Naturally, he did not dare to carelessly speak. I have never seen him before. Xiao Yan frowned when he heard this and explained in a deep voice. Ouyang Yao frowned in surprise when he heard this. However, at this moment, the purple-robed man spoke again. His hoarse voice was like an invisible blade that spread across the world. You don't recognize this old man, but you should remember Xiashan, right? When the two words Xiashan were spoken, an extremely terrifying aura and pressure suddenly swept out from the old man's body. It instantly enveloped Xiao Yan and Ouyang Yao's heads. Xiashan, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Subsequently, he suddenly raised his head and cried out in surprise. You are a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. This sovereign is Xiashan's father. You killed Xiashan in the southern region. Do you really think that no one will know? Today this sovereign will use your blood to pay tribute to my dead son. An earth-shaking furious cry was emitted. The body of the purple-robed old man suddenly shook. His body instantly turned into a purple-colored light figure that shot explosively toward Xiao Yan in the sky in front of the solemn gazes of Ouyang Yao and the others. A sharp roar also shook the sky. At this moment, the white array disc that Xiao Yan was holding tightly in his hand also emitted a golden light. Immediately after, it was thrown into the air. At the same time the array was activated, numerous spiritual stones also flew out from Xiao Yan's storage ring. Chapter 1366. That purple-robed person appeared outside of the formation almost at the same time the formation above Xiao Yan's head was activated. Soon after, a palm was heavily imprinted on the golden-colored barrier in front of him. Clang. Circular golden-colored energy ripples swiftly spread from the formation barrier at the same time the trembling sound appeared. The remaining strength of the rebound also forced the purple-robed person back by over 100 feet. By the time he raised his head, the formation had already been fully unleashed, covering Xiao Yan and Ouyang Miao within it. A grade 7 array? The purple-robed man's brows knitted together as his expression darkened. With a flip of his hand, chilling blood-colored Genesis Chi rapidly gathered in his palm. With a vicious wave, it transformed into a stream of light that slammed into the array barrier. Ripples churned, but it remained incomparably tough. Not bad. I didn't expect you to possess such a high-grade array. But what can a mere grade 7 array do in front of me? With an icy chuckle, the purple-robed man was about to charge forward again when Ouyang Miao suddenly took a step forward, frowning as he respectfully said, Elder, I am the heir of the Ouyang clan Ouyang Miao. I don't care what grudges you have with Xiao Yan, but I hope you can stop today and treat it as giving my Ouyang clan some face. Humph, I haven't been to the central region for many years. How did such an arrogant junior emerge? The Ouyang family is one of the 3 great clans of the central region and has Sword Saint Yulan as their leader. I have heard of your reputation, but why should I give you any face when you're just a junior? As his voice faded, the purple-robed man's figure had already appeared in front of the array barrier. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as he slammed his palm into the array barrier. Unlike before, the purple-robed man's figure did not retreat in the slightest. As his palm landed, Ripples churned on the array barrier, followed by another palm strike. The entire array gradually began to tremble under his powerful attacks. Within the array barrier, Xiao Yan stared intently at the purple-robed man's astonishing attacks as his heart turned solemn. Even if a Source Venerate expert did not use any Do skills, he could still rely on his own power to shatter a grade 7 array. Although the array barrier was strong, it would not last long under the purple-robed man's attacks. As his heart sank, Xiao Yan had no choice but to quickly circulate the Genesis Qi in his body. Flames surged in his palm, swiftly forming a flaming wheel as wisps of great Tao power gathered. In the face of a Source Venerate expert, the only thing Xiao Yan could rely on was the angry Buddha reincarnation, which was comparable to a great Tao skill. Outside, Bairong could not help but reveal a sinister smile when he saw the grave expression on Xiao Yan's face. It had to be said that the fact that Xiao Yan had been able to easily defeat the 4-star Bai Ruoxuan with his 2-star origin ancestor cultivation was partly due to Bai Ruoxuan's carelessness, but Xiao Yan's frightening battle power was also undeniable. Today's battle between Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan had turned them into true enemies regardless of whether it was the mysterious Jade Ruler or the fact that Xiao Yan had heavily injured Bai Ruoxuan. If not for the purple-robed man's intervention earlier, Xiao Yan would likely have already become a dead soul under his palm. Of course, doing so would definitely incur the displeasure of the Ouyang clan. However, the purple-robed man's intervention had saved Bairong a lot of trouble. Today this kid will die without a doubt. The smile on Bairong's lips widened as he watched the increasingly crumbling golden formation under the purple-robed man's fierce attacks. Clang 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 clang. A series of heavy bangs rang out as tiny cracks quietly appeared on the white jade formation disc hovering in front of Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, it would not last for long, and the angry Buddha reincarnation in his palm would likely take some time to gather. Xiao Yan had no choice but to desperately gather the Genesis Qi in his body. The angry Buddha reincarnation was his greatest trump card at this moment. By the side, Ouyang Miao's expression grew increasingly dark. When he saw that the formation was about to collapse, he shouted in a low voice. "Even if you don't give this junior face today, you should stop for the sake of my Ouyang clan. Otherwise, this matter won't end so easily in the future." Boy, your words are a little arrogant. It is indeed the style of the Ouyang clan, but my purpose today is only to kill this boy. It has nothing to do with your Ouyang clan. If you attack, don't blame me for being merciless. Boom. At the same time that the cold cry was emitted from his mouth, a shriveled hand of the purple-robed person finally violently penetrated the formation barrier in front of him. After which, his arm shook abruptly. Soon after, the golden-colored formation barrier in front of him swiftly broke apart amidst a wave of cracking sounds. Even the white jade formation plate that was suspended in front of Xiao Yan similarly trembled intensely. Soon after, it actually broke apart in the air, transforming into a pile of powder that scattered and drifted down. Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically when the formation broke. The purple-robed man let out a sinister laugh. He twisted his right hand, his 5 fingers curling into a claw. His body immediately dashed forward, grabbing at Xiao Yan's throat. At almost the same time Xiao Yan's side, Ouyang Miao also moved after a brief moment of hesitation. He blocked in front of Xiao Yan while the Genesis Qi in his body gushed out without reservation. His right hand grasped the air, and an ink-colored spear appeared in his hand. As water flowed around the tip of the spear, a curtain of water adhered to the spear. Next, he thrust the spear forward with a grave expression. "Don't blame me for being stubborn." Seeing this, the purple-robed man's face darkened. With a slight twist of his wrist, the claw that was rushing forward immediately changed direction and grabbed at the long spear that was thrusting towards him. However, when the two of them were less than 10 feet apart, the space between them suddenly distorted violently. Immediately after, an incomparably terrifying light burst forth like a storm. While it easily pushed the purple-robed man back, Ouyang Miao's body and the spear in his hand were forcefully frozen in the air, unable to move at all. When this unparalleled sharpness gradually dissipated, what fell into everyone's line of sight was a long sword suspended in the void. When everyone saw the sword, the members of the Bai clan as well as Xiao Yan's group could not help but reveal shocked expressions. There was naturally no need to mention the Bai clan. As for Xiao Yan's group, although the sword was much smaller in size, the runes on it and the sharp aura it gave off were no different from the giant sword outside St. Gold City. It was the Serene Orchid Sword. The appearance of the Serene Orchid Sword meant that its master should be here. Chapter 1367. This is the Serene Orchid Sword. On the ground below, Bai Rong's eyes suddenly shrunk when he saw the sharp longsword suspended in the air. Even the expression on his old face changed. In his heart, he involuntarily cursed the purple-robed person. If this fellow had not disregarded the face of the Ouyang clan and attacked Ouyang Miao, the serene orchid sword might not have appeared in this place. Now that this serene orchid sword had appeared and Ouyang Miao was protecting Xiao Yan, it was naturally impossible for this purple-robed person to kill Xiao Yan. This is the serene orchid sword? Rumor has it that the Ouyang clan has a serene orchid sword saint who once fought against 3 origin venerables by himself. Today I would like to experience it. The purple-robed man narrowed his eyes as he stared at the space beside the serene orchid sword. I wouldn't dare to experience it. I only hope that your excellency will stop. Everyone who comes as a guest and my Ouyang clan should treat them with respect. I didn't wish for things to turn out this way. Why don't your excellency give me some face and let bygones be bygones? After the purple-robed man finished speaking, the space he was looking at gradually distorted. Then, a middle-aged man in green clothes appeared with his hands behind his back and a warm smile on his face as he looked at the purple-robed man not far away. At the same time, Ouyang Miao, who was behind him, gradually withdrew his tyrannical aura into his body. Even the energy condensed on the long spear was absorbed into Ouyang Miao's body. His stiff body suddenly returned to normal. The middle-aged man in green clothes had a handsome figure. He wore a crown on his head and had a resolute face. A pair of sword-like eyebrows made him look majestic without being angry. His pitch-black eyes contained a sharp light like that of an eagle's. If he hadn't deliberately restrained it, few people would have been able to look him in the eye. This person was the second in command of the Ouyang clan, known as the Serene Orchid Sword Saint Ouyang Yu. I'll give you some face. As long as you hand him over, I will immediately turn around and leave. The purple-robed man pointed at Xiao Yan as he spoke with a sinister smile. The bloodthirsty killing intent in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. Ouyang Miao's expression changed the moment these words were spoken. His footsteps shifted slightly to the side and blocked in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze, however, landed on the middle-aged man in front of him. The latter turned his head and smiled at Ouyang Miao. His gaze swept past Xiao Yan's face before he turned around and once again looked at the purple-robed person. He smiled slightly and slowly shook his head. My apologies, this little friend is also a guest of the Ouyang clan. Since he is in the clan, how can I not take care of him? I hope your excellency can forgive me. The purple-robed man's expression immediately darkened. The Genesis chi in his body churned as he spoke in a low voice. You're not giving it to me? Please forgive me. Ouyang's eyes is. The moment the middle-aged man finished speaking, the purple-robed man's figure instantly charged forward. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The short distance between the two of them was closed in an instant. The purple-robed man's 5 fingers curled into a claw and grabbed the middle-aged man's chest. I'd like to see just how capable a sword saint like you is. The curved claw tore a pitch-black crack in the void. Powerful energy gathered between the 5 fingers, wrapped in a fierce wind, and stabbed fiercely at the middle-aged man's chest. If this attack landed, even with Ouyang Yu's cultivation he would be seriously injured in an instant. Easy. However, just as the sharp claws were a meter away from Ouyang Yu's body, the serene orchid sword hovering in the air seemed to have sensed something and instantly arrived in front of Ouyang Yu. The 3-finger-wide sword firmly blocked the purple-robed man's attack. What? The purple-robed man was shocked. His attack was easily blocked by the long sword, and Ouyang Yu didn't even make a move. He was still looking at him with a calm expression. Then, with a thought, a fierce and domineering sword chi suddenly burst out from the sword and fiercely fell on the purple-robed man's palm. With a burst of sparks, a stream of blood spilled out. The purple-robed man was immediately sent flying. He lowered his head to look, only to see a scarlet sword scar on his palm. The intense pain caused his entire arm to tremble uncontrollably, while the muscles on his face twitched violently. Fortunately, he had his Genesis chi to block the attack, or his hand would have been severed by the sword chi. What a terrifying sword chi! The purple-robed man's expression darkened as he muttered under his breath. He could not help but feel a grave feeling in his heart. I hope you can stop here. Ouyang Yu smiled faintly. His smile was as simple and calm as before, but it was exceptionally pressuring. Behind him, Xiao Yan could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw the middle-aged man's calm appearance. Ouyang Yu had already displayed such powerful battle strength before even making a move. Even the purple-robed man, who was a Genesis Venerate, had been forced to retreat. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Ouyang would be once he displayed his true cultivation. Sword Saint Yulan indeed lived up to her reputation. The purple-robed man's expression fluctuated indeterminately when he heard Ouyang's words. Xie Shan's death had made him extremely sad, and he had even sworn to avenge his dead son. But now his enemy was right in front of him and he was helpless to do anything. How could he endure this? A pair of dark red eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A long while later, the purple-robed man gritted his teeth and unwillingly lowered his head. He said in a low voice, "I've lost." Although this was what he said when he lowered his head, an extremely strong resentment abruptly emerged in his old eyes. Ouyang raised his eyelids and nodded slightly. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's hanging heart finally calmed down. However, in the next moment, "I admit that I'm no match for you and I can admit defeat. But this brat must die." The purple-robed man abruptly lifted his head as his body abruptly shook. Genesis Chi frantically gushed out from his body as a powerful aura spread outwards. It was an astonishing sight to behold. On the ground below, Bai Rong's expression could not help but change slightly when he felt the powerful aura from the purple-robed man's body. Although the purple-robed man's attitude was domineering, he had the ability to back it up. He was a 3-star Genesis Venerate, and his cultivation was much stronger than Bai Rong's. Genesis Chi surged. Borrowing the time when everyone present was shocked, the purple-robed person's body suddenly flashed. He swiftly passed Ouyang and shot towards Xiao Yan. "Brat, hand over your life." Chapter 1368. The expressions on Bai Hua's and Lian Er's faces changed drastically as they watched the purple-robed person charge toward Xiao Yan in a lightning-like manner. However, the purple-robed person had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Even if they wanted to intervene and stop him, it was too late. Even Ouyang Miao, who was standing around 10 feet in front of Xiao Yan, did not have the time to do anything. Given the full speed of an Origin Venerate expert, it was impossible for them to do anything. The purple-robed man arrived in front of Xiao Yan at lightning speed with a sinister smile on his face. He clenched his hand, and boundless Genesis Chi immediately condensed into a layer of energy crystals that transformed into a giant claw. He clenched his hand and viciously swiped at Xiao Yan's body. On the ground below, Bai Rong sneered inwardly at Ouyang Miao's ignorance as he watched the scene in the sky. Ouyang Miao had been famous in the central region for many years, and his strength was naturally not to be underestimated. If Ouyang Miao thought that he could avoid Ouyang Miao with just this, he was underestimating Sword Saint Yulan's reputation. At the same time, Xiao Yan also sensed the purple-robed man's attack with his extraordinary senses. The moment the giant claw appeared, Xiao Yan didn't wait for it to lock onto him. Instead, his feet moved and his figure immediately retreated. "Humph!" The purple-robed man sneered when he saw Xiao Yan's quick reaction. His laughter had just sounded when the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. All he could sense was a blur in front of his eyes. A huge claw that was filled with an enormous pressure once again strangely appeared. After which, it clawed down with lightning-like speed. Even the space around Xiao Yan solidified at this moment. Xiao Yan's expression changed when the surrounding space froze. His body was blocked. The giant energy claw was too troublesome, and even dodging it was extremely difficult. An Origin Venerate expert was indeed extraordinary. Numerous thoughts flashed across Xiao Yan's heart as he suddenly clenched his teeth. His dark black eyes stared intently at the huge claw that was viciously grabbing at him with a sharp wind. The remaining Genesis Chi in his body crazily surged out. At the same time, the fire wheel that had gathered in his hand behind him began to violently rotate. A dark black star emitted a destructive aura from the center of the wheel. He was ready to go all out against the purple-robed man. Ouyang, who had already sensed the activity on Xiao Yan's side, suddenly knit his brows together when the roulette wheel in Xiao Yan's hand began to rotate wildly. The aura emitted from the roulette wheel might be weak, but with his senses he was able to clearly sense it. Immediately he felt some surprise in his heart. At the same time the enormous claw rushed toward Xiao Yan. It immediately spread open, appearing just like a ghost claw as it grabbed toward Xiao Yan's head from the air. As the giant claw grew larger and larger in his eyes, Xiao Yan's expression turned completely grave. He abruptly lifted the hand behind his back, and the Buddha's Fury reincarnation wheel frantically rotated in his palm. Heaven and earth energy gathered as he prepared to use all his strength. However, just as Xiao Yan lifted his hand, the space in front of him suddenly distorted strangely. Soon after, Ouyang figure emerged from the distorted space and stood in front of Xiao Yan. Almost at the same time when Ouyang figure appeared, A vast and steady aura suddenly surged out from within his body. Immediately it swept out like a storm. Sharp sword chi swept out with Ouyang Yu's body as the center. Above his head, the invisible sword chi condensed into a faintly discernible giant sword, protecting Ouyang Yu's entire body. An extremely terrifying aura and pressure also spread out without reservation. It felt as if the person standing in front of him was not a person, but a towering sword. On the ground below, when Bai Rong and the others beside him felt this aura and pressure, their expressions changed drastically. Even with Bai Rong's temperament, his heart was also filled with shock at this moment. This guy broke through to 8-star? Sword Saint Yulan Ouyang Yu was a supreme expert who had reached 8-star source venerate. Your Excellency has repeatedly offended my Ouyang family, so don't blame me for not showing mercy. The moment Ouyang Yu's body appeared, a somewhat indifferent icy cold voice was transmitted over. Quickly following this, the former placed two of his fingers together in front of Xiao Yan's stunned gaze and pierced forward without any fancy moves. After which, it pressed against the huge claw that was attacking him head-on. Buzz! A ray of white light suddenly flashed, and the face of the purple-robed man behind the huge claw instantly changed drastically. His figure hurriedly retreated, and the huge claw suddenly exploded in the next moment, turning into a large energy storm that swept out once again. At the same time, an incomparably sharp sword chi narrowly swept past the temples of the purple-robed man, cutting off half of his hair bun. This was all thanks to his timely reaction. Otherwise what would have been cut off would not only be his hair bun. The purple-robed man hurriedly retreated until he was dozens of feet away before he slowly stabilized his body. At the same time he felt the powerful aura and pressure emitted from Ouyang Yu's body, and his face immediately turned ugly. An 8-star source venerate. With such a cultivation, there were very few opponents in the Origin Venerate realm. Although he was also an Origin Venerate expert, compared to Ouyang Yu in front of him, he was undoubtedly a small child in the presence of a great one. He had not felt anything before, but now that Ouyang Yu had released the aura and pressure from his body, the gap between the two of them was obvious. With just 2 fingers and a sword, Ouyang Yu had easily broken the ghost claw condensed by him. It was obvious that Ouyang Yu's battle strength was extraordinary. At this time if he continued to delay he would lose more than just face. The purple-robed man's gaze swept across the pedestrians gradually gathering in the distance. His face was gloomy, and his gaze swept over Xiao Yan unwillingly. His eyes flickered rapidly and after a long while he bitterly gritted his teeth and coldly shouted at Xiao Yan with a vicious gaze, "Kid, you're lucky. Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet I will definitely make you pay a painful price." A cold light flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he sneered. "I'll keep you company." Umph. Hearing this, the purple-robed man's old face could not help but twitch slightly. Immediately after, his cold gaze swept across the crowd, and he clenched his fists unwillingly. After a while he finally decided not to do this useless thing. With a twist of his body, he quickly flew out of St. Gold City. "Kid, we will meet again." After the figure left, a cold cry drifted over from the distant sky. After which it slowly reverberated in the sky. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Chapter 1369. Xiao Yan slowly exhaled as he watched the purple-robed person's figure gradually disappear from his sight. He scattered the fire wheel in his hand. Now he had finally escaped from this old monster. However, from the looks of it, the latter clearly did not wish to give up so easily. If they were to meet in the future, a true life-and-death battle would unavoidably erupt between the two of them. However, it was still unknown just what level Xiao Yan's cultivation would reach at that time. On the ground below, the light in the eyes of Bai Rong and the others could not help but dim slightly when they saw the purple-robed man turn around and leave. They originally wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of Xiao Yan, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? They could not help but snort coldly and help Bai Ruoxuan, who had already woken up. At the same time Xiao Yan, who was in the sky, withdrew his eyes. They swept around and immediately gathered at a certain spot on the ground below. There was an enormous ruler that was as white as jade inserted into a pile of rock fragments at an angle. It was the mysterious jade ruler. With the end of the battle, this thing should be his spoils of victory. Xiao Yan immediately smiled. He extended his hand and beckoned. An invisible strength immediately spread out and swiftly wrapped around the Shen jade ruler. After which, it was pulled out from the rock fragments and shot toward Xiao Yan. "Boy, how dare you!" The expression on Bai Rong's face instantly changed when he saw the Shen jade ruler flying toward Xiao Yan. He waved his sleeve and a suction force surged from his palm. Immediately he forcefully sucked the Xian jade ruler which had rushed into the air over. After which he held it tightly in his hand. At the same time, he lifted his gaze and stared at Xiao Yan with a dark and solemn face. Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly when the mysterious jade ruler was blocked. He immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "What? You dare to bet but don't dare to lose? As a member of the Bai clan, you actually went back on your words and went back on your word. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Boy, you have a sharp tongue. It was clearly you who launched a sneak attack first. If not for that, how could you be a match for my young master with your strength as a 2-star origin sect master?" Bai Rong's expression immediately turned cold when he heard this and he sneered. Bullshit. In the previous battle, Bai Ruoxuan was no match for Xiao Yan at all. Not to mention that his battle strength was superficial, just the fact that he underestimated his opponent was enough to kill him. Hearing Bai Rong's words, Yang Miao, who was in the void, immediately became gloomy. He could not help but scold Bai Rong's words, and his words made Bai Rong's expression. Bai Rong's old face turned red, but at the same time he still tried to argue. So what? This Xiao Yan made use of my clan's heir to underestimate him. Today's battle will not count. If you want to fight, send out a challenge. In the future, let's have a fair fight in the Bai clan. When Bai Rong said this, some of the passers-by who had been attracted to the scene couldn't help but sneer. Although they didn't know much about what had happened on the battlefield, they found Bai Rong's words to be a little too ridiculous. Many people present had experienced the Bai clan's shamelessness. This so-called fair fight might be fine if it was in public, but if it was in the Bai clan, how could it be fair when it was the entire Bai clan fighting against a single person? Yang Miao naturally understood this. His gaze was extremely disgusted as it violently swept over Bai Rong's shriveled old face. He was just about to open his mouth when Yang Yu by the side suddenly frowned and voiced his doubts. Only then did Yang Miao briefly explain the fight and bet between Xiao Yan and Bai Ruoxuan earlier. What did you say? Dark heavy buster sword? However, Yang Miao's eyebrows were suddenly lifted just as Yang Miao was explaining. It was as though he had heard something unbelievable as he let out a soft cry. At the same time, Yang Yu's gaze landed on Xiao Yan with a swoosh sound. There was an unusual glint deep within his eyes. Xiao Yan was first taken aback when he felt Yang Yu's gaze. Soon after, he could not help but shiver inwardly. With a thought, he stealthily circulated the Genesis Chi in his body through his meridians. Just in case he would be able to provide support. Yang Miao also felt a wave of surprise in his heart when he saw the former's usually calm face reveal such a surprised expression. However, before he could ask, Yang Yu's gaze turned towards Bai Rong and the others below. His gaze swept over the few of them. Finally, it stopped on Bai Ruoxuan, who was looking at him with a surprised expression. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "Ruoxuan, I know that you are unwilling to accept this, but victory and defeat are inevitable in a battle. Since you were the one who requested to fight first and there was a bet, you should accept your loss. At most, you can win it back in the future. I'm afraid that your actions today will damage the clan's reputation." But, just as Bai Ruoxuan was about to struggle, Yang Yu's next words instantly caused light to explode in his eyes, and even disbelief. "If you want to become my disciple, you absolutely cannot go back on your words. Do you understand?" Yang Yu frowned slightly, seemingly questioning Bai Ruoxuan. Joy immediately surged onto Bai Ruoxuan's pale face. Didn't Yang Yu mean that he was willing to accept him as his disciple? If that was the case, even if the mysterious jade ruler was temporarily in Xiao Yan's hands, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to take it back once he had mastered it. With this thought in mind, the light in Bai Ruoxuan's eyes grew even brighter as he hurriedly bowed towards Yang Yu with the help of the 2 8-star origin sect disciples. However, Bai Rong frowned as he supported Bai Ruoxuan and said in a low voice, "Isn't this a little? Shut up. It's just a useless weapon, so what if we lose it? But if the clan leader blames us, I will naturally explain it to father. Now give it to me." Bai Ruoxuan's expression darkened as he slowly extended his hand towards Bai Rong. The latter could not help but grit his teeth as hesitation filled his old face. It was only when Bai Ruoxuan was about to act out again that he finally handed over the mysterious jade ruler. A familiar icy sensation immediately spread to Bai Ruoxuan's palm as the ruler entered his hand. A look of reluctance flitted across his eyes as he gazed at the giant ruler that had accompanied him for many years. Soon after, he steeled himself and raised both hands, waiting for Yang Yu's decision. "Teacher, please make your decision." Yes, your Genesis Chi is of the metal attribute, making it extremely sharp. This mysterious jade ruler is too heavy and does not suit you. I will find another suitable weapon for you in the future. Jianghu nonchalantly said. After the latter respectfully expressed his thanks, he nodded and looked towards Xiaoyan with a faint smile. Young friend Xiaoyan, this mysterious jade ruler is yours from now on. Please. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but gratefully cup his hands together towards Jianghu. Soon after, his eyes burned with desire as he looked towards the mysterious jade ruler in by Ruoxuan's hand. He smiled faintly as he beckoned with his hand. A suction force surged from his palm as the mysterious jade ruler was sucked into his hand. After a simple inspection, he stored it in his storage ring. Chapter 1370. Seeing that the mysterious jade ruler had landed in Xiaoyan's hands, the pale-faced by Ruoxuan below involuntarily revealed a vicious expression in his eyes. However, with Jianghu in front of him, he could only temporarily suppress this hatred in his heart. While he was cursing in his heart, a feeling of weakness was suddenly emitted from his body. Previously he had received a heavy punch from Xiaoyan. The power of the punch was so great that it had instantly caused him to be seriously injured. Fortunately, he had the protection of the medicinal pill, which allowed him to remain unscathed. At this moment, the medicinal pill's remaining power in his body had been exhausted. That kind of pain once again attacked his heart. Seeing this, an old man by the side hurriedly helped him consume another healing medicinal pill. After the medicinal effect spread throughout his body, his complexion finally turned slightly better. In the sky, Ouyang Miao frowned as he looked at Bai Ruoxuan and the others below. His eyes were filled with disgust. After the previous matter, he originally did not have a good impression of these fellows. However, at this moment Jianghu had personally spoken. Thus, he naturally did not say anything. Moreover, a discerning person would naturally be able to tell that Jianghu's actions were mostly biased towards Xiaoyan's wishes. This point caused him to feel a wave of disbelief. In the past, Jianghu had never bothered with Bai Ruoxuan. Today he was actually suddenly willing to accept him as a disciple. This was truly an unimaginable matter. With this thought in his mind, Ouyang Miao involuntarily turned his gaze towards Xiaoyan. His eyes revealed some suspicion. Just what was so special about this fellow that even Jianghu, who had just met him for the first time, was biased towards him? Could it be because of the heavenly flame? Ouyang Miao raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately he secretly shook his head. He had never revealed the matter of the heavenly flame to Jianghu. Therefore Jianghu naturally did not know about it. At that moment, after thinking bitterly for a moment, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders and once again returned his gaze to Jianghu. At the same time, Jianghu's gaze once again returned to Bai Ruoxuan. Seeing the latter's condition, Jianghu's gaze swept over him indifferently. Alright, that's all for now. Ruoxuan's injuries aren't light. Come with me first. As for the others, I'll leave Shui Miao to you. Ouyang Miao respectfully nodded upon hearing this. Joy immediately surfaced on Bai Ruoxuan's face when she heard this. She hurriedly maneuvered the remaining Genesis Chi in her body and swiftly followed after Jianghu as he turned around and headed deeper into Golden Saint City. Behind him, Bai Rong's brows were tightly knitted together. His eyes took a deep look at Xiaoyan in the sky, and he coldly snorted before following. Not far away, Bai Hua and Lian also came to Xiaoyan's side. The three of them looked at Ouyang in unison. The game with him was probably over for the time being. Next they should prepare to head to the Xiao clan. Just as the few of them were about to move, Bai Ruoxuan, who had brushed past Xiaoyan, suddenly spoke in a low and cold voice. Xiaoyan, right? I'll leave the mysterious jade ruler in your hands for the time being. There will come a day when I will make you kneel and return it to me. The expressions of Bai Hua and Lian by the side immediately turned cold when these words were uttered. Xiaoyan, however, smiled in a non-committal manner. I'll wait for you to come and get it. Bai Ruoxuan's expression immediately darkened. Just as he was about to speak again, Ouyang suddenly frowned and growled. Only then did Bai Ruoxuan's expression change as he hurriedly chased after Ouyang with a smile. Although there was a smile on his face, the depths of his eyes contained a sinister anger. From the looks of it, he would have charged over if Ouyang had not been in front of him. Xiaoyan smiled faintly, as if he did not sense the hostility hidden deep within Bai Ruoxuan's eyes. He turned his head and glanced at Ouyang Miao, who was flying over from the side. The latter gave a slight nod before shooting a glance at Bai Ruoxuan, who was swiftly leaving, and coldly snorted. It's just a slip of the tongue. There's no need to bother about him. Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head. If he had to care about such a small matter, it was likely that he would not have reached where he was today. Xiao Yan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the ruined street. Ouyang Miao smiled faintly and indicated to Xiao Yan that he was fine. Soon after, he led the three of them in the direction of the teleportation formation. A moment later, this group of people arrived at a square in the middle of Holy Gold City. Following their arrival, the eyes of quite a number of people in the square gathered on Xiao Yan's group. As the successor of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Miao's identity was naturally known by everyone in Golden Saint City. Apart from the disciples of a few ancient clans and sects, only a few of the more famous younger generation in the central region would be able to walk with him. However, the three people before him were not included among those people. Let alone the black-robed young man, just the other two had not even reached the Origin King level. If they were placed in the central region, no one would even remember their faces. However, they were able to stand together with Ouyang Miao at this moment, which inevitably surprised many people. However, the doubtful gazes of everyone present quickly turned into shock under the revelation of some people who were in the know. This was especially the case when they learned that even Bai Ruoxuan from the Bai clan had suffered at the hands of Xiao Yan. Quite a number of people revealed gloating expressions on their faces. Clearly, they did not have a good impression of the people from the Bai clan. 3 large-scale teleportation formations. As expected of one of the 3 great clans. This kind of extravagance is rarely seen. Xiao Yan involuntarily inhaled a gentle breath of air as he looked at the large square in front of him, especially the enormous teleportation formation that was being repeatedly rotated under waves of golden light. At this moment, there was a dazzling light flickering on the teleportation formation. The outer layer of the teleportation formation was covered by a solid formation barrier that blocked all the energy ripples within it. In this way, it would be able to reduce the exhaustion of energy. At the same time, it would also be able to prevent the trouble of a sudden attack. As the formation barrier dissipated, dozens of people walked out from within the great formation. Soon after, people stepped into the formation one after another. This is only a teleportation formation that my Ouyang clan built. When we reach deeper into the central region, there will be teleportation formations that are even more powerful than this. A rank 7 teleportation formation is not small, but it is not big either. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao smiled indifferently. This open ground, which was extremely shocking in the eyes of most people, was clearly much dimmer in the eyes of this heir. Xiao Yan could only smile and nod his head in response. He did not say anything more. After all, one's position was different, so naturally one would see different things. The Ouyang clan was one of the superpowers in the continent. As the crown prince, Ouyang Miao's horizons were naturally greater than others. Xiao Yan admitted that he was new to this place, but it was only a matter of time before he understood the vast central region. Let's go. The group arrived in front of the teleportation formation. After exchanging a few words with Ouyang Miao, they directly stepped into the formation. Because of Ouyang Miao, they were spared the trouble of paying spirit stones. After Xiao Yan and the other two stepped into the formation, Ouyang Miao and Ouyang Miao smiled at each other and nodded. Soon after, on a stone platform outside the teleportation formation, an old man who was controlling the formation formed a seal with both hands. As a special energy ripple spread out, a layer of golden formation enveloped the entire stone platform. Soon after, the huge formation beneath Xiao Yan and the others emitted a bright golden light. When the light gradually grew brighter and covered everyone's bodies, the teleportation formation was completely activated. The figures on the square disappeared from St. Gold City. Chapter 1371. Tianyang City was one of the 3 largest subordinate cities of the Xiao clan. At the same time, it was also the last transit point for Xiao Yan to head to the Xiao clan. Once he reached this place, he would truly arrive at the territory of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan looked at the human flow in front of him, which was clearly much sparser compared to Holy Gold City. He involuntarily sighed in his heart. Although they were both part of the 3 great clans, the gap between them was completely revealed at this moment. Forget about everything else. Even in the entire Xiao clan, it seemed that this Tianyang city was the only place that possessed a rank 7 transportation formation. Ugh! Xiao Yan let out an inexplicable sigh. Soon after, his eyes scanned his surroundings and landed on an old man in linen robes. The old man was seated on an independent stone platform. His face was sallow and his old eyes were tightly shut. His entire body was as still as a stone statue. If it were not for his steady breathing, he would have been mistaken for a dead person. Just like St. Gold City, this old man was in charge of controlling the operation of the teleportation array. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He led Bai Hua by the side and took a couple of steps forward. He respectfully bowed to the old man before immediately speaking in a respectful manner. "May I ask Elder to tell me where the Shao clan is?" Although the three of them had already arrived at the territory of the Shao clan, the map that they had brought did not clearly indicate the exact location of the Shao clan. Even the locations of the other super factions were not clearly marked. As for Tianyang City, it was also impossible to determine the location of the Shao clan based on the few wide streets. Hence, Xiao Yan could only seek help from others. At this moment, when the old man heard Xiao Yan's words, his originally tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His eyes were a little strange as he sized up the three people in front of him. Immediately, a glint flashed across his eyes and a tinge of surprise flashed across them. After which, he withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, "Three little children, why are you here at the Shao clan?" "I have a friend who is a member of the Shao clan. I have come here to look for him. I hope that Elder can lead the way." Xiao Yan smiled sincerely and said respectfully, "Looking for a friend? What's his name? Maybe this old man can help you call him out." The old man looked at Xiao Yan with disdain and spoke in a casual tone. "It's just a nameless junior. There's no need to trouble senior. I'll go find him myself." "Hey kid, do you really think that this old man is easy to fool? Your cultivation has already stepped into the origin ancestor realm. With such talent, even if that friend of yours is weak, how weak can he be? How could he be some nameless nobody?" Upon hearing this, the old man softly chuckled. His eyebrows slightly lowered as a powerful invisible pressure immediately enveloped Xiao Yan and Bai Hua's heads. As for Lianer, the old man did not seem to have any intention of pressuring her. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when the pressure descended. His body immediately sank and an exclamation was emitted from his heart at this moment. "This is soul power." Xiao Yan's pupils abruptly shrank as he felt the pressure akin to a meteor falling from the sky on his shoulder. He could not help but feel a wave of horror in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying spirit pressure ever since he came to the Yuanwu continent. "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to the Shao clan?" The old man calmly looked at the two individuals who were bent over as he spoke in an indifferent tone. At the same time, the spirit pressure exerted on the two grew even heavier. "Elder, you misunderstand. The three of us are here to look for an old friend." Xiao Yan tightly clenched his teeth. Genesis Chi frantically circulated in his body as spirit power gushed out from between his brows like a tide. It shrouded the space above the two individuals in an attempt to block the old man's spirit pressure. The old man let out a surprised soft "ha" in his heart as he ignored the words that were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, a smile flashed across the corner of his mouth without anyone noticing. Although Xiao Yan's method did not achieve any substantial effect, it was likely that only those few brats from the Pill Tower among the younger generation in the middle region possessed such a spiritual strength. However, in comparison, Xiao Yan in front of him lacked the support of an external force. Just this point alone was sufficient to cause the old man to raise his eyebrows. Secretly nodding his head, the old man slowly withdrew the soul pressure he released after a while. His face was still indifferent, and his tone was slightly contemptuous as he laughed. Then he said, "Fine, I'll let you in. This old man wants to see just how big of a storm three little kids can cause." After speaking, he flicked his finger. A stream of light shot out and pointed towards the northern horizon. That was the answer Xiao Yan's group needed. Xiao Yan hurriedly led the two people by his side to once again respectfully bow to the old man when he saw this scene. The old man was too lazy to bother with them. Instead, his eyes leaped and looked at the transportation formation on the stone platform. The group of people who had already become impatient from waiting. Without his control, the transportation formation no longer functioned. These people could only wait with anxious faces while their mouths occasionally cursed. The old man's face was filled with disdain. After Xiao Yan's group turned around and left, he suddenly waved his sleeves. A golden light immediately rose from the enormous transportation formation. The noise disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even the square had become much quieter. As he gazed in the direction that the Xiao Yan trio had left, a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on the old man's face. Soon after, he muttered to himself, "Xiao Yan, not bad little fellow. The future of the Xiao clan will depend on you youngsters. I only hope that you won't repeat the mistakes of your ancestor." Towards the end, a regretful expression involuntarily appeared in the old man's eyes. On the other side, with the old man's guidance, Xiao Yan and the other two were slowly walking in the direction that the ray of light had shot towards. Although they knew the location of the Xiao clan, this was after all Tianyang City, a city that belonged to the Xiao clan. Naturally, there was still a distance from the Shao clan's main sect. Rather than rushing over in a hurry, it was better to take a leisurely and carefree trip. The two big men naturally did not pay attention to Xiao Yan as the three of them walked along the road. However, Lian Er, who had a lovely figure and a sweet and cute appearance, naturally attracted quite a number of somewhat heated gazes. This was especially the case when they noticed the grievance and weakness that Lian Er's pretty eyes revealed. The heated glow in their eyes became even more intense. Xiao Yan knit his brows slightly in the face of this. His gaze swept over the passers-by who were repeatedly throwing their gazes over. A dense coldness suddenly flashed across his eyes. Immediately, it caused a dangerous chill to suddenly rise in the hearts of those people. They hurriedly withdrew their presumptuous gazes. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his gaze, an obscene gaze shot towards him. This caused him to instantly frown, and his icy cold gaze was thrown over. Chapter 1372. Hee, this little girl is really pretty. It's been a long time since I've seen such a fine product. Hee, Boss Zhao, isn't that young master's type the best? If we bring her back, wouldn't it be? On the street in front of Xiao Yan's group, a group of white-clothed figures directly blocked their path as the crowd dispersed. Beside the young man at the head of the group, a short and skinny wretched-looking man was whispering into the young man's ear. Soon after, the young man's strange laughter could be heard. At the same time, a pair of sunken eyes were impudently sizing up Lianer's body. His gaze was as though he was inspecting an object. That young man merely glanced indifferently at the icy cold gaze that Xiao Yan shot at him. Under the escort of the people around him, he finally turned his gaze of disdain toward Xiao Yan a moment later. He curled his mouth and smiled as he spoke with a face full of disdain. Leave this girl here. You guys can scram after you collect your spirit stones. The young man's laughter faded as he strode towards Lianer with a sinister smile. He completely ignored the gloomy expressions on Xiao Yan's and Zhao Yu's faces. The surrounding passers-by could only shake their heads inwardly when they saw this. They cast sympathetic gazes at Xiao Yan's group. Although this person rarely came to Tianyang City, meeting him could only be considered a misfortune among misfortunes. The two parties were only about 10 feet apart. The young man took a step forward and arrived in front of Lianer in the blink of an eye. With a sinister smile on his face, he raised his hand and extended it towards Lianer's smooth face. At the same time, the rest of the people behind him stepped forward and prepared to stop Xiao Yan and Zhao Yu. From the looks of it, they had done this kind of thing many times before. However, this time, just as this group of people arrived in front of Xiao Yan and Zhao Yu's group with cold smiles, Xiao Yan completely ignored these people in white. He turned around and stared at the young man who was about to attack Lian. As the crowd stepped forward, he took a step forward. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out from his body like a storm. The terrifying wind pressure instantly pushed back the crowd in front of the shocked gazes of the surrounding passers-by. Almost at the same time Xiao Yan's step landed, his figure had already appeared in front of the young man. He raised his hand and grabbed the young man's wrist. With a gentle twist of his wrist, the young man's entire body instantly bent over uncontrollably. Damn bastard, do you know who this young master is? I'm Zhao Mingjie. A furious roar was emitted from the young man's mouth at the same time as a painful, miserable cry sounded. A thought passed through his mind and the Genesis Qi in his body was about to erupt. However, Xiao Yan quickly kicked Zhao Mingjie's lower abdomen. The powerful force scattered the Genesis Qi that had just gathered in Zhao Mingjie's body as it flew backwards and smashed heavily into the group of white-clothed people. Cough cough, kid, you actually dare to attack. Scram. Zhao Mingjie's body once again stood up in everyone's embrace in a miserable manner. The furious curse in his mouth had yet to fall when his eardrums were shaken by Xiao Yan's words until he felt a throbbing pain. The expression on his face immediately turned green. His heart instantly became furious. Even his voice had become much more hoarse. All of you go. Kill this little bastard for me. However, the people around him looked at each other this time, and no one dared to recklessly attack. As for the vulgar man from before, no one knew where he had hidden himself, and not even a trace of him could be seen. The aura and pressure that had surged out of Xiao Yan's body earlier clearly indicated the strength of the person in front of them. He was an expert at the Source Zone class. The strongest among them was merely an Origin Emperor. Most of them were merely at the initial stage of the Origin King class. Although such a lineup pressured an ordinary person, it did not pose any threat in front of an expert from the Source Zone class. Asking them to attack and kill the former was no different from sending themselves to their deaths. A bunch of trash. What did I raise you guys for? Seeing that none of the people beside him dared to make a move, the expression on Zhao Mingjie's face became even uglier. On the other hand, the few white-clothed people beside him could not help but curse in their hearts. Although Zhao Mingjie was the young master of the Zhao clan, the one who really raised them was also the head of the Zhao clan. To be honest, this person did not give them any benefits at all. If it were not for the orders of the head of the Zhao clan, they would not have allowed this fellow to order them around. At this moment, Xiao Yan led the two people behind him as he slowly stepped forward with a cold and indifferent expression. Each time he took a step forward, the powerful pressure that spread from his body would spread out a little. At the same time, a sharp killing intent also spread out. They did not doubt that once this pressure descended on their heads, it was likely that this black-robed young man in front of them would attack. The surrounding people immediately withdrew. Even some of the white-clothed people around Zhao Mingjie revealed expressions of fear as they withdrew. On the other hand, Zhao Mingjie's face was filled with fury as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. The Genesis chi in his body once again gathered as killing intent surged in his eyes. Die. An explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Zhao Mingjie's mouth. The expression on his face instantly became ferocious. At the same time that his body charged forward, he rotated his hand. Genesis chi swiftly gathered in his palm, transforming into a sharp long sword in the blink of an eye. His body moved and he directly rushed towards Xiao Yan's group. The dense killing intent caused the expressions of the few passers-by to change. However, Xiao Yan's expression was ice-cold as he watched Zhao Mingjie charge towards him. He continued to step forward as he unhurriedly lifted his hand and gently clenched it in the air. Zhao Mingjie's charging figure abruptly froze in the air as tiny black threads appeared in the surrounding space. With a thought from Xiao Yan, they would instantly cut Zhao Mingjie into countless pieces. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, the crowd by the side of the road in front hurriedly opened up a path. A green-clothed middle-aged man with a somewhat hurried expression walked out of the crowd. Behind him, the wretched-looking man who had disappeared earlier was following closely. "Sir, could you please show some mercy?" The middle-aged man had sensed the danger of the situation the moment he appeared. He did not dare to hesitate as he hurriedly cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan and the rest and spoke with a solemn expression. Xiao Yan's hand paused slightly when he saw the middle-aged man. His gaze swept across the person before him as he frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "You want to stand up for him?" With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that this middle-aged man in front of him was a 9-star origin zone. This kind of cultivation was much stronger than the two elders from the Bai clan whom he had met in Golden Saint City. Otherwise it was likely that he would not have stopped. After all, the middle-aged man was a 9-star origin sect master and was quite powerful. If this continued, Xiao Yan would not be able to gain an advantage in Heavenly Sun City. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I am Anan, the head of the Yin clan in Heavenly Sun City. I have no relationship with him. However, if you want to kill him, you should first consider the people behind him." The middle-aged man cupped his hands together again and hurriedly reported his identity. "Are you talking about the Xiao clan?" Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, there was no need for him to worry. If the members of the Xiao clan were to find trouble with him because of such a mischievous person, then there was no point in going to the Xiao clan. However, Anan shook his head and slowly said, "It's his father. He is the head of the Zhao clan in Heavenly Sun City. That fellow's cultivation has already reached the origin venerate level. I hope that Sir can prioritize him." Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly when he heard this. After some hesitation, he nodded and smiled at Anan, withdrew his hand and cupped his hands together. Anan smiled and nodded when he saw this. He finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. "Brat, just you wait. Today's debt, this young master will definitely make you pay back double." Without Xiao Yan's control, Zhao Mingjie's body abruptly smashed onto the ground. At the same time as he stood up in a miserable manner, dark and vicious words that carried a vicious intent were spat out from his mouth. Bang! Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed the moment Zhao Mingjie's words sounded. He appeared in front of the former in the blink of an eye. He extended his hand and waved it, violently sending Zhao Mingjie flying with a slap. At the same time that fresh blood shot out, Zhao Mingjie's entire body was once again smashed into the crowd behind him. By the time everyone looked over, Zhao Mingjie's expression was already pale. Half of his face swiftly swelled and he had also descended into a coma. Seeing this, Anan could only helplessly shake his head. Zhao Mingjie's fate could only be said to be his own doing. He had clearly just been forcefully pulled back from the brink of death. In the blink of an eye, he dared to utter such provocative words. It was likely that he was extremely lucky that Xiao Yan did not kill him. You don't know what's good for you, Annan muttered under his breath. Annan muttered in a low voice. To be honest, if this matter had not happened in the Yin family's territory, he would not have bothered to step in. Everyone was tired of Zhao Mingjia's notoriety. He only relied on his father, who was a source venerate. Otherwise he would not have been allowed to live until now. After dealing with Zhao Mingjie, Xiao Yan did not stay any longer. He nodded gently to the two people behind him and continued walking forward. When the surrounding passers-by saw this, they immediately opened up a path for him. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er followed closely. Just as they were about to pass by Annan, the latter once again opened her mouth and said with a smile, "Looking at the direction you are heading, could it be that you are heading to Shao City?" Shao City was where the Shao clan's main sect was located. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since you are heading to Shao City, you should be careful. Although Zhao Mingjie's reputation is not good, he has some connections in the Shao clan. You should be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Xiao Yan cupped his fists together and smiled. Soon after, he lifted his feet and continued to walk slowly towards the end of the street. In the blink of an eye, the group of three had completely disappeared at the end of the street. Annan narrowed his eyes as he watched Xiao Yan's group disappear. Soon after, he glanced at Zhao Mingjie, who was surrounded by a group of people, and coldly snorted. With a wave of his sleeve, he walked in the direction he had come from. Chapter 1373. By the time Xiao Yan's group arrived at Shao City, it was already evening. What had happened during the day was still floating in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. With regards to this, Xiao Yan could only shake his head helplessly and toss those distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. Soon after, he led the two of them and randomly found a place to stay in the city. They planned to enter the Shao clan tomorrow. The three of them were not in a good mood after encountering so many troubles in one day. In addition, they were also worried about the Shao clan. Instead of rushing into the clan in a hurry, it was better for them to rest for a while. At the same time, they could also use this short period of time to inquire about the Shao clan. Xiao Yan was still quite concerned about Zhao Mingjie, whom he had met earlier. While Xiao Yan's group arrived at Shao City, two figures were seated opposite each other in a pavilion in the Ouyang clan. A tea set was neatly placed on the tea table in front of them. There was a cup in front of each of them. Tea was flowing and the fragrance of tea permeated the air. These two people were Ouyang Miao and Ouyang Yu. Little fellow, are you saying that this Xiao Yan is the person who defeated you in Beihai College back then? After hearing Ouyang Miao's explanation, Ouyang Yu involuntarily cast a sideways glance. He recalled the figure he had seen during the day and the shock in his heart became even more intense. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Miao nodded his head in a rather magnanimous manner. Soon after, he recounted the entire process of his encounter with Xiao Yan to the person in front of him in detail. After today's matter, his usually calm second uncle, the pillar of the Ouyang clan, had suddenly become interested in Xiao Yan, whom he had only met once. Not only did he help Xiao Yan obtain the Xian Jade ruler, but he had also called him over in the middle of the night to drink tea. Although he said that he was going to drink tea, the topic of conversation ultimately revolved around Xiao Yan. This caused Ouyang Miao's heart to be filled with doubt. Just what was so special about Xiao Yan that even Ouyang Yu would favor him this much? Wait, are you saying that Xiao Yan intervened because he saw the Emperor's seal art? Ouyang Yu raised his eyebrows. He looked at Ouyang Miao in front of him and asked with some surprise. The latter hesitated for a moment. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and said, I don't know if that's the real reason, but Xiao Yan did indeed say that. Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated the Emperor's seal technique before. However, he only knows the first 5 seals, right? This time, before Ouyang Miao could finish his sentence, Ouyang Yu interrupted him with a smile. At the same time, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao felt a wave of astonishment in his heart. It was hard to imagine how Ouyang Yu would know all this. Not bad indeed. Imperial Seal Formula, Dark Heavy Buster Sword, no wonder he could reach this stage today. Ouyang Yu's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. This caused Ouyang Miao to be even more flabbergasted. Just what could the Emperor's Seal art and the Dark Heavy Buster Sword determine? Second uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Ouyang Miao's brows were tightly knitted together. The more he did not understand, the more curious he became. At certain times, a person's nature was even more terrifying than some methods. Losing to Xiao Yan is not a loss for you. To be able to stand out among the countless experts of a continent, how could he be an ordinary person? Ouyang Yu took a sip of the fragrant tea and smiled. Hearing this, Ouyang Miao's expression was first startled. His mind rapidly spun. At a certain moment, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Ouyang Yu with his eyes wide open. "Second uncle, you're saying that Xiao Yan is... he comes from another continent." Ouyang Yu smiled indifferently. He placed the teacup in his hand on the table, producing a clear sound. It was as if a piece of wood had struck the hall, but also as if it was the final word. In the pavilion, the atmosphere was silent for a moment. Ouyang Yu's expression returned to its usual calmness, while Ouyang Miao stared at the tea in front of him for a long time, as if he was secretly digesting this shocking news. After a long while, Ouyang Miao once again raised his head to look at the person in front of him. He frowned and asked, "But second uncle, how can you be sure that Xiao Yan is from another continent with just these two things?" Ouyang Miao was not unfamiliar with the dark heavy buster sword. After all, there were many rumors about the dark heavy buster sword and the dark jade buster sword on the continent. As for the Emperor Seal art, it was even more incomprehensible. Although the Emperor Seal art was a secret technique of the ancient clan, it was not something special. Xiao Yan had even said that he obtained the Emperor Seal art from an old friend. This did not mean anything. It's not a big deal that we know about the dark heavy buster sword. It's also not a big deal that we know about the Emperor Seal art. But there's one thing you need to be clear about. Before this, where did the dark heavy buster sword go, and where did the ancient clan's Emperor Seal art come from? Ouyang Yu laughed softly and immediately continued speaking. "When I went to the Heavenly Cloud Villa, I heard from their first elder that the dark heavy buster sword had long been lost to another continent. This is also the reason why Bai Ruoxuan has been searching for the dark heavy buster sword for so many years without success. As for the Emperor Seal art, it was brought to him by an expert from the ancient clan. You and I clearly know that the expert from the ancient clan came from outside the Yuanwu continent. These two things that are impossible to obtain in the Yuanwu continent were given to Xiao Yan at the same time. Do you think that this is a coincidence?" Ouyang Miao came to a sudden understanding the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. The remaining trace of doubt in his heart was completely cut off. His heart carefully recalled the rough process of Xiao Yan's arrival in the middle region and felt extremely shocked. From a Dodi back then, Xiao Yan had transformed into a Yuan Zong that even he had difficulty defeating. Just how many people in the entire continent could compare with Xiao Yan's growth rate? How about this? Make a trip to the ancient clan in a few days and borrow the last 3 seals of the Emperor Seal art from their clan leader. If you meet Xiao Yan the next time, give this to him as a gift. Ouyang Yu mused for a moment before suddenly speaking again. "However, if I were to give it to Xiao Yan the ancient clan? Just do what you need to do. I will speak to the ancient clan." Before Ouyang Miao could finish speaking, Ouyang Yu interrupted him. The latter could only nod his head when he heard this. Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned. "That's right, the direction Xiao Yan is heading to seems to be the Xiao clan." "Xiao clan?" This time around, the person in front of Ouyang Miao suddenly raised his head when the last word was spat out from his mouth. His face was filled with surprise as he stared at Ouyang Miao. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was a long while later before he exhaled a long breath. He nodded somewhat helplessly and slowly said, "Let's find another opportunity to go. I'm afraid that it is inappropriate to go now." The former nodded slightly when he heard this. He seemed to have understood Ouyang Yu's intention. The atmosphere in the square once again became quiet. Chapter 1374. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window and turned into specks of light that shone on the ground, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them and softly muttered, "Today, I need to check out the city first. Looks like I have to make some inquiries in the city today. I'm afraid the Xiao clan isn't a good clan to allow the Zhao clan to behave so arrogantly." With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan turned over and got off the bed. After washing up, he led Bai Hua and Xiao Yan out of the house and onto the streets. They headed towards the center of the city where there were more people. Only there would they be able to hear more about the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan and the other two slowly walked on the street where there was an endless flow of people. The cool morning air was carried by a gentle breeze as it pounced on their faces. It was cool and refreshing, immediately causing one to feel refreshed. From time to time, various shouts could be heard from the two sides of the street that was paved with thick and heavy green stones. A dazzling array of goods were placed in the shops on both sides of the street. Many people shuttled back and forth like ants. Although it was early in the morning, Xiao City was already incomparably lively. In front of Xiao Yan and the rest, the streets that were formed by intermittent stone steps became increasingly higher. Looking from afar, there was an extremely high and steep slope in the north. It was like a mountain peak that had been cut off at a slanted angle. Buildings that filled their vision rose and fell one after another like a towering mountain forest. From time to time, there would be figures flashing across the sky. This caused Xiao Yan and the rest to raise their eyebrows. Xiao City was the main city of the Xiao clan and no one was allowed to walk in the air without permission. Most of the people who walked in the air were either the guards of the Xiao clan in the city or some powerhouses whose cultivation had reached the level of a source venerate. Regardless of which one they were existences that the rest of the people in the city did not dare to offend. I heard that the insufferably arrogant young master of the Zhao clan was taught a lesson in Tianyang City yesterday. Today he ran to Xiao City with an aggrieved expression. Oh? This is really karma. This guy has done a lot of things that are out of line. For this to happen he only has himself to blame. After being taught a lesson, why did he come to Xiao City instead of looking for his father, Zhao Jin? He naturally came to find his true backer. With that person from the Xiao clan around, how can he not stand up for him? That's true. One has to look at the owner before beating a dog. If news of the dog's leg being beaten were to spread, the owner's face would be lost. Xiao Yan's footsteps followed a unique rhythm as he slowly walked forward. His gaze swept over the shops on both sides of the road. Waves of discussions were occasionally transmitted to his ears. Soon after, it stirred a wave of laughter. Behind him, Bai Hua and Lian Er involuntarily exchanged glances with each other when they heard this. They could not resist lowering their heads and emitting a mocking laugh. They wondered just what kind of reaction Zhao Mingjie would have if these words were to be transmitted to his ears. Xiao Yan gently shook his head. He knit his brows slightly. From the meaning behind the words of these people, it seemed that there were indeed some shameless people within the Xiao clan. His originally low opinion of the Xiao clan had become even lower. Of course, Xiao Yan was also aware that the discussions of outsiders were merely discussions. This was merely what he had seen with his own eyes. He would only be able to find out just how the Xiao clan was like after experiencing it. Just as Xiao Yan's three-man group was slowly walking forward, a somewhat familiar voice was suddenly transmitted from the human flow not far in front of them. In comparison, however, the tone of the owner of this voice appeared to be much more aggrieved. Young Master Chu, you have to seek justice for me. That brat beat up my men on the street and even broke a few of my ribs. How dare he commit such a violent act in Tianyang City? It's one thing to injure me, but this is a slap to your face. Xiao Yan involuntarily stopped walking with a frown as the voice approached. He turned his head to look at Bai Hua and Lian Er and involuntarily sighed. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. His voice had just sounded when the crowd in front of him began to scatter in all directions. Soon after, Xiao Yan saw Zhao Mingjie, who had changed into a set of white clothes. At this moment he was surrounding a young man. His face was filled with grievances as he repeatedly complained. When that young man heard this fellow's exaggerated words, a dense expression was revealed on his handsome face. What does that brat look like? Where is he now? The young man's gaze suddenly fell on Lian Er, who was behind Xiao Yan. His gaze involuntarily moved, but his tone was icy cold. This. Zhao Mingjie was speechless. Hearing this, Zhao Mingjie was momentarily at a loss for words. Yesterday Xiao Yan's attack was so sharp that they did not even have the chance to retaliate. In the end, all of them were suppressed by Xiao Yan's aura alone. How would they have the time to pay attention to where he had gone? Young Master Zhao, I haven't seen you for a day but you're still alive and kicking. Looks like I was too lenient yesterday. At this moment, a clear laughter that contained some ridicule was suddenly transmitted into Zhao Mingjie's ears. Immediately, this voice exploded in Zhao Mingjie's ears like thunder. At the same time that his expression changed drastically, his gaze also abruptly landed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, the latter was looking at him with a smile. He completely ignored the young man beside him at this moment. You actually dare to appear in Xiao City? When Zhao Mingjie recovered, the fear on his face instantly disappeared when he thought of the young man beside him. His face was filled with resentment as he stared at the black-robed young man, who was standing in front of him, and shouted with all his might. Zhao Mingjie's furious roar instantly attracted the gazes of the passers-by on the street. Their gazes first gathered on Zhao Mingjie and the young man beside him. Soon after, they suddenly turned and looked at Xiao Yan and the others who were standing opposite them. Immediately they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Many people were curious in their hearts. Who exactly was this person that could make Zhao Mingjie so furious? Soon after, however, a small portion of people who had some understanding of what had happened yesterday immediately recognized the identity of Xiao Yan's three-man group. As a soft murmur sounded, the expressions of the surrounding passers-by changed once again. Numerous gazes that contained surprise also landed on Xiao Yan's body. Since even you, young Master Zhao, can come to Xiao City, why can't I? Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His gaze slowly moved up and landed on the young man, his eyes calm. You? Zhao Mingjie was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by a young man by the side. After which he bitterly withdrew. That young man's gaze also turned to Xiao Yan at this moment. He slowly said with a smile, "Don't worry." What a glib tongue. Today this young master wants to see just who gave you the courage to hit my Xiao Chuhang's people. The young man smiled faintly as he gently lifted his foot. As he took a step forward, the aura of a Source Sect expert swept out from his body. Chapter 1375. Source Sect. The second young master of the Xiao clan has also broken through to the Source Sect. When the aura unfurled from Xiao Chuhang's body, the expressions of the passers-by on the street changed in an instant. Cries of surprise could not help but ring out one after another as countless astonished gazes turned towards the latter. I've heard that you're also a Source Sect expert. It just so happens that this young master has just broken through, and has yet to find someone to spar with. Today I'll start with you. Xiao Chuhang smiled faintly when he felt the astonished gazes from the surroundings. Soon after, his expression abruptly turned cold as he abruptly clenched his fist. A formidable force formed in his palm in the blink of an eye. His foot stomped on the ground as his body instantly appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a bolt of lightning. Formidable claw winds viciously swept towards Xiao Yan like an inescapable net, the formidable force tearing pitch-black scars in the invisible space around them. In the face of Xiao Chuhang's unhesitatingly ferocious attack, Xiao Yan took half a step back. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground as he began to perform a mysterious footwork in the short distance between the two of them. He had used an extremely bizarre movement technique to completely dodge Xiao Chuhang's countless claw winds. Not bad speed, but speed alone is useless in front of me. Xiao Chuhang's eyes involuntarily froze for a moment when he saw that Xiao Yan had managed to dodge his attack. Soon after, he let out an icy chuckle. As his foot stepped forward, an invisible stream of wind unfurled around his body. His figure was completely submerged in the invisible stream of wind as he pounced towards Xiao Yan like a phantom. Wind-ripping hand. As the wind swirled around him, Xiao Chuhang's speed undoubtedly increased significantly. His 10 fingers curled into claws, and as the wind wrapped around him, the wind around his claws abruptly changed. Genesis Chi rapidly gathered between his palms, and wherever his claws passed, the invisible space was torn apart as sharp sonic booms rang out. Xiao Chuhang's sudden increase in speed and attack caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to change. He was after all the second young master of the Xiao clan. This kind of technique was rarely seen in the outside world. Forget about this wind-ripping hand, even the strange agility do technique that he had used earlier was something that was rarely seen in the outside world. However, it was something that he could easily use. Even so, all of this appeared much more ordinary in Xiao Yan's eyes. At the end of the day, Xiao Chuhang was merely a one-star origin zone. Without even mentioning the suppression in terms of cultivation, Xiao Yan believed that he would be able to easily defeat Xiao Chuhang with a single hand given his current battle power. This mysterious movement technique that would appear dazzling in the eyes of ordinary people was completely useless in the face of Xiao Yan's powerful spirit power. Xiao Yan's expression remained indifferent as he watched Xiao Chuhang draw closer and closer. With a wave of his sleeve, surging Genesis Chi wrapped around it. Like a metal plate, it landed on Xiao Chuhang's palm at an extremely tricky angle, instantly neutralizing the powerful wind from the claw. Such a precise and tricky attack would still be acceptable if it was only once. However, it was able to completely neutralize the force from the claw with the same strength and technique at the same position each time. It was likely that no one of the same generation as Xiao Chuhang would be able to accomplish such a feat. However, it was extremely easy for Xiao Yan, who possessed spirit power that far surpassed Xiao Chuhang's. Bang bang bang. Every time the two of them collided, Xiao Chuhang's expression would turn a little uglier. This was especially so when Xiao Chuhang retreated after dozens of exchanges. The expression on his face was completely replaced by a solemn one. On both of his palms, there were 2 identical bloodstains that pierced his heart and caused him to feel pain. The consecutive attacks had failed to cause even the slightest bit of damage to Xiao Yan, and had even been easily received by the latter in such a relaxed manner. Such a dramatic outcome involuntarily caused Xiao Chuhang's face to twitch. The gazes of the surrounding passers-by gradually turned strange, while their originally extremely ugly expressions grew even more ashen. You and I are both from the Origin sect. I don't believe that you can be any stronger. Xiao Chuhang's face gradually turned gloomy. As he uttered those words in a low voice, he suddenly took a step back. He quickly raised both of his hands to his chest and linked his fingers together. As his fingertips overlapped, a green curtain condensed in the void around him. Wind God's fury. With a low cry, the dozen green curtains around him swiftly formed. Waves of cool wind blew over for no apparent reason in the sky above his head. As it flowed, it actually faintly formed an enormous illusory figure. It was accompanied by a frightening aura as it stood behind Xiao Chuhang. The expressions of quite a number of people present instantly changed when this illusory figure was formed. Numerous shocked gazes watched the scene in front of them. Some of them had even retreated into the distance. Their eyes were filled with a grave expression. Wind God's fury. This fellow is crazy. Is he trying to destroy this street? Numerous exclamations sounded one after another. Some of the experts who had some understanding of the situation could no longer be bothered about anything else. Their bodies swiftly rushed towards the distant street. Once the might of the Wind God's fury erupted, it was likely that this street would be destroyed in an instant. Buzz. Almost at the same time, the few guards of the Xiao clan who were patrolling in the sky above a building deep within Xiao City also discovered the great commotion. After discovering that someone was actually using the Wind God's fury, the expressions of many of them changed slightly. Immediately they hurriedly moved their bodies, transforming into a couple of lightning bolts that swiftly flew towards Xiao Yan's group. At this moment, waves of frightening wind pressure spread out from within the illusory figure as the illusory figure behind Xiao Chuhang gradually solidified. The strength of the wind pressure actually caused the shops on both sides of the street to sway. Even the street where Xiao Yan's group was currently located trembled slightly. This is a Grandao skill? Sensing the powerful aura emitted from the illusory figure, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little curious in his heart. From the way Xiao Chuhang had mobilized the Grandao of wind, the formation of this illusory figure seemed to be a Grandao skill. However, there seemed to be a slight difference. Although this difference was extremely vague, Xiao Yan was still able to distinguish it with his sharp senses. It was also at this moment that numerous sonic booms swiftly rushed over from the sky above the distant building. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the sky above the street where Xiao Yan's group was located. Seeing this, Xiao Yan curled his mouth and smiled. From the looks of it, there was no need for him to take action. Chapter 1376. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded his head as his gaze swept across the figures that were rapidly flying over from afar. Xiao Yan was indeed one of the three great clans. Their foundation was indeed not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. Just the strength of these people had already reached the Origin Emperor level. One of them had even stepped into the Origin Zone level, a level higher than Xiao Yan. Just the cultivation of the clan guards had already reached such a level. It was not difficult to imagine how strong the Xiao clan's foundation was. On the roofs on both sides of the street and in the sky, over a dozen Xiao clan guards wearing similar robes were solemnly looking at Xiao Chuhang, who was crazily condensing a huge illusory figure in front of them. Their brows were tightly knitted together, especially when they sensed the powerful energy aura that permeated from the illusory figure. Their expressions became even more solemn. Their gazes swept across Xiao Yan's group, who had a calm expression on their faces on the other side of the street. They could not help but feel a little surprised in their hearts. Who was this person that could actually make the second young master of the Xiao clan, who was used to being arrogant and domineering, so furious that he had even unleashed the fury of the wind god? However, based on the current situation, they did not have the time to bother about Xiao Yan's group. If they did not hurry up and stop Xiao Chuhang, it was likely that a disaster would occur in this place. Once the commotion was too great, it would not be a good thing for them or Xiao Chuhang. Young Master Chu, fighting is strictly prohibited in Xiao City. You have already violated the rules earlier. Please stop immediately. A middle-aged man slowly stepped out from the group. He frowned and cupped his hands together towards Xiao Chuhang as he spoke in a solemn tone. They had noticed the commotion that had occurred here since long ago. However, they had a rather good understanding of Xiao Chuhang's character. Coupled with the fact that both sides didn't attack too heavily, they didn't pay any attention to it. However, they never expected that the situation would develop to such an extent, and they had no choice but to pay attention to it. All battles were strictly prohibited in Xiao City. This was a rule set by the Xiao clan. Previously, Xiao Chuhang had attacked Xiao Yan first, which was already considered a violation of the rules. Now that he had unleashed the wrath of the wind god, once it was fully condensed, the energy contained within it would erupt, and it was likely that the surrounding area would be affected. At that time, not to mention the guards present here would be punished by the higher-ups. Even Xiao Chuheng would not be able to avoid being reprimanded by the clan. Since when is it your turn to care about how I do things? Xiao Chuheng did not seem to care in the slightest when he heard this. An icy snort was emitted from his nose as the rage in his heart surpassed his rationality. He continued to gather the Genesis Chi in his body with all his might, causing the giant illusory figure behind him to grow increasingly corporeal under the frantic infusion of Genesis Chi. Its powerful aura caused the expressions of the guards present to turn grave. Amongst them, with the exception of the middle-aged man who was a Genesis ancestor, the others were all Genesis emperors. They were naturally no match for Xiao Chuheng's wrath of the Wind God. In fact, even the middle-aged man did not have the confidence to completely receive Xiao Chuheng's attack. As members of the Xiao clan, they naturally had a good understanding of Wind God's wrath's power. Although Xiao Chuheng had just broken through to the Genesis ancestor stage, with the support of Wind God's wrath and his great Tao of Wind, even a 2-star Genesis ancestor might not be able to receive his full power. These are the clan rules. I hope that young Master Chu will abide by them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences if the elders blame you. The middle-aged man's tone was a little solemn. Can't bear the consequences? Then let them talk to my big brother. I'm interested to see who exactly is the one who can't bear the consequences. As for now, all of you scram. Xiao Chuheng angrily snorted. As his words rang out, his body abruptly jerked as the giant illusory figure behind him completely condensed. Easy. At this moment, a powerful wind pressure once again gushed out from the virtual image, forming a hurricane that swept out in all directions with Xiao Chuheng as the center. Seal the battlefield, we must minimize our losses. The expressions of the dozen or so guards around them immediately changed upon seeing this. The middle-aged man hurriedly cried out an order and immediately waved his hand. The remaining people around him swiftly nodded in response. Their figures swiftly withdrew, spreading out to a certain distance. Vast Genesis Chi frantically surged out, agglomerating together to form a huge light barrier that sealed Xiao Yan's group and Xiao Chuheng within. Kid, it's your honor to die under Wind God's wrath. After Wind God's wrath was completed, a sinister smile involuntarily appeared on Xiao Chuheng's face when he saw that the Xiao Yan trio was completely still. Soon after, he flipped his right hand and lifted it upwards. The illusory figure behind him also lifted its giant hand into the air as boundless energy gathered in its palm. Soon after, it slammed down on the Xiao Yan trio. Easy. An extremely terrifying aura of destruction spread under the giant hand. The frightening wind pressure made it difficult for one to move. Just a glance at the giant hand was enough to make one feel fear in one's heart. An ordinary person would likely not even have the courage to fight against it. The hand fell from the sky, causing space to crumble along the way. Countless giant spatial cracks were torn open, as if even the world was about to be shattered by this palm. The might of Wind God's wrath is indeed well deserved. Outside of the battleground, some of the stronger practitioners had pale faces as they watched this scene in the battleground. Just the aura that leaked out was already so terrifying. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying it would be if this palm were to land. Moreover, this palm alone was not the entirety of Wind God's fury's strength. Wind God's wrath shocks the world. Kid, go and die. At this moment, Xiao Chuheng involuntarily let out a cold laugh. The ferocious expression on his face became even more pronounced. The fact that Xiao Yan was able to force him to such an extent was undoubtedly akin to giving the prideful Xiao Chuheng a cold slap. However, as long as this palm landed, all the grievances that he had suffered today would disappear without a trace. At this moment, the dozen over Xiao clan guards were looking at Xiao Yan's group with pity in their eyes. At this moment they no longer had the chance to resist. Among the three of them, it was likely that only the leader, the black-robed young man, had the slightest chance of survival. Even so, it was likely that the outcome would not be good. On the battlefield, Xiao Yan finally shook his head slowly as countless gazes gathered on him. He sighed softly. Originally, he had hoped that these guards would be able to get rid of the trouble in front of him. However, looking at the current situation, he had no choice but to personally deal with it. Xiao Yan's footsteps gently stepped forward. He raised his head and looked at the enormous palm that was falling toward him. His eyes were indifferent. A thought passed through his heart and a dazzling golden glow suddenly surged out from within his body. In an instant, it transformed into a giant with a golden glow flowing over its body. A bright red flame shrouded it as it suddenly threw a punch forward, violently smashing into the enormous palm. Chapter 1377. Die. With a sinister laugh, Xiao Chuheng stared at the body that was like an ant under the huge palm as killing intent surged in his heart. Noisy, Xiao Yan merely let out an indifferent sound in the face of this. His expression was indifferent. A thought passed through his mind and the King Kong body was agglomerated in the blink of an eye. With Xiao Yan's familiarity with the giant elephant skill, he only needed a thought to use it now. The bright red lotus karmic flame surged up at the same time all the strength in his body gathered at this moment. It covered his golden body, causing it to appear just like a fiery red sun. The heat contained an explosive strength. Immediately after, he fiercely punched forward. The gigantic crimson fist shadow brought about a terrifying scorching strength chi as it forcefully broke through the invisible space. Wherever the fist passed, it would explode like never before. In addition to the burning of the heavenly fire, the pitch-black space was constantly distorting, and waves of sharp and ear-piercing sonic booms also spread out like thunder. In the face of Xiao Yan's volcanic eruption-like ferocious attack, the empty space in front of him had completely collapsed in an instant. Compared to the frightening wind pressure that was brought about by the enormous hand, the might of this punch could be said to be even greater than the latter. Almost at the same time, a hint of seriousness involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Chuheng's originally ferocious face. Immediately, he hardened his heart, and while his face was filled with ferocity, the power of the palm that landed also became more and more tyrannical. Wind God's fury, break for me. Soon after, under the countless number of gazes outside of the arena, the huge palm that was like a meteorite that had descended from the heavens finally arrived. After which, it heavily collided with the huge fist that seemed to burn the heavens. Rumble. The terrifying collision was like a volcanic eruption. In an instant, an earth-shattering sound erupted. Even the entire street that was sealed off began to tremble violently. However, soon after, the terrifying energy that he had imagined did not sweep out. Instead, it rapidly compressed at the point where the two energies collided. The space caved in and actually formed a strange vortex that sucked in all the energy in the surrounding space and condensed it into a ball. Once one of the two was unable to endure, this energy would be instantly broken through by the other party and unleash an even more ferocious attack. At this moment, whoever was the first to give up would have to bear the impact of this energy. To think that they have actually fought to such an extent. The expressions of the Shao clan guards outside the arena were ugly when they saw this grim situation. Putting aside the fact that a battle had occurred in Shao City, Xiao Chuheng had actually fallen into such a dangerous situation. Regardless of the outcome of today's matter, it was likely that this group of people would receive quite a great reprimand. At this moment, Xiao Chuheng's expression had also rapidly turned grave. He did not expect that even with the might of the wind god's fury, he was actually unable to break Xiao Yan's attack in an instant. At this moment, if both parties continued to drag this out, it was likely that it would be extremely difficult to determine the outcome. The fastest method now was likely to be to go all out and fight. While this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Chuheng took advantage of the fact that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move to narrow his eyes. A ruthless glint flickered within his eyes. Immediately, the expression on his face suddenly turned dark. He suddenly flipped his left hand and the illusory image behind him once again threw a palm forward. It was accompanied by a ferocious wind that ruthlessly smashed towards the spot where the two collided. Is it going to end? The crowd outside the arena looked at the situation within the battle circle. While they were feeling anxious, they also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This battle had finally ended. If this continued, they were really worried that the energy barrier set up by the Shao clan guards would not be able to withstand it. Under countless gazes, the huge palm once again descended. Immediately, it carried an overwhelming wind pressure as it ruthlessly imprinted itself on the spot where the two collided. Buzz. In an instant, a buzzing, trembling sound was suddenly emitted. A frightening wind pressure carried an incomparably oppressive aura as it heavily pressed down. The street below also had an enormous crack line formed from the pressure. It spread all the way to Xiao Yan's feet before coming to a stop. At the same time, the enormous energy that was gathered within the swirl also began to tremble violently at this moment. From the looks of it, the ending appeared to have already appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Is this brat unable to hold on any longer? After all, his opponent is the second young master of the Shao clan. Moreover, he has even used the wind god's fury. Even though he has lost this battle, it is still an honorable defeat. At this moment, the scene that appeared on the battlefield caused quite a number of people to cry out in surprise. Everyone clearly understood that the collision before them was already the final fight between them. Whoever was the first to give in would likely be the first to be defeated here. Xiao Chuheng roared. The powerful energy contained in his two palms completely erupted at this moment. It suddenly charged forward. At the same time, the surging energy gathered in the whirlpool was about to explode at this moment. However, it was under this kind of situation and under the focus of a countless number of gazes that Xiao Yan suddenly withdrew his fist and removed his only defense. Is this fellow courting death? Outside the arena, exclamations sounded once again. Wasn't such an action no different from courting death? Without any resistance, Xiao Chuhang's attack would completely land on his body. In addition to the energy of heaven and earth that was attracted over, once it exploded, there was no chance for him to survive. As expected, the moment Xiao Yan withdrew his fist, Xiao Chuhang's two palms suddenly fell. At the same time, the terrifying energy gathered in between his palms also erupted at this moment. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's fist, which he had just pulled back an instant ago, suddenly shot forward in a lightning-like manner with a kind of swift and fierce speed that was difficult to imagine. At the same time that a low cry erupted from Xiao Yan's mouth, one could only hear a muffled bang sound. The huge fist, which was covered by a flame, actually violently penetrated the energy that was about to explode under everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time, it heavily smashed into the space between Xiao Chuhang's two palms. The wild and violent energy also turned into a bright red flame pillar at this moment and suddenly erupted. In merely an instant, it penetrated the enormous illusionary image behind Xiao Chuhang. Immediately, it collided with the enormous energy barrier that covered this entire area, emitting a wave of heavy bell-like sound. This punch, Xiao Chuhang's full-force attack, was forcefully blasted apart by the latter in an unbelievable manner. From the beginning until the end, Xiao Chuhang was not even able to display the slightest bit of strength that he should have. This battle could be said to be absurd. The Do technique is not bad. Unfortunately, it is not mature enough. The golden light scattered, revealing the black-robed Xiao Yan under it. His posture was the same as before and his face was the same as before. It was as though what had happened a moment ago had nothing to do with him as he softly spat out this comment. Immediately, he smiled at the two people behind him, lifted his leg and walked to the end of the street. It was also at this moment that, "Sir, please wait a moment." Chapter 1378. In the arena, the middle-aged man's body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Xiao Yan and the other two and said with a smile, "You want to capture me?" Xiao Yan's footsteps paused. His tone seemed to be casual as he spoke. However, the middle-aged man could clearly sense the slight change in the aura on Xiao Yan's body. He hurriedly cupped his hands together and said, "Mister, you have misunderstood. Mister, you have misunderstood. It is normal for two people to win or lose in a spar. I have no reason to take action because of this. However, the battle between the two of you today has taken place in Xiao City. This is against the rules of Xiao City. Therefore, I would like to ask Mister to follow me and explain this matter to the elder before leaving." Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids when he heard this. His eyes flickered. In other words, this fellow wanted to bring him to the Xiao clan. This way he might be able to avoid some trouble. As this thought flashed across Xiao Yan's mind, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his mouth and spoke again just as Xiao Yan was about to reply. "Mister, you don't have to worry about this trip. After all, my Xiao clan is a reputable force on the continent. We definitely won't do something like threatening revenge. I guarantee that as long as you explain the cause and effect of this matter, I will personally accompany you and send you out safely. There is no need to escort me. Let's go." After making up his mind, Xiao Yan smiled and spoke to the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. A smile surfaced on his face. Regardless of the outcome of this matter, with Xiao Yan around, the pressure on him would be reduced. Moreover, this matter was mainly Xiao Chuhang's fault. It was likely that the elders would act according to their discretion. The middle-aged man once again cupped his hands together towards Xiao Yan. Soon after, he waved his hand towards the other guards. A few figures immediately flew towards the pale-faced Xiao Chuhang. Not only was the wind god's fury instantly destroyed after receiving Xiao Yan's all-powerful punch, but the current Xiao Chuhang was also seriously injured. If no one supported him, it was likely that he would not even have the strength to stand. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was led by the middle-aged man and headed to the Xiao clan with Bai Hua. The group of people flew above Xiao City and looked at the towering wall at the end of the street from afar. Xiao Yan's emotions couldn't help but heat up slightly at this moment. Although they had experienced many dangers along the way, in the end they had still arrived here. After a while, Xiao Yan's group of four stood at the end of the street. This place was a small square. The broken stone steps came to an abrupt stop over 100 steps away. The ground was paved with green stones that were as smooth as a mirror. If one were to look down from here, one would be able to see the entire Shao city. The continuous number of pavilions were just like a mountain range that extended outwards. The enormous city was just like a huge beast that sat here. At this moment, in front of Xiao Yan's group was a huge arched door. There weren't any walls on either side of the arched door, nor were there any alleys. At a glance it looked very natural. However, in this seemingly empty space, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that there was an astonishing spatial fluctuation faintly emitting from the space. An invisible force was standing on both sides of the arched door, forming a spatial barrier that blocked everything in front of him. There was also a special pressure that seemed to be looking down on them. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. An invisible spiritual strength spread out and pressed against the invisible wall. Immediately, a shocking rebounding force shot out. At the same time that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was reflected, it also caused his spirit to be shaken until he felt a little giddy. What a sturdy spatial barrier! Surprise flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes as he steadied his mind. He could not help but feel a little apprehensive. Behind him, Bai Hua's expression also changed slightly. Evidently, she had sensed the extraordinariness of this spatial barrier. Only Liana looked at the huge arched door in front of her with a flawless expression. Her beautiful eyes revealed traces of curiosity. Haha, this spatial barrier was personally reinforced by the successive clan leaders of our Shao clan. It is enough to withstand the full force attack of an origin venerate. It is impossible for an ordinary origin zone to break it. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "It can withstand the full force attack of an origin venerate?" Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. He clicked his tongue in admiration. As expected of one of the three great clans of the Middle Region. Such a foundation was indeed far from what an ordinary faction could compare with. Xiao Yan and the rest slowly shifted their gazes away from the invisible barrier. Soon after, they looked towards the arched door in front of them. At the center of the arched door was a distorted space. Only by passing through this space would they be considered to have truly entered the Shao clan. Two old men were currently seated on both sides of the arched door. One of them indifferently glanced at the few people in front of him. His gaze paused on Lianer and Bai Hua for a moment. Soon after, his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. He sized him up and a look of surprise flashed across the depths of his old eyes. An origin venerate expert. While the old man was sizing up Xiao Yan and the other two, Xiao Yan's gaze also swept back and forth between the two old men. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the two old men looked ordinary, the pressure that was faintly discernible from their bodies was not any weaker than Bai Rong's. They were clearly two experts who had stepped into the origin venerate stage. The group arrived in front of the two old men. The middle-aged man took a step forward and respectfully cupped his hands towards the two old men. After explaining the reason, the old man indifferently raised his hand. Immediately, the distorted space behind them immediately transformed into a path. The middle-aged man turned his head and nodded at Xiao Yan and the other two before taking the lead to enter. Behind him, Xiao Yan lifted his head and looked at the huge arched door in front of him with a slightly heated gaze. "Ancestor Xiao Xian, I am coming." The three of them quietly muttered in their hearts. Only then did they follow the middle-aged man's footsteps and disappear into the distorted space. After Xiao Yan and the rest entered the distorted space, the two old men outside the door involuntarily opened their deep eyes. They looked at each other and softly laughed. "Ha, not bad, kid. It is said that this little fellow was only King Yuan back then. In a short few years he has actually grown to such an extent. Even in the entire Middle Region, there are very few people who can match his growth speed. Not bad indeed. However, he has after all injured Xiao Chuhang. That brat is no ordinary person. I'm afraid that he will have to suffer a little if he wants to enter the Shao clan." At the same time, a white-clothed figure seated on a cliff within the Shao clan suddenly opened his eyes the moment Xiao Yan and the rest stepped into the arched door. A relieved smile involuntarily appeared on his calm face. This person was Xiao Xian. "Little fellow, you are finally here." With a soft chuckle, Xiao Xian slowly stood up from the cliff. The tip of his foot gently pressed against the void. Wind swirled under his feet and condensed into an invisible blade. Soon after, his body immediately turned into a ray of light and swiftly flew down the mountain. Chapter 1379. After Xiao Yan's group entered the spatial tunnel, the light in front of them suddenly brightened. This caused them to shut their eyes out of habit. Soon after, they slowly opened them. The shock in their eyes immediately became denser. At this moment an extremely long stone staircase appeared in front of Xiao Yan's group. There were no buildings on either side of the stone staircase. Instead it was filled with lush greenery. When one looked into the distance, one could see that there were quite a number of buildings within the greenery. Faintly, one could hear some human voices being transmitted from afar. Finally, the voices gradually faded into the lush greenery. When one turned one's head around, everything behind them was no longer there. Other than the arched door, which was still standing, the original spatial barrier on both sides had already transformed into an extremely thick and heavy city wall. It stood majestically under the cover of green moss. There was an invisible ancient aura spreading from it. There is indeed a completely different world within this place. Lifting his head to look at the world in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the sky above his head. His eyes narrowed. There was a faint distorted feeling at that spot. Clearly, the entire Xiao clan was enveloped within a layer of distorted space. Such a huge spatial boundary could be said to be a huge investment. It was no wonder that it looked so different from the marketplace that one could see in the outside world. One of the three great clans of the middle region did not have an undeserved reputation. The three of you please follow me. The middle-aged man smiled at Xiao Yan. After which, his body moved. His feet stepped on the empty space and rushed forward. Behind him, Xiao Yan and Bai Hua exchanged glances and nodded gently. Soon after, their bodies moved and followed closely behind. A moment later, the group of four stood on a cliff. In front of them was still a continuous stone staircase. However, at this moment, there were many buildings built against the mountain on both sides of the stone staircase. Stone staircases spiraled up the cliff on both sides. Above them were two small squares of similar size. Many members of the Xiao clan were shuttling back and forth. Occasionally, sparring sounds would be heard, causing some liveliness to appear in this place. In the middle of the two plazas, right above the stone stairs that extended upwards, there was a large hall in the air. At this moment the four people were standing there. Along with a wave of steady footsteps, an old man in a purple robe walked out of the hall. His gaze swept past Xiao Yan and the other two, and then stopped on the middle-aged man. He glanced at the latter and said indifferently, "Xiao Huan, do you know your crime?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward, bowed respectfully and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate has failed in his duty. Your subordinate is willing to accept the punishment. But elder, all of this is... That's enough. You don't have to say any more. By the time you come to report, the entire Xiao city will be in chaos. Go ahead. I won't say much about what to do." The old man spoke indifferently. Only then did Xiao Huan bow with a pale face. From the looks of it, it was likely that this elder was already aware of what had happened in Xiao city. His intention of bringing Xiao Yan and the other two here this time around was likely useless. However, just as Xiao Huan was about to bring Xiao Yan and the other two away from this place, the purple-robed old man once again opened his mouth and said, "You can leave. They can stay." Hearing this, Xiao Huan was immediately startled. Even Xiao Yan and the other two at the side were slightly stunned. The former wanted to open his mouth to argue, but the purple-robed old man's cold gaze suddenly shot over, causing his heart to buzz and tremble. He could not help but look at Xiao Yan and the other two with an apologetic face. Soon after, he clenched his teeth and quickly retreated. After Xiao Huan left, the old man's gaze finally began to slowly size up the three people in front of him. When he sensed the difference between Bai Hua and Lian Er, a surprised glint involuntarily flashed across the old man's indifferent eyes. He involuntarily nodded his head gently. Only then did his gaze stop on Xiao Yan's body as he said faintly, "You are Xiao Yan?" When the old man's words came out, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. He immediately raised his gaze and looked at the old man in front of him with a face full of surprise. After hesitating for a while, he frowned and said seriously, "Elder, how do you recognize me?" "Humph, in the current Xiao clan as long as one is an elder who does not recognize you. Ever since you entered Xiao city your identity is no longer a secret." The old man sneered as if he found Xiao Yan's words somewhat laughable. In response, Xiao Yan could not help but be speechless. He originally thought that he was already quite cautious along the way. Even when he entered the territory of Xiao clan, he did not easily reveal his identity. However, he did not expect that he had already been discovered by the old man in front of him. "If you want to test the style of my Xiao clan, you should not use an outsider to do so. Once you enter the clan you will naturally experience it for yourself. However, I advise you not to use this method elsewhere in the future. Otherwise I am afraid that you will fall into a trap." After softly reminding, Xiao Yan hurriedly nodded and bowed to express his thanks. The old man gently waved his hand and said again, "Let's not talk about it. The first elder has high expectations for you. As long as you focus on your cultivation and do not follow in the footsteps of your ancestor, it will be fine." Ancestor Xiao Xian, what happened to him? The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when the purple-robed old man's voice sounded. Even the expression on his face became a little gloomy. The first thing he was most concerned about when he came to Xiao clan was naturally Xiao Xian's situation. However, after hearing the old man's words, Xiao Xian's situation did not seem ideal. Since you are here, you should ask him yourself." The old man was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the sky. A ray of light was rushing over at an extremely fast speed from that spot. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of this large hall. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyes were staring intently at the human figure that was formed by the ray of light. The figure was dressed in white and had a head full of long hair. His eyes were pitch black and as deep as the starry sky. There was a faint smile on his handsome face, and his entire body exuded an elegant temperament that was difficult to match with ordinary people. "Ha, little fellow, I haven't seen you for a few years and you have already advanced to Source Ancestor. Not bad. Looks like you have found what you want." Xiao Xian could not help but click his tongue in admiration when he sensed the aura in Xiao Yan's body that was much more powerful than his own. At this moment, Xiao Yan's tensed heart finally relaxed when he saw that Xiao Xian was fine. "Ancestor Xiao Xian, have you been well these past few years?" Xiao Yan asked with a face full of concern after he heaved a sigh of relief. The purple-robed old man by the side turned his eyes when these words were uttered. He immediately looked at Xiao Xian. The latter appeared to have not sensed anything as he smiled and nodded to Xiao Yan. After which, he turned his eyes to the old man by the side. He cupped his hands together in a respectful manner and said, "Elderly, long time no see. Haha, ever since you passed by my ancient hall, you haven't come here again." Xiao Xian smiled noncommittally when he heard this. The old man glanced indifferently at the two people in front of him before he turned around and walked into the hall behind him. At the same time, his indifferent voice sounded again. "All right, I don't receive guests here. Since you are here, I will not find anyone to lead the way for him. You can lead him there." After speaking, the old man's figure disappeared into the hall. Xiao Xian smiled and nodded. After which, he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him with a smile. The latter's face was filled with suspicion. He could not help but frown as he looked at Xiao Xian and asked doubtfully, "Where are we going?" "To see the leader of the Xiao clan." Xiao Xian nodded and smiled. "The leader of the Xiao clan, huh? That's right. I can only be considered to have truly entered the Xiao clan after meeting him." Xiao Yan chuckled softly and slowly lifted his head. He looked at the stone stairs that climbed up behind the hall. In a trance, a low murmur was slowly emitted from his mouth. Chapter 1380. In front of the ancient city hall, Xiao Yan was led by Xiao Xian into the clan. Bai Hua and Lian were stopped by Xiao Li in the ancient city hall due to their status. Hence, only Xiao Yan and his granddaughter were left. Xiao Yan followed behind Xiao Xian. The rest of the journey was quite smooth. They passed by quite a number of pavilions and met a couple of elders of the Xiao clan. These elders were just like Elder Xiao Li from earlier. They did not appear to be surprised by Xiao Yan's arrival. However, their eyes contained some surprise when they looked at him. Xiao Yan was used to this. After welcoming them with a smiling face, he followed Xiao Xian's lead and hurried deep into the Xiao clan. "Ancestor Xiao Xian, may I know how you have been in the Xiao clan during these few years?" From Elder Xiao Li's tone earlier it seems, haha, Elder Xiao Li has a cold character. Other than the clan head and a few elders, he is like this to everyone in the clan. Don't take it to heart. Along the way, Xiao Yan recalled how Xiao Li had mentioned Xiao Xian when warning him. He hesitated in his heart. However, Xiao Xian did not seem to mind as he laughed softly. Xiao Yan frowned. The manner in which Xiao Li had looked at Xiao Xian earlier did not seem to be due to his character. Instead, it gave Xiao Yan a harsh feeling. He was not unfamiliar with that gaze. However, Xiao Xian was unwilling to mention it at this moment. Hence, he could only drop the subject. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts. His gaze swept over Xiao Xian's body. Immediately, he rotated his eyebrows and asked, "Ancestor Xiao Xian's current cultivation has already reached the peak of the Origin Emperor, right? With the enormous resources of the Xiao clan, it would be too embarrassing if I still could not reach the peak of the Origin Emperor. Unfortunately, I lack the latter half of the third scroll of the Origin skill. It is likely that it will be very difficult for my cultivation to break through. However, since you are already here, this is not important." "Haha, Xiao Xian smiled in an unconcerned manner when he heard this. His expression was a little disappointed. Without the Guiyuan skill, it was likely that his cultivation could only be as stagnant as it was back in the Doqi continent. If he were to forcefully break through, the result would be. Tianju was an example. As for searching for it, Xiao Xian could only hope for a fluke. Searching for a fragment of a cultivation technique in the entire continent was like searching for a needle in a haystack. It was obvious how slim the chances were. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had come to the Xiao clan. As long as Xiao Yan was fine, he would not be too concerned about his own cultivation. Compared to himself, he was more concerned about Xiao Yan's situation. However, even if he thought this way, Xiao Yan would not think the same. Is that so? Xiao Yan curled his mouth and smiled when he heard Xiao Xian's words. He flipped his hand and a black leather parchment that was half the size of a palm landed in his hand. At the same time, Xiao Xian, who was originally flying forward, suddenly paused. The expression on his face changed as he suddenly turned around. His gaze instantly landed on Xiao Yan's hand. His originally calm heart began to ripple at this moment. In this way, I believe that there is no need to worry about ancestors' cultivation. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered as he stared at Xiao Xian in front of him. Although he had spoken those words in a relaxed manner, Xiao Yan was not some naive and foolish little fellow. At this moment he had recalled the words that Xiao Li had said earlier. In his heart, he could roughly understand what the so-called footsteps meant. Immediately, a cold and indifferent feeling rose in his heart because of this. Huff huff. At the same time, an invisible hurricane suddenly gathered around Xiao Xian's body. Even the area where the two of them were at was stirred up by a storm. In the distant pavilions, some of the Xiao clan's disciples sensed the commotion, and their expressions could not help but change. Xiao Xian slowly extended his hand and caught the black fragment that was close to him. The black leather parchment was light and thin and did not have any temperature. However, when it landed in Xiao Xian's hand, it caused his face to flush red. The emotions in his heart almost uncontrollably appeared on his face. Although Xiao Yan did not say anything, he knew that Xiao Xian was unable to hide the agitation in his heart. The only regret in Xiao Xian's legendary life was the returnance art. At this very moment, the last fragment of the returnance art was in his hand. How could he not be excited? It was a long while later before Xiao Xian's stiff body gradually relaxed. His breathing was somewhat trembling as he exhaled. Immediately, he put away the black skin paper in his hand. His eyes were somewhat red as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. The expression on his face gradually recovered its calmness as he said, "Let's go and see the clan leader." The moment he turned around, a sharp aura filled with murderous intent spread out from his body. Even Xiao Yan behind Xiao Xian involuntarily cast a sideways glance when he sensed this. This sharp aura was something that he admitted that even he was unable to achieve. At this moment, Xiao Xian seemed to be different. After the two of them returned to their previous state, Xiao Yan followed closely behind Xiao Xian and flew forward. A moment later, the two of them gradually descended and landed in front of a fiery red hall. At this moment, there were many disciples of the Xiao clan standing guard outside the fiery red hall. Their vigilant gazes constantly scanned the surroundings. As expected of the Xiao clan, even the disciples guarding the hall possessed such strength. If these people were placed in the southern region, they would be a powerful faction. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in admiration as his gaze swept across the young people present. These people's cultivation were all above King Yuan and there was no lack of origin emperors among them. It was already considered good to possess such strength among the younger generation. The reason why they were here was naturally because they represented the flourishing bloodline of the Xiao clan. From a certain point of view, this was also a display of the great foundation of the Xiao clan to the outside world. Ah, this is only what you see. Let's go. Since you are here, I believe the clan leader already knows. Don't let him wait for too long. Xiao Xian smiled and said. Xiao Yan nodded gently. Soon after, the two of them walked into the hall. At the same time, in another area within the Xiao clan, Xiao Chuhang, whose complexion had slightly improved, was sleeping on the bed. A young man was seated on a chair beside the bed. Behind him, a middle-aged man was standing respectfully with his head lowered. What did you say, Xiao Yan? Is he the foreign clan member that Xiao Mingyuan mentioned? The unknown Xiao Yan who injured Xiao Chuhang? In the hall, the young man frowned after hearing the middle-aged man's description. He turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man who was bowing in front of him as he spoke in a deep voice. There should be no mistake. When I passed by the ancient hall, that brat was chatting with Elder Xiao Li. After which, Xiao Xian personally went to welcome him. I believe that he is Xiao Yan. Bang? Just as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the chair under the young man suddenly exploded with a bang. The young man abruptly stood up with a gloomy expression. Xiao Xian, what a pair of grandfather and grandson. We have yet to settle the old debt from back then, yet you have injured my younger brother. The both of you are really the first within the Xiao clan. The young man slowly narrowed his eyes. As a cold glint flickered in his eyes, a surging energy aura involuntarily spread out from his body. A moment later, a sinister voice was faintly spat out. Let's go to the main hall. I want to personally meet these two. Chapter 1381. Following behind Xiao Yan successfully passed through the tight guards outside the hall. He then gently pushed open the door. Creak. After the door to the hall was opened, an exceptionally majestic space appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. Xiao Xian hurriedly walked in when the door to the hall was opened. An old man coincidentally walked out. Xiao Xian hurriedly bowed to the person in front of him and said, "This old man is Xiao Yan, third elder." Behind him, Xiao Yan also saw the human figure at the same time the latter walked out. His eyebrows were lifted slightly before he immediately smiled and bowed in the same manner as the former. Hee little guy, in just a few short years, your growth has surprised the entire Xiao clan. The old man's eyes paused on Xiao Xian when he saw the two people in front of him. A regretful expression flashed across his face. Immediately he looked at Xiao Yan behind Xiao Xian and spoke with a face full of praise. The old man was Xiao Mingyuan, who had taken Xiao Xian away in the extreme south. Now that they had met again, the old man seemed the same as before. However, Xiao Yan was no longer the returnant's brat from before. Even with the entire continent in perspective, he could be regarded as a true expert now. Long time no see. Senior, you're becoming more and more vigorous with age. Xiao Yan smiled. He was rather polite. Xiao Mingyuan had saved him and Xiao Xian before after all. Coupled with the fact that he was an elder of the Xiao clan, they might need his help in the future. Xiao Yan should treat him with respect. Aha, you can go in. I have matters to attend to, so I won't be accompanying you. The patriarch is still waiting inside. Xiao Mingyuan parted his mouth and smiled. He immediately lifted his foot and walked past the two of them. He swiftly left in front of the respectful gazes of the guards outside the door. After which, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan exchanged glances with each other. They smiled slightly and slowly walked into the large hall. At this moment, there were nearly 10+ figures seated in the large hall. Looking at their faces, it was clear that they were quite old. Their expressions were indifferent and did not reveal any surprised expression because of the arrival of Xiao Yan's group. It was as though they had already expected this. A well-built middle-aged man with grayish-white hair was seated at the leader's seat in the large hall. The latter's chiseled face was filled with a smile from beginning to end. Although he appeared a little unrestrained, no one present revealed any dissatisfaction. Clearly, they were clearly aware of the importance of this middle-aged man in front of everyone. Everyone in the hall finally threw their indifferent gazes over as the footsteps in the hall grew closer. This was especially the case when everyone saw Xiao Xian. Many pairs of eyes involuntarily flickered. They hesitated for an instant before shifting their gazes away from Xiao Xian. Immediately they looked at Xiao Yan behind him. However, when Xiao Yan's exceptionally young face was reflected in the eyes of everyone in the large hall, the gazes of everyone in the hall involuntarily stilled. Many pairs of turbid eyes that were filled with the vicissitudes of life flashed with surprise. Compared to the information that they knew, the appearance of the person in front of them appeared to be much younger. Xiao Yan greets the patriarch. Xiao Yan did not care about those slightly strange gazes. He followed Xiao Xian's footsteps and walked straight to the center of the hall. His gaze directly looked at the gray-haired, middle-aged man at the main seat. The moment he entered the hall, he faintly sensed a spiritual pressure probing him. The source of this pressure was the gray-haired, middle-aged man, who seemed somewhat out of place with everyone else. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Yan, he was also slightly surprised. However, in comparison he hid it very well and did not reveal it. His gaze slowly swept over Xiao Yan. As he smiled and nodded, the astonishment in his eyes grew even more intense. Haha, little fellow, you're not bad. I didn't expect you to reach the source ancestor level at such a young age. Such talent is truly rare. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked at the respectful Xiao Yan below. Patriarch, you flatter me. This junior was just lucky. Xiao Yan's expression did not change, but he was inwardly surprised. This middle-aged man was indeed the patriarch of the Xiao clan. With a single glance, he could see through the depths of his cultivation. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze also swept over the middle-aged man at the main seat. He was somewhat shocked to discover that when he looked over, the middle-aged man's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. It was extremely hazy, making it difficult for Xiao Yan to see his face clearly, let alone probe his aura. He's actually so powerful. Xiao Yan did not doubt that the middle-aged man's cultivation was at least comparable to Sword Saint Yulan of the Ouyang clan. Haha, whether it's talent or luck, as long as you can obtain it, it's your ability. Furthermore, the middle-aged man acted as though he did not hear Xiao Yan's probing. His mouth praised. However, his expression suddenly became serious when he reached the end of his words. His body slowly stood up. At the same time, the group of Xiao clan's elders seated below also stood up one after another. Numerous gazes gathered on Xiao Yan like spotlights. The middle-aged man mused for a moment before speaking with a serious expression. Since you've come to our Xiao clan today, it means that you've acknowledged us and yourself. Now I, Xiao Yuheng, and the elders present here, on behalf of the entire Xiao clan, extend an official invitation to Xiao Yan. Are you willing to officially join the Xiao clan from today onwards? As the words from Xiao Yuheng's mouth sounded, a faintly discernible pressure began to surround Xiao Yan in the eyes of those elders present when they looked at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan involuntarily knit his brows when he sensed the special meaning contained within those gazes. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have bowed and acknowledged the pressure from so many experts. However, at this moment, the strange gazes that he received caused a feeling of rejection to surge out of Xiao Yan's heart. It was not impossible for him to join the Xiao clan. However, it was not in his character to submit to the pressure of outsiders. If these fellows continued to act in this manner, he might make other choices. Of course, we'll respect your wishes. If you're not willing to return to the clan for the time being, there's no need to force yourself. You can slowly get used to it in the future. If you're willing, you can also stay. It won't be too late to join us when you're willing. Appearing to have sensed the change in Xiao Yan's emotions, Xiao Yuheng hurriedly coughed softly. At the same time that the words were spat out from his mouth, the somewhat strange atmosphere within the large hall finally became relaxed. If that's the case, thank you, clan leader. Chapter 1382. At the same time that Xiao Yan's group entered the large hall, on the other side, Xiao Mingyuan walked out of the hall and headed east. Along the way, he passed by quite a number of pavilions and buildings until he reached a street where he saw two human figures swiftly rushing over from a distance. Only then did he gently raise his eyebrows, slowly paused his footsteps and quietly stood where he was. Very quickly, two human figures approached from afar and arrived in front of Xiao Mingyuan. The two human figures, who originally wanted to rush past this place at top speed, lowered their bodies to the ground because of the ladder. Their faces revealed respectful expressions. The two figures were a young man and a middle-aged man. After leaving Xiao Chuhong's place, they headed west and headed straight to the main hall of the Xiao clan. If they didn't see Xiao Mingyuan at this moment, they might not have stopped here. Third Elder. When they saw Xiao Mingyuan, the two of them hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. Xiaofeng, what happened? From the looks of it, are you going to meet the patriarch? Xiao Mingyuan nodded slightly and said as if he didn't know. I heard that one of the two outsiders that Third Elder found a few years ago has returned to the clan today and even alarmed many elders. As the heir of the Xiao clan, I should go and take a look. Hearing this, the young man chuckled. When he lowered his head, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Haha, your brother was seriously injured in Xiao City. Instead of taking care of him, you actually care about an outsider. Xiaofeng, this isn't your style. Xiao Mingyuan smiled indifferently. Looking at the gloomy face of the latter, he slowly shook his head and said again, I originally wanted to find you. This old man originally wanted to look for you. However, since I've bumped into you here, it'll save me the trouble of making an extra trip. I've only come here to pass on a message to you. Listen well. Pass a message? Xiaofeng frowned and raised his head to look at the person in front of him. There weren't many people in the Xiao clan who could order him to pass a message. Ignoring the change in Xiaofeng's expression, Xiao Mingyuan's face turned serious and said in a dignified tone, From today onwards, Xiao Chuheng will be grounded in the clan for half a year. All of his monthly allowance will be deducted. During this period, he is not allowed to leave the clan and is not allowed to cause trouble. Anyone who violates any of these rules will be punished according to the clan rules. As soon as these words came out, Xiaofeng's gloomy face instantly changed. His emotions also became somewhat agitated. He stared at Xiao Mingyuan in front of him and said unwillingly, What is the meaning of this, Third Elder? It was clearly Xiao Yan who injured my brother. Why is he the one being punished instead? This is unfair. Fair. No one is allowed to fight within Xiao City, this is the clan's rule. Xiao Chuhang ignored the clan's rules and broke the rules knowingly. This is the first reason. He attacked first, and if he can't defeat his opponent, this is the second reason. Do you need this old man to say anything else? Xiao Mingyuan's face was expressionless as he spoke with an indifferent tone. But without monthly allowance and not leaving the clan for half a year, Chuhang, being the second young master of the Xiao clan, he has been fooling around for a long time. Usually, I am too lazy to bother about him on your account. This time around, something has happened to him. This can be considered a lesson. Let him properly reflect on himself during this half a year. As for Xiao Yan, it is best that you forget about finding trouble with him. Xiao Mingyuan raised his hand slightly and interrupted Xiao Feng's words. Just as the latter was about to refute, he changed the topic and said sternly, Xiao Feng, this old man hopes that you can understand that these words are not passed down to you by the patriarch, nor is it the great elder. If you continue to be so stubborn, don't blame this old man for being merciless. As soon as Xiao Mingyuan's words fell, the words that were about to come out of Xiao Mingyuan's mouth suddenly became sluggish. At the same time, he seemed to have understood something in an instant. The muscles at the corner of his eyes twitched slightly for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and endured the anger in his heart. He trembled and took a deep breath, slowly bent down and said unwillingly, Xiao Feng understands. I hope you really understand. Xiao Mingyuan frowned and said indifferently. Soon after, Xiao Mingyuan flew in the direction he came from. Behind him, Xiao Feng looked at Xiao Mingyuan's departing figure. The fists under his sleeves couldn't help but slowly clench. The expression on his face became even more gloomy. Xiao Yan, don't even think about entering my Xiao clan. Young master, don't be rash. The third elder has said it clearly. If you look for Xiao Yan now, I'm afraid that even you won't be able to avoid punishment. Seeing Xiao Feng in such a state, the middle-aged man couldn't help but dissuade him in a low voice. You go back and guard Chuhang. I will personally deal with this matter. You've injured my younger brother and caused him to be punished. How could this matter be so easily forgotten? But, go ahead. I know what to do. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to speak, Xiao Feng said in an indifferent tone. Soon after, he stomped his foot on the ground and a force burst out from under his feet. As the bluestone shattered, his figure also flew forward and disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. Looking at the figure that sped away like lightning, the middle-aged man frowned and hesitated for a moment. Only then did he helplessly shake his head. With a soft sigh, he turned around and quickly flew in the direction he came from. On the other side, Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan retreated from the hall. Although Xiao Yuheng had said a lot during this period of time, Xiao Yan didn't have the slightest intention of wavering. Currently, he didn't have a good impression of the Xiao clan. If Xiao Xian wasn't here, he would have turned around and left long ago. Why would he continue to stay here? The two of them retreated from the hall one after another and immediately met Xiao Mingyuan, who had returned. Haha, how was it? Did the little fellow agree to return to the clan? Seeing the two of them, Xiao Mingyuan's gaze immediately landed on Xiao Yan and said with a smile. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, his mission could be considered to have been more than half completed. As long as the former was willing to join the Xiao clan and become a member of the Xiao clan, it would be a good thing for both him and Xiao Yan. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've disappointed third elder. Hearing this, Xiao Yan lowered his eyebrows and slowly said. Xiao Mingyuan was slightly startled. He didn't expect such an outcome. After hesitating for a moment, he changed his tone and said with a smile, It's fine. After all, you have just returned. It's understandable that you're not used to it. After a while, the first elder is still in seclusion. When he comes out, he might meet you. We'll talk about everything when the time comes. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded as a response. Xiao Xian by the side also had a respectful expression. However, Xiao Mingyuan didn't pay much attention to Xiao Xian before. At this moment, when he looked at Xiao Xian again, he vaguely felt that there was something different. The latter, who had always kept a low profile, actually had a hidden sharpness. Xiao Mingyuan frowned slightly. While he was feeling surprised in his heart, a rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted from behind the few of them. Soon after, a human figure appeared in front of the three of them in the blink of an eye. A sharp wind instantly bullied Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of the both of them changed slightly. The old man frowned and turned around. Seeing the figure that had already appeared in front of him, his frown deepened as he said in a serious voice, Xiao Feng, was what I said earlier not clear enough? Chapter 1383. Haha, Xiao Feng will naturally remember third elder's words. However, there is an outsider returning to the clan today and I should come and take a look. Also, Xiao Feng smiled slightly when he heard Xiao Mingyuan's words. His gaze swept past the latter and swept over the two people beside him. Immediately it paused on Xiao Yan. A smile appeared on his face as he said, I believe this must be Xiao Yan. Today, before you even arrived at the main hall, your name has already become famous in my Xiao clan. Although Xiao Feng's face was full of smiles, Xiao Yan could clearly sense the coldness that was emitted from the former's eyes. Immediately Xiao Yan could not help but feel surprised in his heart. This was clearly the first time that he had met this fellow. However, there was no need for him to be viewed with such hostility. He is called Xiao Feng. Xiao Chuhang, who was heavily injured by you earlier, is his younger brother. Xiao Mingyuan stared at Xiao Feng and warned Xiao Yan in a low voice. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Only then did he understand. No wonder Xiao Feng was so fierce when he first saw him. It turned out that he was Xiao Chuhang's elder brother. Previously, I heard that Xiao Chuhang was called second young master. From the looks of it, this Xiao Feng should be the first young master of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan nodded his head in a manner that could not be detected. He quietly mused in his heart. Being able to become the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Feng's cultivation was clearly extraordinary. Just from this first glance, he would not be weaker than Bai Ruoxuan from the Bai clan. Little fellow, you have to be careful. Xiao Feng and his brother have no one to rely on in the clan. His younger brother is his reverse scale. Today you have heavily injured Xiao Chuhang. This fellow will definitely find trouble with you in the future. However, with this old man here today you can be at ease. Xiao Mingyuan cast a reassuring glance at Xiao Yan. Soon after, his gaze returned to Xiao Feng as he frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Xiao Feng, now that you have seen them, shouldn't you let them go? As he spoke, he was about to lead Xiao Yan and pass by the latter. My younger brother fought with someone in Xiao City today and returned with serious injuries. As far as I know, it was done by Mr. Xiao Yan, right? However, the words that Xiao Feng spat out immediately caused the originally discordant atmosphere in the arena to instantly stiffen. Even some of the guards in the surroundings were secretly astonished as they looked at Xiao Yan in astonishment. Clearly they understood the meaning behind Xiao Feng's words. He had just entered the Xiao clan, but he had already formed a grudge with the crown prince. This wasn't a good thing. Xiao Feng? Beside Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan's face was slightly gloomy as he said in a serious voice. Please don't worry. I already know what happened. Since Chu Hang was inferior, I naturally have nothing to say. It's just that. Before the few of them could catch their breaths, Xiao Feng continued to speak. My main purpose for coming here is to have a battle with you. At the same time, Xiao Feng suddenly raised an arm and pointed at Xiao Xian beside Xiao Mingyuan, who was beside Xiao Yan. Xiao Xian. In the surroundings, numerous gazes followed Xiao Feng's direction, and the expressions on their faces gradually turned into astonishment. Even they didn't expect that Xiao Feng would actually request to fight with Xiao Xian. In the past, Xiao Feng had never placed Xiao Xian in his eyes. According to him, someone who couldn't even break through to the origin sect didn't have the qualifications to be his opponent. But today, such unbridled words had actually been broken by Xiao Feng himself. Although that was the case, there were some discerning people present who could see some clues. From Xiao Mingyuan's attitude towards Xiao Feng, the former was clearly unwilling to let Xiao Feng fight with Xiao Yan. Due to Xiao Mingyuan's pressure, the latter was bound to have some concerns. However, at this moment, Xiao Feng had resolutely turned the spearhead towards Xiao Xian beside him. Everyone present understood that Xiao Xian was definitely no match for Xiao Feng given the gap in their cultivation. In this way, if Xiao Xian was unable to accept the challenge, the one who could replace him to fight with Xiao Feng would naturally be Xiao Yan. However, if Xiao Feng cowered and refused to accept the challenge, it was likely that Xiao Feng would use this opportunity to ruthlessly ridicule and provoke him. Regardless of which option it was Xiao Feng's revenge against Xiao Yan. However, if Xiao Yan took the initiative to accept the challenge, all the pressure that Xiao Mingyuan was exerting on him would naturally no longer be a threat. This move of Xiao Feng's was truly a thunderous move. Once everything developed in the direction that Xiao Feng had predicted, it was likely that Xiao Yan's name would truly resound throughout the Xiao clan in the future. However, it was likely that he would become the laughingstock of everyone. If this was all, Xiao Yan would not be concerned. However, what he was concerned about was that Xiao Xian had already joined the Xiao clan and was currently a member of the Xiao clan. He could not possibly affect Xiao Xian's reputation because of himself. In that case, it was likely that he had no choice but to accept this challenge. Xiao Yan's expression immediately turned gloomy when he thought of this. Beside him, Xiao Mingyuan also frowned tightly. However, he felt quite helpless. He had never imagined that Xiao Feng would use such a tactic. In this way, it was likely that an intense battle between the two of them would be unavoidable. Xiao Mingyuan frowned as he swept his gaze back and forth between the two. He could not help but feel somewhat worried in his heart. Although Xiao Yan's cultivation had already stepped into the Genesis Ancestor stage, he was still only a 2-star Genesis Ancestor. In addition, he had already exhausted himself in the battle in Xiao City. If he were to meet Xiao Feng again, it was likely that his chances of victory would be unimaginable. Xiao Feng's eyes remained as sharp as ever as he gazed at the frowning duo. His chilling gaze paused on Xiao Yan as the expression in his eyes grew increasingly cold. The Genesis chi in the vortex in his body stealthily began to circulate. He could no longer wait to make the person before him pay the price for what he had done. Hugh, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply. His expression was stormy as he slowly clenched his fists under his sleeves. He gently lifted his foot, his gaze meeting Xiao Feng's as he lifted his head. All right, I'll accept. However, while everyone present was waiting for the battle between Xiao Yan and Xiao Feng to begin, the white-clothed Xiao Xian by Xiao Yan's side took a step forward. His expression was calm as he looked at Xiao Feng on the opposite side. His clear voice was like a bell that reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Even Xiao Yan, Xiao Mingyuan by his side, and even Xiao Feng at this moment, could not help but be stunned. Ancestor. The expression of Xiao Yan, who had recovered, instantly changed. He was just about to move and block Xiao Yan when the latter turned his head and faintly smiled at him. He used one hand to block the action of Xiao Yan's hand and immediately patted Xiao Yan's shoulder gently. Don't worry, since I dared to accept, I naturally have confidence. Chapter 1384. Xiao Xian's face was indifferent as he gently patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in front of everyone's eyes. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused most of the people present to involuntarily shake their heads. At this moment, it was a little too far-fetched to say that Xiao Yan would forcefully take on the situation. After all, the gap between the two parties' cultivations was clear for all to see. It was basically impossible for an Origin Emperor to fight a Source Zone class expert head-on. Moreover, the person Xiao Xian was facing was the heir of the Xiao clan, Xiao Feng. Xiao Xian, don't force yourself. If you can't beat him, it's not shameful to admit defeat. With me here, I don't think he can do anything overboard. Xiao Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Yan, who was frowning, and hesitated for a moment before speaking to Xiao Xian. Then thank you, Third Elder. Xiao Xian nodded with a smile and cupped his fists at Xiao Mingyuan. Then he turned his gaze to Xiao Feng, who had a gloomy expression. Heir Xiao Feng, do you plan to fight here or at the martial arts practice field? Xiao Xian turned his head to look at the main hall, which wasn't very far from them, and swept his gaze over the surrounding guards. Fighting in front of the Xiao clan's main hall wasn't something to be proud of. Once a commotion occurred, it would probably alarm the upper echelons of the Xiao clan. Not to mention there were still guards around. Although they weren't weak, the person with the highest cultivation had barely reached the Origin Emperor. Once the two of them fought, it wouldn't be a small matter. I don't think there's a need to waste time. Let's fight here and end it quickly. I believe there won't really be any commotion. Xiao Feng let out a ferocious smile. His feet suddenly stepped forward as wind swirled around his body. As it rotated, it directly transformed into an invisible wind wall. The wind gradually became thicker. As his body gently shook, the wind wall immediately transformed into an extremely strong wind pressure that swept out in this area. The bodies of some of the surrounding guards immediately trembled as their feet involuntarily retreated. In an instant, the expressions of all the guards changed. When they looked at Xiao Feng, their gazes became solemn. Xiao Feng's strength was indeed worthy of his status as the heir of the crown prince to be able to force them back with just his aura. Since you say you have the confidence to fight me, then let me see what qualifications a mere Origin Emperor has to say such arrogant words. Xiao Feng released his aura and wind swirled around him. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot into the sky. He looked down at Xiao Xian below and sneered. Xiao Xian smiled faintly in response, and a fierce look flashed in his pitch-black eyes. His figure moved, and when he reappeared, he was already in the sky. He clasped two fingers of his right hand together and gently waved them. A gust of wind gathered at his fingertips. It seemed ordinary, but it was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, and the surrounding Genesis chi involuntarily gathered towards it. Seeing this scene, the guards below immediately cast sidelong glances. Even Xiao Mingyuan's eyes flashed with surprise. To be able to gather wind to such an extent, one could see how deep Xiao Xian's understanding of the Tao of Wind was. It was likely that even Xiao Feng was inferior to him. It seems that he hasn't made no progress in the past few years. With a soft sigh, Xiao Mingyuan looked at Xiao Xian in the sky and couldn't help but reveal a look of regret. If Xiao Xian's cultivation hadn't made any progress, he would have become the most dazzling new star of the Xiao clan. However, all of this had come to an abrupt halt. It seemed that no matter how much Xiao Xian's comprehension of the great Tao of Wind improved, it would ultimately be difficult for him to become a true expert. By the side, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown again when he heard the old man's sigh. Although he had some guesses about Xiao Xian's situation in the Xiao clan, from Xiao Mingyuan's tone, it was likely far from what he had imagined. "Sigh, to be honest, this is also my fault. I originally let you return to the Xiao clan for your own good, but I never thought it would end like this." Xiao Mingyuan slowly sighed, appearing to have seen the resentment in Xiao Yan's heart. His turbid old eyes looked at Xiao Xian, who was currently in the sky. Some shame involuntarily surfaced on his old face. Back then, when Xiao Xian first came to the Xiao clan, we placed great importance on him. After that, he displayed extremely shocking cultivation talent. Relying on the cultivation resources of the clan, his cultivation leapt from an 8-star Origin King to Peak Origin King in just 2 years. The old man spoke slowly as bright starlight shone from his eyes. Although this was a matter from a few years ago, it was still astonishing when one thought about it now. In just 2 years, his cultivation has made such a huge leap. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is probably unparalleled across the entire continent for thousands of years. After exhaling a long breath, Xiao Mingyuan focused his mind and continued, "That's right. During that period of time, everyone in the Xiao clan was shocked because of Xiao Xian. For safety reasons, the first elder and the clan leader repeatedly gave orders to completely seal the news within the Xiao clan and not to leak it out. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed without mercy." Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows as soon as these words came out. Even his expression changed slightly. He never thought that the upper echelons of the Xiao clan would be so decisive. In order to seal the news, they even killed their own clansmen. During that period of time, no one in the Xiao clan was allowed to go out. Many people died in the subordinate cities of the Xiao clan, including Xiao City. It could be said that blood flowed like a river. The Xiao clan has already sealed the news, but there are still people spreading it outside? Xiao Yan frowned as he could not help but feel surprised. With the means of the Xiao clan, such a thing could still happen. It was a little ridiculous. No news was spread outside. The reason for killing those people was only out of suspicion. Xiao Mingyuan slowly shook his head with a helpless expression. Hiss. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly froze. A deep sense of horror instantly surged in his heart. The reason for killing was only out of suspicion? Even as an expert, such an act was a little too ruthless. Regarding this, Xiao Mingyuan smiled in relief, but he didn't feel too guilty. He said calmly, "Don't be surprised. If it was just one person, such a method is indeed ruthless. But you have to understand that we have to seal all the news at all costs. It's not just for Xiao Xian but for the future of the entire Xiao clan. With Xiao Xian's cultivation speed at that time, the fate of the Xiao clan would be in his hands if there were no accidents. The law of the jungle, this is an eternal truth in every era." Chapter 1385. However, perhaps it was because joy begets sorrow. What we hoped for did not happen. After his cultivation reached the peak of the Origin King level, he did not advance at all. At the beginning we thought it was just a process of settling down, but it was not like that. Even when the Grand Elder personally investigated him, he was unable to discover anything strange. Xiao Mingyuan sighed deeply. He raised his head again and looked at Xiao Xian in the sky with a complicated expression. Who would have thought that after putting in so much effort, it would end up like this? Xiao Yan softly laughed when he heard these words. He had also experienced such a situation when he was young. Now that he thought about it, the feeling of having the hopes of the entire clan turn into a bubble with a bang was something that he could understand a little. After all, it was just as Xiao Mingyuan had said earlier. This world was one where the strong preyed on the weak. As for the first elder, it was naturally impossible for him to see anything. The returnant's art was a cultivation method, and there was nothing wrong with Xiao Xian's body. Even if his body was cut open, it would be impossible to discover anything strange. It was also after that his prestige in the clan grew even lower. Even the elders in the clan rarely paid attention to him, and even those who originally supported him treated him like strangers. Some of them even ridiculed him a little. If it wasn't for his calm nature, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to continue staying in the clan. Xiao Yan only smiled in response. It was just some side talk. They had long since treated it as nothing, so it naturally would not affect them. Now that the returnant's art was complete, he did not want to imagine what kind of interesting expressions those people would have when they saw Xiao Xian break through to the origin ancestor level. While the two of them were talking, the atmosphere in the arena, which had gradually solidified, finally exploded at this moment. In the sky, Xiao Feng suddenly clenched his fist. Streams of wind gathered in his palm and swirled around, transforming into an illusory spear. Cool wind gathered on the spear, occasionally emitting the sound of rushing wind. A chill surged within Xiao Feng's eyes as the long spear condensed. The long spear in his hand suddenly shook and a sharp rushing wind sound appeared. Immediately, the body of the spear twisted and directly drew an invisible dragon in the empty space. It was accompanied by a shockingly frightening wind pressure. With a roar, it wrapped around the long spear and shot explosively toward Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian calmly gazed at the invisible spear rushing towards him. He lifted his right hand, and the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate without hesitation. With a thought, an invisible sword rapidly materialized in the air in front of him. Genesis Qi rapidly poured into it and he slashed out with the sword. Buzz! Two invisible forces suddenly collided in the void, and a low explosion immediately rang out. Waves of wind swept out, and the giant dragon and sword were completely buried in the wind and waves. Immediately after, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out again. Xiao Feng's body suddenly shot out from the huge wind and waves. He held a long spear in his hand and stabbed towards Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian, let's settle the old score between you and me here. Xiao Feng laughed angrily. His body jerked and an afterimage remained where he was. When he reappeared, he was already not far in front of Xiao Xian. His long spear danced and the wind wildly danced. The sharp sound of the wind turned into countless spear shadows that ruthlessly shot towards every part of Xiao Xian's body. Below, Xiao Yin scrunched his brows when he heard Xiao Feng's words. He cast a surprised look at Xiao Mingyuan and asked in a puzzled voice, "What? What's this? So there was already a conflict between my ancestor and Xiao Feng before this?" "This, not necessarily. If we want to talk about it in detail, it was because of Xiao Chuhang." "It's him again." Xiao Yin, who originally didn't have a good impression of Xiao Chuhang, felt even more disgusted with him. Regarding this, Xiao Mingyuan knew that he could only smile bitterly and say, Xiao Feng and his brother lost their parents when they were young. Since they grew up, they had suffered a lot. As the elder brother, Xiao Feng doted on his younger brother a lot. Ever since he became the heir of the Xiao clan, he was even more so. But because of this, when Xiao Xian was valued by the upper echelons of the clan, Xiao Feng, as the heir, was given the cold shoulder. Xiao Chuhang felt that it was unfair, so he took advantage of Xiao Xian's breakthrough to barge in. However, because Xiao Xian's cultivation coincidentally broke through at that time, he was heavily injured by the backlash, which resulted in a conflict between him and Xiao Feng. After that, the two of them were unable to clash due to the obstruction of the upper echelons of the clan. Xiao Chuhang was also punished and focused on cultivation, which allowed him to break through the shackles of the origin sect. In the end, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. Xiao Mingyuan slowly shook his head as he looked at the cold face of Xiao Feng in the sky. If he only cared about his strength as the heir of the Xiao clan, he wouldn't be able to go far. Xiao Yin couldn't help but laugh when he heard that Xiao Chuhang was reaping what he sowed. He raised his head and looked at the battle in the sky. Xiao Xian's expression didn't change in the face of Xiao Feng's fierce attack. With a twist of his wrist, countless sword images rapidly appeared around him. As he retreated, the sword images also pierced forward, colliding with the countless spears and blocking the former's attacks. Xiao Xian had lived for 1,000 years and had experienced countless bloody battles. Compared to Xiao Feng, who had been peacefully cultivating in the Xiao clan, Xiao Xian's battle experience was extremely rich. If the two of them were to fight, the latter would definitely not be Xiao Xian's match. The chilliness in Xiao Feng's eyes grew even colder when he saw that Xiao Xian was actually so calm. He waved his large sleeve and wrapped it around the spear handle. His entire body supported the spear as he shot forward while a hurricane whistled. Even space itself was forcefully torn apart as a huge crack was formed along the way. Chi! The spear darted out like a bolt of lightning, but just as it was about to hit Xiao Xian's chest, the latter quickly lifted his hands and formed a seal with his fingertips. Genesis Qi circulated and a cool breeze gathered, turning into an invisible sword in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, incomparably sharp sword Qi surged out, causing the surrounding space to hum and distort. Ha! A wisp of surprise instantly appeared on Xiao Mingyuan's old face when he noticed the sharp sword Qi. Although Xiao Xuanfeng's aura was strong, it had to be said that it was even more shocking to be able to utilize the power of the wind to emit such sharp and domineering sword chi. Clang! The invisible spear collided with the sword body, producing a crisp sound of collision. At the same time, the sword chi on the spear shot out along both sides of the spear body, tearing through space and heading straight for Xiaofeng's face. Oomph! As the sword chi shot over, Xiaofeng's expression changed. He couldn't care about the spear anymore. He waved his sleeves and released the spear body. An invisible gust of wind covered his sleeves and blocked the sword chi. At the same time, Xiao Xian twisted his wrist, and the invisible sword in front of him collided with the invisible spear. Then the invisible spear suddenly shattered with a crack, turning into countless whirlwinds that scattered in all directions. Prince Xiaofeng, since your weapon has been destroyed, I believe that this battle should have come to an end. With a faint smile, Xiao Xian retreated and landed on the ground below. When Xiaofeng returned to his senses, he had already seen the shattered spear. When he looked at Xiao Xian again, his face had completely darkened. If you want to end this battle, you have to defeat me. With a low roar, Xiaofeng's body in the air shook violently. Genesis Chi surged out from his body, and in the void around him, distorted invisible curtains rapidly formed. Then he raised his hands to his chest and interlocked his fingers in a seal. Gusts of wind also gathered above his head. This is the wind god's fury. Xiao Yan's expression instantly changed when he saw this scene in the empty space. The seal that Xiaofeng was using was no different from the one that Xiao Chuheng had used in Xiao City earlier. It was undoubtedly the wind god's fury. However, it was fine if it was merely the battle earlier. Once the wind god's fury was used, it was likely that Xiao Xian would have difficulty enduring it given his current cultivation. Xiaofeng, this battle doesn't have much meaning to begin with. Why are you still entangling yourself? You should know that you will be severely punished if you injure your clansman for no reason. Whether it was because of the guilt he felt towards Xiao Xian or because of Xiao Yan's existence, Xiao Mingyuan's tone was even harsher. However, how could Xiaofeng be willing to stop so easily? Third Elder, until now I have never admitted defeat, nor have I exhausted my strength. Therefore the battle hasn't ended, and it can't be considered as injuring someone for no reason. Xiao Xian, if you want to end this battle, one of us must fall. Wind god's fury. A vast and mighty pressure that was filled with a majestic aura spread apart. The expressions of the surrounding guards changed drastically. Numerous figures swiftly withdrew. Even some of the elders who were observing the battle from afar, nodded their heads slightly in response to this pressure. Regardless of how overbearing Xiaofeng's character was, there was no need to say anything about his strength. This was something that no one could deny. Bus. Below, Xiao Yan took a step forward and blocked in front of Xiao Xian. A powerful pressure that was not inferior to the former spread out. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Just Xiaofeng's pressure alone was already so shocking. If Xiao Yan was added, the result would be unimaginable if the two of them clashed. Is he going to attack? Staring at Xiao Yan, who was about to attack, a cold light flashed in Xiaofeng's eyes. The aura on his body also became increasingly powerful. However, in the next moment, just as Xiao Yan was about to attack, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows. Just as he turned his head, Xiao Xian's hand stopped him once again. Xiao Xian's face was still calm. Before Xiao Yan could speak, Xiao Xian slowly said, "You have had a hard time along the way. Rest well. Let me end my own battle." After saying that, Xiao Xian took a dozen steps forward without caring about the expression on Xiao Yan's face. Then, under the gazes of the surrounding people, he slowly raised his right hand. As he put two fingers together, Xiao Mingyuan's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked over. At this moment, a huge tornado had formed above Xiao Xian's head in the blink of an eye, and then, with a wave of his sword finger, the huge tornado above Xiao Xian's head turned into a huge illusory image in the blink of an eye under the disbelieving gazes of everyone present. This illusory image was Fury of the Wind God. Chapter 1386. Wind God's Fury. It's the Wind God's Fury again. Moreover, he hasn't formed any seals yet. How is this possible? On the battlefield, the expressions of the guards below changed drastically when the illusory image above Xiao Xian's head formed in the blink of an eye. They could not help but cry out in surprise, especially when they saw that Xiao Xian had formed the Wind God's Fury in an instant. Their hearts were filled with disbelief. Xiao Mingyuan's old face was also filled with astonishment. However, compared to the younger generation of the Xiao clan, he understood that although the Wind God's Fury was an intent class Do skill, it was not impossible to form it in an instant. However, in addition to needing a huge amount of Genesis Chi to support it, one's understanding of the wind god's fury must have reached a level that most people could not achieve. This made Xiao Mingyuan's heart even more shocked. At the same time, the pity he felt for Xiao Xian deepened. Xiao Xian, who was so calm and had such astonishing talent in all aspects, had his cultivation stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor level. This was really hard to accept. Sigh. With a deep frown and a sigh, the old man's body could not help but tremble. His pair of old eyes were slightly red as he looked at the figure in front of him who was as carefree as a cool breeze. A wave of resentment actually rose in his heart for him. It's really, fate makes fools of people. By the side, Xiao Yan also felt a wave of surprise when he saw Xiao Xian's reaction. It seemed that he had underestimated his ancestor. He could not help but mock himself in his heart. Compared to Xiao Xian, his powerful battle strength was almost entirely due to the existence of the heavenly flame. On the other hand, Xiao Xian relied on his own strength. In this regard, Xiao Yan admitted that he was inferior. On the battlefield, as Xiao Xian's wind god's fury gathered, the expression on Xiao Feng's face instantly turned ugly. He had also practiced the wind god's fury, and his understanding of it naturally far surpassed ordinary people. The fact that Xiao Xian could form the wind god's fury in an instant was proof of his strength. If his cultivation had not stopped at the peak of the Origin Emperor level, he would have no chance of winning today's battle. Xiao Feng's aura trembled involuntarily as he calmed down. He rejoiced in his heart as he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again in the next instant, a cold glint shot out from them. A cold and resolute intent surged from the depths of his eyes. Wind god's fury, So what? The gap between the Origin Emperor and the Origin Ancestor can't be crossed. You will undoubtedly lose this battle. Xiao Feng stood in the air with his hands clasped together. He glared at Xiao Xian angrily as the enormous illusory figure behind him slowly leaned forward. At the same time, a shocking pressure descended from the sky. On the ground below, Xiao Yin sensed the pressure that spread from Xiao Feng's body. The expression on his face also changed. He was indeed worthy of being the heir of the Xiao clan. Compared to Xiao Chuhang, the wind god's fury that Xiao Feng used was at least twice as strong. Xiao Yan admitted that even if he was the one facing this attack from Xiao Feng, it was likely that he would have to go all out. By the side, Xiao Mingyuan's turbid eyes were fixed on the situation on the battlefield. Wisps of Genesis Chi quietly circulated around the surface of his body. Once the situation changed, he would immediately take action. No matter what, he had to ensure Xiao Xian's safety. Wind, God, fury. Xiao Feng's voice carried a vast and mighty echo as it reverberated across the sky. There were already quite a number of people standing on the two sides of the street and in the pavilions. Most of them were the various elders of the Xiao clan. They had already guessed in their hearts that if Xiao Mingyuan did not intervene, it was likely that only Xiao Yan by his side would be able to block Xiao Feng's attack. Terrifying wind pressure viciously slammed into the faces of the crowd below, causing several people to involuntarily retreat. Some even fell to the ground on their butts, unable to withstand the wind pressure. Even Xiao Yan had a grave expression on his face at this moment. The Genesis Chi in his body swiftly circulated, as if he was already prepared to act. At this moment, only Xiao Xian's expression remained calm in the face of the incoming wind pressure. The gale automatically dispersed when it was 100 feet away from him, as if it was waiting for the furious god in the sky to descend. If one was paying attention, one would discover that Xiao Xian's face had unknowingly turned a little pale. What is he doing? Why isn't he taking action? A group of elders had unknowingly filled the main hall, and the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yuheng, was standing in front of the door. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan. Of course, the majority were still waiting for Xiao Yan to take action. After all, Xiao Feng was the Origin sect master. Have you guys noticed that another force seems to be gathering around him? Xiao Yuheng's brows were tightly scrunched together. No one could clearly see the situation around Xiao Xian under the God of Fury's pressure, but he could still faintly sense something. Unfortunately, the elders didn't expect Xiao Xian to resist Xiao Feng with his own strength. No one responded, and Xiao Yuheng could only shake his head helplessly. These old fellows are still stubborn. On the ground, Xiao Xian calmly watched the giant illusory figure approaching, and a fierce look quietly surged in the depths of his eyes. A strong pressure descended from the sky, and Xiao Yan and Xiao Mingyuan grew increasingly nervous. They even had the urge to take action. If Xiao Xian wasn't as calm as before, they would have already taken action. Ancestor, Xiaoyan couldn't help but clench his fists even tighter under his sleeves as he stared at the figure in front of him. His forehead was also covered in sweat due to the nervousness in his heart. "Xiaoxian, you've lost." A voice filled with pressure resounded like a final judgment. Xiaofeng's body suddenly jerked, and a terrifying storm suddenly swept out, closing in on Xiaoxian. The giant illusory figure finally descended in front of Xiaoxian at this moment. Xiaoxian, whose eyes were as calm as before, slowly raised his head. His eagle-like gaze instantly collided with the former's. The sword finger on his right hand gently rotated, and a calm voice was slowly uttered. "Green cleansing sword art, Tao Heaven. One sword. Buzz." Almost at the same time, the illusory figure above Xiaoxian's head suddenly raised its hands and clenched them in the air. A giant sword that towered into the sky suddenly appeared in the originally empty space. At the same time, a terrifying sword chi storm swept across the world, slashing countless sharp sword scars on the ground below. At this moment, everyone present, including the elders standing in front of the main hall and Xiao Yuheng, had a drastic change in expression. Everyone stared at the scene with their eyes wide open, and their hearts were filled with shock. It was only a moment later that they couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. "This is the great way of the sword." Chapter 1387. Green Cleansing Sword Technique, Tao Heaven Sword. Xiaoxian's clear cry sounded in the sky. He suddenly lifted his sword finger. Soon after, the illusory figure above his head, which was holding the invisible huge sword, suddenly thrust the huge sword down furiously. Buzz. The sword aura surged and shattered the entire area, forming countless spatial cracks. A couple of elders from the Xiao clan immediately appeared outside the arena and joined forces to seal off the area where the two of them were. Even so, the muffled explosion that was emitted when the sword aura collided with the energy wall still caused countless people to tremble in fear. Chi. In the next instant, without any room to breathe, the invisible giant sword, which was accompanied by an incomparably sharp sword aura, instantly pierced through the wind god's fury that Xiaofeng had unleashed. Xiaofeng's entire body was instantly blasted to the ground below. The blue stone was annihilated and turned into a pile of dust. As the air wave swept over, it actually turned the surrounding 100 feet into ruins. In an instant, the aggressive fury of the wind god was forcefully destroyed. Even Xiaofeng was seriously injured. The storm dissipated under the nervous gazes of the upper echelons of the Xiao clan outside the arena. Everyone's eyes quickly gathered at one spot, and their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, Xiaofeng was lying on the ground without any aura. He was in a miserable state. However, Xiaoxian still had a calm expression on his face. The fury of the wind god was still above his head, and an invisible huge sword was suspended high above Xiaofeng's head. If Xiaoxian had not intentionally restrained his sword aura, it was likely that the sword aura would have already landed on Xiaofeng's body below. "If this sword of mine lands, you will definitely die. Therefore you have lost." Xiaoxian's calm voice slowly sounded. The sword finger that Xiaoxian was about to slash down trembled slightly and gradually loosened. At the same time, the illusory figure above his head and the huge sword also disappeared. "I have lost." Xiaofeng, who was lying in the dust, could not help but reveal a self-mocking expression on his pale face when he heard this. His eyes gradually turned red. A long while later he finally let out an unwilling laugh. He did not expect Xiaoxian to be able to comprehend the sword Great Tao while mastering the Great Tao of Wind. Wow! When Xiaofeng's self-mocking voice sounded, it immediately caused an uproar in the arena. Countless gazes were fixed on Xiaofeng, who was lying in the ruins below. Their gazes were filled with disbelief. It was hard to imagine that the crown prince before them would be defeated by an origin emperor. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, the person who was even more shocked, naturally, was Xiaoyan. There was no doubt that Xiaofeng's cultivation was not inferior to Ouyang Miao's. Xiaofeng's cultivation, who was in front of him, who was in existence. Xiaoxian was in existence. What was even more shocking was Xiaoxian's current state. This seemingly thin figure before them had actually grasped the energy of two grand Taos. This was something that no one present in the surroundings had expected. The energy of the Grand Tao was the most difficult energy to control in the heavens and the earth. So long as an ordinary person was able to grasp one, then it would be sufficient to become an expert and be respected by all. From a certain point of view, the energy of the Grand Tao was the standard to measure an expert. However, to most people, comprehending the energy of the Grand Tao was already extremely difficult, so grasping two types of energy of the Grand Tao at the same time was simply unimaginable. Of course, nothing was absolute. In the entire continent, Some heaven-defying figures in the cultivation world could also rely on their own abilities to control two types of Grand Tao energy. However, the number of such people could be counted on one hand. Most of them were experts who had made a name for themselves in the continent many years ago, or core disciples of those super forces. There was naturally no need to mention the former. Once the latter matured, he would definitely become an expert that stood at the peak of the continent in the future. However, Xiao Xian had actually grasped two types of Grand Tao energy. Once news of this spread, it would probably cause a mighty uproar in the central region. Some of the Xiao clan's elders present involuntarily shook their heads when they thought of this. Even Xiao Mingyuan, who was standing beside Xiao Yan, had a bitter expression on his old face. He naturally understood what it meant to possess two types of great Tao strength. Even though this was the case, Xiao Xian's shocking training talent no longer possessed any value. Huff! Xiao Xian's face was ghastly pale. He slowly exhaled as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. When he turned around, he staggered. Xiao Yan, who had been paying attention to the former, immediately flashed forward and helped him up. "Ancestor, how are you?" Xiao Yan's face was filled with worry. Even he was deeply shocked by Xiao Xian's attack. But from the current situation, Xiao Xian seemed to have paid a heavy price. "I'm fine. It's just that using two Tao powers in succession is a little difficult and the Genesis Qi in my body is exhausted. I'll be fine after a few days of rest." Xiao Xian forced a smile. He felt rather helpless. If it weren't for the limitation of his cultivation, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Xiao Yan hurriedly took out a few pills from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian was taken aback for a moment, but then he grinned. "I forgot that you're an alchemist." He unceremoniously received the medicinal pill and immediately consumed it. A warm medicinal strength immediately followed his throat and slid into his body. Soon after, gurgling Genesis Qi swiftly spread along the meridians in his body. A moment later, Xiao Xian's pale face had become slightly better. Only then did he arrive in front of Xiao Mingyuan with Xiao Yan's support. He bowed slightly to the latter and respectfully said, "Thank you. I'm sorry to have made Third Elder worry." "Ah." Xiao Mingyuan was slightly startled. He involuntarily smiled bitterly and shook his head. He immediately glanced at Xiao Yan by his side and immediately understood something in his heart. He slowly said, "We underestimated your strength. It seems that the reason you didn't show your strength for the past few years was because of this little guy." During these years, Xiao Xian was no longer valued by the upper echelons of the Xiao clan due to his cultivation. Naturally, it was inevitable that he would be ostracized by some people. After all, he was an outsider. He was alone and without help in this large clan. Moreover, his cultivation had stagnated. Quite a number of people had the thought of asking him to leave the Xiao clan. However, due to Xiao Yan having yet to return to the clan and the insistence of the first elder and the others, he was able to remain safely. Now that Xiao Yan had returned, Xiao Xian would never allow what happened to him to happen to Xiao Yan again. Even if Xiao Feng didn't invite him to battle today, Xiao Xian was bound to take the initiative to fight in the future and win the right to face Xiao Yan. After the battle, more than half of the Xiao clan's higher-ups had witnessed Xiao Xian's strength. After today, Xiao Xian's name was bound to resound throughout the Xiao clan again. At the same time, Xiao Yan would also quickly enter the eyes of everyone in the Xiao clan. The names of grandfather and grandson would be quickly engraved in everyone's mind. At that time, the old fellows of the Xiao clan would no longer look down on them because they were outsiders. After this battle, their identities would no longer be doubted. Chapter 1388. In front of the main palace, Xiao Yuheng narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Xian. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a look of surprise appeared on his face. Tsk, borrowing the might of the wind god's fury to display the great way of the sword. The power of this sword is something that few below the origin venerate can match. I wonder what kind of scene it would be if he used his full strength. Xiao Yuheng stared intently at Xiao Xian as light flickered in the depths of his eyes. He muttered to himself for a while before turning his gaze to the elders of the Xiao clan and sternly saying, "Pass on my orders. From now on, Xiao Xian will be promoted to an inner sect elder. Xiao Yan will be a direct descendant of our clan and receive the same treatment as the crown prince." What? As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the elders in front of him changed in an instant. Shocked gazes immediately gathered on Xiao Yuheng's body. Their expressions were filled with disbelief. Clan leader, even if Xiao Xian defeated the crown prince today, he is still an outsider with such a cultivation. How can he bear the position of an inner sect elder? Although Xiao Xian possesses the power of two great ways, How could he have defeated Xiao Feng if he hadn't used a surprise attack? Moreover, Xiao Yan's attitude was rather naughty. Since he isn't willing to join our clan, how can he be qualified to be a direct descendant of our clan? Cold and indifferent words rose and fell one after another. Although they had seen the fight earlier, it was clear that they were unwilling to accept everything that had happened in front of them. Their words had greatly belittled Xiao Yan and his granddaughter. Qualified. Xiao Xian possesses the power of two great ways. Isn't that qualified? With the cultivation of an origin venerate, he was able to defeat Xiao Feng, who is a 4-star origin venerate. No matter what method he used, his victory is the result. As for Xiao Yan, who in the current continent can subdue a heavenly flame. Xiao Yuheng's extremely dignified gaze slowly swept across the group of elders in front of him as he spoke in a slightly heavy tone. It's not necessarily a bad thing for clansmen to reject each other. However, if you stand on the wrong side, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone here is an elder of the clan, so I won't say too much to embarrass you. However, I hope that you all understand that what I said earlier was to inform you, and not to ask for your opinion. After saying those words, Xiao Yuheng turned around and walked into the hall. Behind him, the group of elders looked at each other and were speechless. After a long while, they sighed deeply and left. On the other side, Xiao Yan and his grandson spoke a few more words with Xiao Mingyuan. After bringing the latter away, they prepared to leave as well. But right at this moment, Xiao Feng, who stood up with the help of the 2 guards, suddenly spoke. Wait. Xiao Yan's footsteps paused as he turned to look at Xiao Feng with an unfriendly expression. Is there anything else? Beside him, Xiao Xian also slowly turned around and calmly looked at the latter. Xiao Feng ignored Xiao Yan's cold eyes. He looked at Xiao Xian by the side and hesitated for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Your cultivation can't be stagnant at the Origin Emperor, right? Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was a little surprised in his heart. Even the first elder of the Xiao clan could not do anything about Xiao Xian's cultivation. Unexpectedly, this fellow still had doubts. Xiao Xian still appeared calm in this regard, but he did not answer Xiao Feng's question. However, when he turned around, the latter vaguely saw that Xiao Xian seemed to have nodded his head slightly. This also confirmed the guess in Xiao Feng's heart. Only after a long while did Xiao Feng let out a disappointed smile. He calmed himself down and moved away from the 2 guards who were supporting him. Looking at the 2 figures that had disappeared into the distance, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, Looks like I didn't lose this battle unjustly. As he sighed softly, his body shook slightly. He forcefully endured the waves of weakness that came from his body and forcefully relied on his willpower to slowly walk in the direction that he had come from. On the field, the group of Xiao clan guards could not help but feel surprised when they saw this scene. At the same time, a sense of admiration rose in their hearts. After all, Xiao Feng was the heir of the Xiao clan. Even though he had lost miserably in the battle with Xiao Xian, he was still able to rely on his own strength to forcefully drag his severely injured body to walk. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Creak. A wooden door was slowly pushed open, and a ray of hazy sunlight spread through the gap in the door. Finally, it formed a thin ray of light on the ground. As the wooden door was completely pushed open, the ray of light rapidly expanded. Soon after, 2 figures that were stretched to different lengths by the sunlight walked in. They were Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, the grandfather and grandson pair. After an entire day of trifling matters, the sky had already darkened. It was only then that Xiao Yan was able to heave a sigh of relief. Even though the process was a little complicated, he had finally arrived at the Xiao clan. Seeing that Xiao Xian was fine, the greatest worry in his heart had been relieved. Although the worry at the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart had already been resolved, another serious problem still lingered in his heart at this moment. You can stay here for this period of time. I believe that there will be news from the clan leader very soon. Xiao Xian leaned lazily on the chair and let out a long sigh of relief with a slightly tired face. He smiled at Xiao Yan. News? Xiao Yan was just about to nod when he frowned. His face was filled with suspicion. Xiao Xian smiled and said, Everything that happened today was witnessed by the clan leader. The clan leader has seen everything that happened today. Even if it wasn't for me, he would have done something to make you join the Xiao clan. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was involuntarily startled when he heard this. His eyes were a little erratic as they landed on Xiao Xian. He paused for a moment before suddenly speaking. He paused for a moment and said, Ancestor, do you really plan to stay here? At this moment, Xiao Yan did not have even the slightest good impression of this so-called clan. If it was not on account of Xiao Xian, he would have long since left. However, after the matter with Xiao Feng, Xiao Yan could tell that Xiao Xian seemed to have already adopted an attitude of acknowledging the current Xiao clan. Just this point alone caused Xiao Yan to have no choice but to change the way he looked at the Xiao clan. In response, Xiao Xian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. You are saying this because of what happened during the day, right?" Xiao Yan did not comment. However, Xiao Xian shook his head nonchalantly and said with a smile, "Ha! Ah, you little brat. Xiao clan is one of the 3 great clans. How could they be as tyrannical as what you saw today? What you saw was merely what others wanted you to see." Moreover, Xiao Xian suddenly paused at the end of his words. He slowly lifted his head and stared at Xiao Yan. His tone was a little deep as he said, "You didn't come here to the central region. You did not come to the middle region just for the Xiao clan and me. I believe that you are already aware of the relationship between the Ghost Temple Gate and the Ghost Temple Gate. If you wish to rescue your wife from their hands, it is impossible for you to do so by yourself. I believe that you know this better than anyone else." Sun Air. Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled violently at the mention of Sun Air. His expression instantly turned gloomy. A terrifying murderous intent surged in his originally calm heart at this moment. Even the aura in his body uncontrollably surged out. Chapter 1389. Hence, given the current situation, the Xiao clan's help is indispensable if we want to fight against the ghost sect. Xiao Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. "We do not know the foundation of the ghost sect, but since it can surpass the 3 great clans, it is not difficult to imagine its strength. As for the Ghost Temple sect, it is one of the 4 great factions in the middle region and naturally has no lack of Source Venerate level experts. Not only that, but they also have 2 Source Venerate level sect leaders." Xiao Yan's face was dense. At the same time, his body trembled abruptly. A beautiful face that could cause the downfall of a country, carrying a thread of clear and elegant demeanor, slowly surfaced in his mind. No matter what, it could not be removed. "Little fairy doctor." Xiao Xian could not help but frown slightly upon seeing this. He recalled that he had indeed not seen the little fairy doctor in the ancient hall. Now that he saw the expression on Xiao Yan's face, he immediately had a vague guess in his heart. In short, as of now, regardless of whether it is the Ghost Gate or the Ghost Slaughter sect, their strength is sufficient to cause us to look up to them. Between us and them, it is just like fire and water. A true all-out battle is only a matter of time. Therefore, we must gather sufficient strength before that happens. Joining the clan is undoubtedly the most effective method. Although you and some of the elders in the clan are prejudiced against each other, we are after all from the same clan. I believe that they will not stand by and do nothing when it comes to uniting against an external enemy." The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually relaxed after hearing Xiao Xian's explanation. After panting for a moment, the killing intent in his chest also gradually calmed down. His eyes once again regained their clarity. He nodded slightly, looked directly at Xiao Xian in front of him and softly said, "Looks like Ancestor is already prepared for this. I do not even have the slightest chance to reject these words." Xiao Xian could only smile in a non-committal manner upon hearing this. He understood Xiao Yan's character quite well. If he was not prepared, it was likely that the latter would not be willing to join the clan. After all, blood is thicker than water. We are ultimately from the same clan. It is reasonable for me to do this. If that's the case, I'll find a chance to join the clan too. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Although he did not have a good impression of the Xiao clan, he had to join the Xiao clan for Xiao Xian, Sun Air and the little fairy doctor. Ah, that's good too. After today's incident, I'm sure the patriarch's side will also make a move. It won't be long. Xiao Xian stood up with a smile. At the same time, he let out a long sigh of relief and relaxed a lot. Quickly following this, however, Xiao Yan's eyebrows suddenly turned. He appeared to have recalled something as he raised his eyebrows and exclaimed, "Oh right, Bai Hua and Lian are still outside." The 2 of them were so focused on talking about the Xiao clan that they forgot about Bai Hua and her companion who were blocked by Xiao Li outside the ancient city hall. Now that the matter had come to an end, Xiao Yan suddenly thought of the 2 of them, but he didn't know how they were doing now. "Haha, don't worry. Although Elderly did not allow them to enter the inner clan, there will be people who will arrange accommodation for them outside the ancient city hall. You don't have to worry about this." Xiao Xian smiled and gestured to Xiao Yan to be at ease. The latter secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, the grandfather and grandson looked at the courtyard outside the door. At this moment, a few figures were hurriedly rushing over in front of the courtyard. The person in front was an elder. Looking at his status, he should be an elder in the Xiao clan. However, there were two young people following closely behind him. Xiao Yan looked over and saw that they were Bai Hua and Lian. Seeing this scene, the two of them immediately raised their eyebrows. It was really a coincidence. They did not expect that they would arrive here just as they spoke. Xiao Yan and Lian quickly looked at each other when they saw the three people walking over. Then they quickly stepped forward to welcome them. The elder immediately smiled when he saw this. "Ha, Elder Xiao Xian, I have been instructed by Elder Li to send these two to you." Bai Hua and Lian quickly moved to Xiao Yan's side as he spoke. Then they looked at the elder in front of them and quickly bowed to thank him. "Thank you, elder." Xiao Xian's eyes swept across Bai Hua and Lian. Then he quickly looked at the elder in front of him. He did not dare to slight him and immediately cupped his hands together to thank him. However, he frowned in the next moment and suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the elder in front of him. He said in a strange voice, "Elder Tang, you just said, haha, you did not hear wrongly. From today onwards, you will be the inner sect elder of the Xiao clan. In the future I will have to rely on you." The elder laughed softly when he saw the strange expression on Xiao Xian's face. Then he said in a mocking tone. At the same time, a surprised expression surfaced on Xiao Xian's face. Although he had already expected the result of his battle with Xiao Feng, he did not expect it to lead to such an outcome. There was never a lack of elder positions in the Xiao clan. Across the entire Xiao clan, there were at least 100 people who held the position of elder. However, these people only held the position in name. They didn't wield any power or benefits. Among these elders there were also the inner pavilion elders. These people were the true managers of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xian did not expect that his battle would raise his status to such a level. Xiao Xian's heart did not rejoice because of this. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure. After all, regardless of whether it was his status or identity, he would not be welcomed by anyone in the clan. Adding Xiao Yan, it was likely that they would face even greater trouble in the clan in the future. In addition, young friend Xiao Yan, the clan leader, has specially instructed that from today onwards, you will be treated the same as the crown prince in the clan. Tomorrow the clan will set up a separate residence for the two of you. Someone will also send the monthly allowance to the two of you. The old man sized up Xiao Yan in front of him. At the same time that a glint flashed deep within his old eyes, the smile on his old face also became denser. "Thank you, elder." "Haha, young friend, you are too polite. I am Xiao Qingtang. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. As long as it is within my ability, I will not be stingy." The elder cupped his fists together politely. After a chuckle, he did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked out of the door. In the end, he disappeared from the sight of Xiao Yan and the others. Xiao Yan clapped his hands as he watched Xiao Qingtang leave. He smiled and said to Bai Hua and the other girl beside him, "Are the two of you all right?" The two of them smiled and shook their heads. After confirming that they were fine, they followed Xiao Xian's guidance and found a room to rest in.